Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. Hold on. There it is. Let me remove that. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are and here we go. So here we are and here we go. Good to be in your company. Always a delight. So another day, another session. So I always look forward in anticipation for when that time comes that we reconvene again. So I delight in your company so much. As soon as the session finishes, I miss you guys. And I cannot wait to gather with you again. So gather with you again, and here we are gathered to discuss matters pertaining and germane to our country, Nigeria. So, of course, we want the best for Nigeria. That's what we want. Every single person that congregates around here, you know, is almost part of, in fact, not almost, for over a year now, you probably notice that it is part of the backdrop of your life now. You know, round about that time of the day, that when one man comes on, you just switch it on, and then it's part of the backdrop to your day now. So long may that continue, and long may that expand. So we are joined at the hips forever and ever. How does that sound? It sounds odd, doesn't it? But there it is. So all of that. So you already know then the usual protocol. So the invitation then to click on the like button, that's always a necessity. So that's just the one obligation that you have to the space, just to click on the like button, and it's free of charge, by the way. So it doesn't cost you anything, rather than just the micro effort just to lean across and do that. So click on the like button. Let's see that start to go up. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. So click on like and subscribe. And then this hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on it as well to come and join us on the studio. If you've noticed, we've been having, I think we had, did we have Yemi yesterday? So almost every single day we're having a new and rich voices joining us. So you could be that debutant for today. So if you want to be that debutant for today, then they just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It doesn't, we don't bite. It's a convivial atmosphere amongst friends. So if you want to be that debutant, and you can be, there can be more than one debutant. We're always canvassing for new voices. So you'll be that new voice for today. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us. Come be back part of this conversation. Come mooch around and josh around with friends. And we're also especially canvassing for female voices as well. There's a gross underrepresentation of female voices on the platform, which we're looking to correct. And you could be that correction. So if you're a female voice that decides to join us, you get special privileges. As soon as you come up, anybody that is talking, even Ajale Koko, I will even go that far. Even if Ajale Koko is talking, if you're a female voice and you join us, I'll stop everything and we hear from you. We need female voices on the platform. So do all that. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, that's always been presented. Nobody cares about it anymore, but there it is. It's pinned on the comment section. If you want to do that, then do that. It's 3 easy steps. And then just let your wallet run wild. So do all that. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe. You must do that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. You are highly encouraged to do that. And the one that says buy your host cup of coffee, entirely at your discretion. So all those. So what are we contending with? So what are we? There's just so much news to go through today. So just surrender yourself. Just make yourself that cup of hot chocolate. Have your biscuits to the ready, and then just surrender yourself to the space for however long it lasts. So we're starting off with this space. We might not necessarily start off with this space, but this is what comes up first. So we've cycled and circled around this news just endlessly over the last couple of days, but it is refusing to leave the headlines. It's just a routine administrative stuff that is happening within just one of the sovereign states of Nigeria. It's not anything, especially anything, but then because of the times that we're in, it's now blown up out of proportion. So I suspect that this is probably the 10th demolition that, if not the 50th even, that Lagos State has carried out in the course of this year. But now, when it goes to Alaba Market, the coloration of ethnicity, Alaba Market demolition, your outburst unwarranted, Onitiri replies, Ezekwesili. So, Madam Ezekwesili, the champion of the Nigerian downtrodden, for quite a couple of decades now. But over the last 12 to 18 months, her language has been pivoting towards some sort of extreme tribalism of ethnic stock. There's now an undercurrent of there's now an undercurrent to Madam Ezekwesili's commentaries these days that is somewhat a disappointment, because we all wrapped around her when she was fighting for the Chibok girls. Alaba Market demolition, your outburst unwarranted, Onitiri replies, Ezekwesili. So Onitiri replies, Ezekwesili. So Onitiri replies, Ezekwesili. But if you ever want to have sharp analysis, incisive, insightful commentaries, almost futuristic prophecies, then really this is the space to be. Because we've spoken about this endlessly, and the admission now comes. So we've talked about this just countless times, but the admission now comes. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Subsidy removal wasn't a my speech, but I announced it. So this is Tinubu now. I particularly have said that it was a moment of a rush of blood to the head that led to him making now those infamous words: subsidy removal, subsidy, fuel subsidy now gone, to quote him verbatim. So I did not have the sense that he was reading out his prepared speech. I think he was caught up in the excitement of being inaugurated as the Nigerian president, and he decided to make that impactful statement. So I'd said that he confirms subsidy removal wasn't in my speech, but I announced it at the president of Nigeria, Tinubu. So we take a pit stop there just to find out what is going on. So now, this now not politics, but somewhat politics. This is not politics, but somewhat politics. UIOAU orders peg cut off at 200. So now, this culture of what's it called, quota system educational sort of a format that we have in Nigeria, it has reduced the quality of graduates that are exiting tertiary institutions within the Nigerian space. So there are gold standard tertiary institutions, and then there are good tertiary institutions, there are average tertiary institutions, and there are tertiary institutions that are just fraudulent. So at the top echelon, of course, you have institutions like the University of Ibadan, Obafemi Awolowo University, Unilag, Unzuka, etc. So now, I think those now high-level, high-octane, gold standard tertiary institutions, they are now looking to ring-fence their reputation and the quality of their prestige. UIOAU orders peg cut off at 200. So we go in there to find out what is going on within the educational space. So now the fight that broke out within the Nigerian space yesterday, I don't need to, it was breaking out as we were having our session yesterday, and one of our panelists hinted at it. So the fight went south, but then it has turned right. So the spite, or the spat, it went south, and now it has turned north. A lot of you that are eagle-eyed, you probably noticed that I changed the title for this session just because the story had pivoted in the opposite direction. What am I talking about? Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala. So the story broke yesterday that Madam Ngozi, because she's been at the summit in Paris, and off the back of that summit in Paris, she's been putting out photographs of how she's the great and the good that she has met. But a notable absence, of course, her own president. So there were no photographic captures of her meeting and greeting her own president. And a lot of people then thought that, is this now blood is thicker than water? And is the yellow gari of the East ricocheting in our blood veins? So people thought she had turned ethnic, and then, of course, the coloration went in that direction. So very quickly, she publishes then and rebukes. Tinubu attacks between obedience, Baptist, shows depth of Nigeria's polarization. So this is an admonishment then from Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, who cannot really afford to be of ethnic inclination, because of the importance of her position, and because she would need the backing of the country when she needs to reapply for her job. When her term runs out and she wants to continue to run, she will, of course, need the backing of her country. So that is Madam Ngozi then. Madam Ngozi is setting the record straight. Madam Ngozi sets the record straight, but Madam Ngozi set the record straight, but Akinwumi Adesina is effusive in his eulogy. Let me put it that way. It's effusive in his eulogy. So what's all this big grammar? Is this AFDB to strongly support Tinubu's vision for Nigeria's economy? So this is Akinwumi Adesina, the czar, as you know, of the African Development Bank. So taken by him is Tinubu's moves and positioning that he has opened the vault of that bank to the Nigerian state. AFDB Two strongly support Tinubu's vision for Nigeria's economy, Akinwumi Adesina. So there it is right there. He gets what he wants. So now, we're going international with this now next headline because necessarily we have to go international because we are not an island, of course. We're not a planet on our own. There's a world around us, and what happens in the world around us impacts on us. You will think it's far away and distant from us, not to impact, but it does impact. We're going to the Ukraine, or should I say, and then hopping from there to Russia. Putin flees Moscow as Wagner troop advances in rapid onslaught. So now, things are changing at a very rapid rate within the Russian space. So, because Putin has actually come out to make a national broadcast to this matter, so this is serious. So he has accused now the person behind this Wagner group as a traitor and the activities as a felony. And apparently this Wagner group, they've captured quite a few cities already within the Russian space, and they are making advances towards Moscow. So is this the final solution then, orchestrated by the West? Putin flees Moscow, and that flees Moscow is in quotation marks. So that is to tell you then that it's not a positive affirmation just yet. Putin flees Moscow as Wagner troops advance in rapid onslaught. So we go international with that just to find out exactly what are going. So we find out what are going with that one. A lot of these storylines somewhat repetitive. WTO Director General Okonjo Iweala clears the air as critics lambast her for initially omitting President Tinubu's photograph amongst. So I think we've already sort of we've already done that. So let's do this. I am your president, whether you voted for me or not. So that's Tinubu now trying to speak the fatherly language of wraparound, of warm embrace, a unifying language, but of course, if you're a cynic, and some of us can be cynical sometimes, so if you are a cynic, you could go into the underbelly of that headline and reread it. I am your president, whether you voted for me or not. This is Tinubu trying to wrap around people. But then, of course, if you're a cynic, then you can read it as I am your president, whether you like it or not. So however you're choosing to read it, the language of unity now are being stretched out, the arm of embrace. So because we have so many stories, we may not get to this one, but I'll give you the headline and then we'll see how it goes. And it's not just gone off my screen. Okay, maybe it's not destined to be read. Is that okay? All right. All right. So there it is. Let me give you it. Tinubu, my life as gypsy cab driver in the United States. So a lot of people like to hint at. Actually, maybe I should just give you. Shall we just delve in? Let's just go into this straight away because it interests me and hopefully it does interest you as well. So let's just let's take this one on straight away. Tinubu, my life as gypsy driver in the United States. So let's just rattle through it. Okay. Ever since Asiwaju Bola Tinubu told me he would want me to write his biography after finishing the biography of his son and then Lagos State Governor Babatunde Fashola, whose biography I had come to interview him for, I started gathering all kinds of materials on Tinubu, not knowing he would one day be president of Nigeria. Today's piece on Tinubu's life as a cabbie. So cabbie, of course, a cab driver as a cabbie in the United States is from a revealing 60th birthday interview granted to correspondents. Okay, so let me just, I'll give you 3 paragraphs, I think, yes, because, I'll read it up to this point. We got an unregistered used car, commonly called Gypsy, which we ran as a taxi. We operated at the airport where we picked up passengers and not anywhere else, like the hotel, because it was forbidden for unlicensed cab drivers to do so. We did that for a while to raise some money. Bolaji went to Tennessee whilst I headed to Chicago. Driving gypsy cabs was aimed at getting additional money to what I had. Tunde Badejo and Olowo Popo told me Chicago was very cold. So I told myself I must have a car. I was supposed to have started schooling in April. I deferred it till September in order to have some money. Immediately I got to Chicago, I went straight to Richard Daley College. It was very interesting. I was able to pay for my apartment and tuition fees at Chicago State University. I supplemented that by doing different menial jobs like door guard and security man. So can you imagine Tinubu as a security man, all 5 foot one of him, just skin and bones, all skin and bones. As a cab driver, one experience I will never forget was when I overcharged a naval officer who was returning to the country. It was I suppose I hope rational mind is not listening. He would latch on to that. He overcharged, so I'm sure the obedience will feast on that. As a cab driver, one experience I would never forget was when I overcharged a naval officer who was returning to the country. It was not intentional. Apparently, I didn't know the direction. There was no GPS in those days to locate directions. So he gave me the direction to his house in a Virginia suburb. I gave him the price, and the man responded with a slap to my face. He said I should know the correct price to charge to the location he mentioned. He slapped me and gave me the money. Another experience was when I took a guy whom I didn't know was drunk. When I drove to his house, he pointed a gun at me instead of paying the fare. He took my leather jacket and said, get into your car and get lost. He did not pay. Another interesting one was when I was taking the third accounting class and equally working as a security guard at a construction site. They were very serious with their kind of security. You just had to do that job. There were about 6 points with 6 clocks at the site, which the security man must wind every hour with a dog in hand. So there was never a chance to try to catch a nap. As I was doing my accounting assignment, I fell asleep. I was dead asleep. So these are the backdrops then of Tinubu's life. Let me give you to the end of this paragraph. The inspector came to the site and found me sleeping with my head in my books. He simply pulled the register and wrote, I have been here. You were sound asleep. So see me tomorrow. When I woke up, I found that Skido, the dog, was gone. And then the register. I just went to the corner, cleaned my face, and concentrated on my assignment because I knew the job was already gone. You can't lose two things. I ensured that I read well for my test and passed the next day. I opted to post their uniform and the cap to them, but suddenly ran into the man and he handed me a check and said the job was gone. I told him I knew and we said goodbye to each other. I had started looking for another job. So these are Tinubu's experiences. Should we take it to the end? Because it sounds interesting. Let's take it to the end. I was lucky when I got to Chicago State University. I entered the university with honors from Richard Daley College because I got credit in majority of the accounting courses. After the first term, I was one of the candidates on the dean's list, and my professor Joe Jesse commended me for my hard work, class participation, and brilliance. He said I would be lucky if I could keep my activities and brilliant results up till the end of the term. He didn't say more or in what form the luck would manifest. At the end of the At the end of the term and still at the end of the term and still on the dean's list, Professor Jesse came around to inform me that he would employ me to manage the accounting laboratory for the institution. He gave the letter of employment to the dean of the faculty. The following week, I was called upon to take up employment as a tutor because I was very good in mathematics and accounting. I met Tunde Badejo in the school. He was a year ahead of me, but I told him we took a bet that we would graduate at the same year, and he didn't believe. Later, when I was given scholarship to become a tutor, I took the letter to Tunde Badejo and said, "See, the school is paying my tuition." He was amazed. That was how I became a tutor, with my tuition being paid. Tunde Badejo majored in mathematics, and having been challenged, his performance got better the following semester, and he also became a maths tutor in the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science. I was challenged and severely under pressure to keep up the grade as each semester rolled by, because if my grades should drop, I would lose the scholarship. It was quite challenging, and in the end, I graduated top of my class and I was recruited as an accounting major. There were big accounting firms then, Touche, so that's Deloitte and Touche. Touche was number 9. I was recruited, and I still got other job offers. Then there were big 8 accounting firms in the United States, including Arthur Andersen, Arthur Young, Ernest and Winey, Pete Mawick and Michelle, Deloitte, and others. Out of the big 8, 5 of them offered me jobs, and that was school recruitment right on the campus. I was on the dean's list. I was in line for the award for the overall best accounting student, as well as that of the University Scholar Award, which that the big firms would continue to woo you. Despite the 5 jobs, I was equally offered employment by IBM and others. Professor Jesse called me and advised that I should not be arrogant. He asked that I remove my name from the Career Placement Center because, according to him, the more they saw my grades, the more I would be sought after. He said that might hinder other accounting graduates from being recruited, and that the faculty wanted as many accounting graduates as possible to be recruited by the big companies. So I went and I removed it. Usually, there was a benchmark for recruitment by the big professional accounting firms, and they didn't go beneath that. I got an offer of $20,000 with traveling allowance and all that. It was big money at that time. But when Arthur Young saw the money I was offered, they offered an additional $3,000. My advisor told me to consider an offer that will make me function effectively in my country, particularly given that the country is blessed with crude oil. Unlike what happens in our country, universities in the United States prepare students for the future, how to dress, how to face job interviews, etc. The third day after that, Deloitte, Hoskins, and Sales, now Deloitte and Touche Consulting Group, gave me an offer. They said they were not just going to hire me, but develop me. They asked me to take the salary I was being offered or forget about the job. I went back to Professor Jesse, and he said I should consider a firm with clients in manufacturing and oil sectors rather than Arthur Andersen, which only dealt with financial institutions and banks. I took his advice. I resumed work at Deloitte Training School in June 1979. By April 1979, when I was graduating, I had gotten my future charted, and that was the greatest thing I achieved in America. So that's a Tinubu then giving us the backdrop of just who he is. So Jagaban. I feel inclined to play that song. So let me play that song for you because I think that deserves a round of applause. And that round of applause, it comes in this form. All right, enough of that. Enough of all that nonsense. So enough of all that nonsense. So yes. So we've gotten that out of the way. So to the Putin story. Who is Yevgeny Prigozhin? Probably a name we'll get familiar with. He said that towards becoming the next Russian president. Who is Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Wagner Group leader leading civil war in Russia? So there he is, the character. But a lot of people see the hand of the West in all of this narrative. So we may not read that one out actually because we're getting somewhat labored now with so many storylines. And then we'll come to this still within the Russian space. Civil war in Russia. This is treason, a stab in the back of our troops and the people of Russia. Putin responds to Wagner's attack. So it tells you just the seriousness of it. And this is him, by the way, you won't understand what they're saying, but this is him in a national address.
Although deliberately went on the path of treason, were preparing an armed rebellion, were preparing terrorist attacks, will be punished inevitably. They will be held accountably. They will be held accountable by law. The armed forces have been given the necessary orders. Additional anti-terrorist security measures are being imposed in Moscow region, and a number of other regions. Decisive measures will be taken to stabilize the situation in Rostov-on-Don, which still remains difficult. The work of civil and military organs of governance is actually blocked. As a president of Russia, commander-in-chief, as a citizen of Russia, I will do everything in my power to defend the country, to defend its constitution, and the lives, security, and liberties of its citizens. And the one who organized and prepared the armed rebellion, who turned weapons against their combat comrades, have betrayed Russia, and they will be held accountable for that.
Okay, so that just speaks to then the level of seriousness of what is going on in Russia for the president of the country to take to a national broadcast to address what essentially is now an insurgency taking place in Russia. So we try to bring that into our conversations as well, because of course we cannot just continuously be banging heads Nigerian matter. So we have to reach out beyond the borders, beyond the shores of our borders. So let me put it that way. So a lot of that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join me on the screen, and your invitation to buy me cups of coffee, continue to ignore that. So do all those. As you do all those, let me take a micro short, I won't call it a comfort break because a water break. Let's take a water break with 2 minutes with the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà ti
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshebe, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So so there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshe. So this was a story. This was the story that was not is the best way to launch into this. So this was the story that was not. So it was originally lined up to be all this. Madam Ngozi has gone tribal, she's gone ethnic, and all of that. But it seems to have now pivoted to her admonishing the cousin within the country. So, Madam Ngozi, to how we go. Tinubu attacks between obedient Baptist shows depth of Nigeria's polarization. So, Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala forced to release a photograph of her interacting with her president. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, has lamented the level of disunity in Nigeria, describing the situation as bad. The WTO boss spoke via her verified Twitter handle on Saturday, whilst debunking reports alleging she snubbed Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu during the just concluded summit for a new global financing pact in Paris, France. Okonjo Iweala had posted photographs with some participating. Okonjo Iweala had posted photographs with some participating African presidents, like that of Senegal, Macky Sall, South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, and Zambia, Hakainde, whatever the last name is, at the summit, which was also attended by President Tinubu. Social media users in Nigeria, especially supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 general election, Mr. Peter Obi, who go by the appellation of obedience, hailed Okonjo Iweala for purportedly snubbing Tinubu at the global event. Consequently, many citizens who are supporters of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, otherwise known as Baptists, I hope these appellations, I hope they will disappear very soon. But the ridiculousness of it, the obedience we can understand, but what's even the meaning of Baptist? It's just ludicrous nonsense. Consequently, many citizens who are supporters of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, otherwise known as Baptist, began to fire what can be described as counter-salvo without finding out the veracity or otherwise of the claim that the former Nigeria's Minister of Finance snubbed Tinubu at the Paris summit. They alleged that President Tinubu was deliberately cropped out of the photographs despite his attendance of the summit convened by the French President Emmanuel Macron. But amidst the social media spat between the two groups of Nigerians occasioned by false claims and counterclaims, Okonjo Iweala took to her verified Twitter handle again on Saturday evening to debunk the allegations against her. She shared more photographs she took at the summit with President Tinubu, Nigerian businessman Tony Elumelu, and others, noting that photographs with other African presidents earlier posted by her were done in the order she received them from her accompanying staff and colleagues at the event. So, so yes, do we want to suggest that this was a misstep by Madam Ngozi? Do we want to suggest that? Yes, of course, she did not snub Tinubu, so I think that's already documented and locked in. But do we want to suggest that it's a misstep by her, a moment of lapse where she wasn't paying attention? Because you would have thought that the first photograph she should be publishing is her with her president, and then every other photograph should subordinate to that. And I think this is a lesson learned by her. So a misstep, perhaps, by Madam Ngozi there. Would you suggest that? Come tell me. She shared more photographs she took at the summit with President Tinubu, Nigerian businessman Tony Elumelu, and others, noting that photographs with other African presidents earlier posted by her were done in the order she received them from her accompanying staff and colleagues at the event. She thereafter stated that ascribing any ulterior motive or meaning to her action, other of posting her photographs, was unnecessary and unwarranted, even as she called for unity of purpose and cessation of further attacks by Nigerians. Okonjo Iweala wrote, Nigerians, please relax. Paris, interesting attacks from both sides, sadly shows the depth of polarization in our society. I post photos in the order received by accompanying staff or colleague. Reading more into it is unwarranted. Let's unite to build our country, not attack. So that's Madam Ngozi then setting the record straight. But it goes then deeper into it then just how this set of photographs were latched on by the obedient space who span it into a negative narrative to the point that this woman now has to come out to defend, which she didn't have to do, but then she did have to do given the peculiarities of our country. The peculiarities of our country, and let's go from that peculiarity to this. UI, OAU orders are peg cut off at 200. So we're going to the tertiary space to see how standards they're struggling to maintain. The University of Ibadan, Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Benin, and the University of Lagos are the federal universities that pegged their minimum benchmark for admission at 200 cumulative scores obtainable during the Unified Tertiary Matriculations Examination, our correspondence report. Our correspondents gathered that prior to the 2023 policy meeting held by the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, all institutions were advised to propose the cut-off marks for the conduct of their admissions. In the list cited by correspondents in Abuja, 7 institutions indicated their minimum admission benchmark. In the list cited by correspondents in Abuja, 7 institutions indicated their minimum admission benchmark scores to be 200 and above, out of which 4 were federal universities. Correspondents report that Vice Chancellor of Nigerian universities present at the 2023 policy meeting, however, unanimously agreed on 140 as the minimum benchmark for admission of the 2023-24 academic year. However, universities are at liberty to decide individual cutoff marks, but no university will be allowed to admit any candidate who scores below 140 benchmark. JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede said, for polytechnics, the minimum benchmark score of 100 was adopted for admission, while colleges of education adopted the benchmark of 100 for admission. So so you want to say, why are we going there? But really, is that quota system dumbing down of the educational thing now? So the benchmark then for Uniben, OAU, UI Unilag, and about 3 others, they set that at 200, but the baseline entry is 140. So then that tells you then that if you are so the high-end recruiters then, when they are looking to recruit, they will naturally gravitate towards these people now who have set up, because with this high benchmark now, they are guaranteeing at the entry point then that students of quality and capacity for learning are the ones that they're going to admit. So this is how they continue to keep the advantage, and is that narrative, of course, of our quota system. So the narrative of quota system. So let's go to this next one. Subsidy removal was not in my speech, but I announced it. So Tinubu now bringing to the fore what I've always insisted. I did say that he had a momentary rush of blood to the head, and he now admits it. President Bola Tinubu yesterday in France disclosed that those who wrote his inaugural address on May the 29th did not include petroleum subsidy removal in it. Tinubu said Dele Alake and Wale Edun left out the vexed issue of subsidy from the speech handed over to him for delivery on the occasion. He spoke whilst meeting with Nigerians residing in France on the sidelines of the 2-day financing climate pact summit, which ended in Paris yesterday. He said, and then Wale Edun and co, we started debating, putting my speech together without the question on subsidy. I got to the podium. I was possessed with courage and I said, subsidy is gone. So he almost quoted me verbatim. You know, I've always said that he had a rush of blood to the head, and that is what he's just saying. I was possessed with courage and I said, subsidy is gone. He further discussed the decision to end the first subsidy, saying, they thought it was a joke of the century until I called the NNPC. We are tired of feeding our smugglers, making a few people rich and subsidizing the next door neighbor. So he goes into all that, which I think we've already read in previous interactions. So let's go on from there. So that's Tinubu then just telling us that he ad-libs then, and that might well be his greatest policy position for his first term, which he's now admitted that it's just an ad-lib. So Tinubu ad-libs, but then of course this space. Alaba Market's demolition, your outburst unwarranted. Onitiri replies, Ezekwesili. Lagos-based social-political activist and critic, Chief Adesumbo Onitiri, has condemned what he described as the unwarranted outburst of a former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, against Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's alleged demolition of dilapidated structures at Alaba Market, Ojo, Lagos, adding that she was unfair to the governor. He stated that she did not put into consideration the danger posed by the demolished structures to the market users, pointing out that the Lagos State governor does not need any further evidence before the recent demolition of the structures at Alaba Market. After evidence of the building with open cracks and sinking foundation shown on television and newspaper pages for every discerning mind to see, the governor had no fault to have demolished the structures in question. The outburst of Mrs. Ezekwesili was very unfair and unrealistic and smacks of tribal sentiment. So I'm hopeful that we will leave this space very soon, because the seniors let me just say, the seniors are in the Southeast. They are starting to now enter into that obedient Ipobian sort of cusp. We saw it with our Chimamanda Adichie. Now we are seeing it with Madam Ngozi Obi Ezekwesili. And because the seniors in that space, they are starting to enter that Ipobian obedient sort of cusp within the Southeast. Some of the other seniors now are getting the back smack of the splurge of that. That tried to splurge on Madam Ezekwesili just now. She ducked it. But it's sort of this sort of commentaries that leads to the sort of assumptions that people were making about Madam Okonjo Iweala. The outburst of Mrs. Ezekwesili was very unfair and unrealistic and smart of tribal sentiments. This is the time for good governance and time for all patriotic Nigerians to unite the country. We should eschew bitterness and pertinence. We should all do away with tribal sentiments, he emphasized. Onitiri explained that as an expert in the building industry, such buildings with open signs of unfitness and uninhabitable conditions should be pulled down before it collapses on innocent Lagosians coming to transact business and unaware of the looming danger. Moreover, markets are commercial buildings with heavy human traffics, which should be strong and well fitted for habitation and business transactions. We don't pray for any more building collapses in Lagos metropolis. So that is only then taking on Okonjo Iweala head on. As a prominent Lagosian, we support our indefatigable governor to pull down cracked and sinking buildings in our markets to avoid human calamity, he said. The social critic pointed out that the sacred duty of any serious government was to protect the lives and properties of its citizens, adding that we don't pray for any human calamity anymore. Onitiri also explained that there were laws for building constructions which stipulated statutory approvals for every building construction. Anybody who violates this will have himself to blame. Besides, it is the duty of the government to periodically certify every building fit for habitation and commercial businesses. We strongly advise our former minister, Mrs. Ezekwesili, not to play politics with human lives. Onitiri further stated. So that is a fight amongst two heavyweights, I suspect. Let me give you maybe one more, then we see who's in the room. Okay, let me give you the international one. Putin flees Moscow as Wagner troops advance in rapid onslaught. So I suspect that this is a story that a lot of you have been monitoring quite aggressively internationally. President Vladimir Putin has reportedly left Moscow as Wagner paramilitary fighters intensified their onslaught across Moscow to seize control of the country. Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin said Mr. Putin made a mistake when the Russian president condemned the private military group and threatened to punish its members for armed rebellion. TASS, Russia's main government-run outlet, reported that Putin fled to Petersburg, Russia's second largest city, on Saturday. East European news outlet Nexta also reported that Putin's plane took off from Moscow and disappeared from the radar. It was heading towards St. Petersburg at about 2:16 p.m. local time. The flight suddenly disappeared from radar, reports said. A spokesman for the Kremlin denied Putin had fled, but most Russians believed the news agency. The contradictory report also indicates that there is a breakdown of command in Russia, as it is extremely rare for the statement of the state-run TASS to contradict that of Kremlin. Wagner's fighters continue to advance through the country after seizing the southern cities of Rostov with little resistance overnight. The raging mutiny and coup came after Mr. Prigozhin said Putin authorized the bombing of his people who were beating back Ukrainian troops in Ukraine. Chechnya leader Ramzan, said his forces would aid Russia put down the rebellion by the Wagner Group, a private military contract, which now seems to be the biggest threat to Putin's over 2 decades power. The Wagner fighters have reportedly entered the Moscow region as of mid-afternoon local time, just hours after seizing the southern Rostov city and taking over a federal defense ministry headquarters there with little resistance. It was unclear whether or not Mr. Prigozhin will descend on the Kremlin immediately if his fighters are able to enter Moscow City, where Russian troops are said to be divided about whether or not they should ally with Wagner or continue supporting Mr. Putin's regime. United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken said NATO and its allies were closely monitoring the situation in Russia without expressing any further details about the alliance's strategy. Ukrainian forces are already seeking to enter Russia, but are still says to be meeting resistance from scattered Russia. So is Ukraine actually about to take Russia now? So I've not been following that story quite as much as I should, but hopefully someone else has. So we've got Ajan Lekoko and we've got Darati. So that's how it's going to go. So let's kick it off with you, Darati. Is anyone there?
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, I'm there.
Good evening. Good to have you. So good to have you. So let's get straight to it. Are you following the Russian storyline, and do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm following. I followed it. I saw it this afternoon, so evening. I saw. I heard the news. I think it was in the afternoon that Prigozhin, said he wants to march on to Moscow. Well, I think Prigozhin has a kind of issue with the chief of defense staff. That's Shoigu, Sergei Shoigu, and some other top military brass. So, and they are using it to do a dirty job. No about that. And it has been a very, in this kind of war, this kind of war, we normally have what we call expendables. So, and how expendables used to be. Most of the time, the Americans also normally have that. But actually, most of these global powers normally have expendables. So, Prigozhin is one of those guys that they have been using for some time. So, to quell that, counter offensive from Ukraine that Ukraine is about to launch. But there's still a lot of things are still sketchy about what is happening right now, because later this evening I also got an information from an independent source also that was saying that Prigozhin has changed his mind and it was no more going. And I even in the afternoon I saw a video where he was talking at Rostov, and he said something. He said he really have issues with the two military top brass, and that all the military operation in Ukraine is still going on smoothly. I mean, the attack aircraft, they are still leaving Rostov to other part of Ukraine to decimate the Ukrainian forces. That all he needs to do is just that he wants to just get those top brass guys is the top brass. But the way things are going, late in the evening, I also got another one that he has changed his mind.
Are you there?
Probably, yes, I'm here. That he has changed his mind or something. And one of the issues that I think is happening is that some people were even saying that it might be just a ploy. If you look at it, how many times have they said things like this. Russia can stage a lot of things. They have one term like that, the stroker or something they normally use, that they can do a lot of propaganda and deceive their enemy to kind of think that they are off guard.
No. But that no. Hold on. That's your speculation. Because this is something that is real. And do you think this is being orchestrated by Western powers?
Of course, the Western powers will always want to do that. That one is there's no negotiation about that. It's not non-negotiable. The Western powers have always used people within the echelon of power, to overrule or to overthrow a particular government that they do not like. Of course, we have the history in Africa and all over the world. But what I'm having issues with is, I know that Moscow is not too far from what? It's not too far from Ukraine. After Ukraine, you are moving close. You are moving to what? You are moving to Moscow. So this was one of the things that Moscow has been talking about over time. That we cannot have NATO at our borders, and you think we are going to have it smooth. We are going to lie low. Why you put the gun at our throat? But as for me, I would still like to see, because I've not gotten enough information to be able to make my real commentary. I'm still trying to, because I saw a counter narrative. I heard that I read it on CNN. Then I saw a counter narrative again that was trying to debunk something that, this guy has changed his mind. But I also learned about some of the flight patterns on the radar, that there was some movement. And some quarters were even saying that probably Russia is planning to deliver something nuclear. There's been some of this. Don't forget that in the past few weeks, they have moved some of their nuclear warheads to Belarus. So people are saying that it's maybe a ploy.
Yeah, your reception is but carry on. If you can move to a better place, then we can hear you better. Yes. So
they are saying that it might be a ploy to move some of their troops away from the front line and deliver a deadly nuclear blow, but to Russia, to Ukraine. But I'm seeing, that it's going to come with consequences. So it's going to come with serious consequences. For some reason. But I'm still thinking, I don't think Russia has gotten to that level. I don't think they have gotten to that level to want to behave in that manner. So it's not as if they are really losing badly like that. At least they are still holding their position.
I'm not sure that Russia will be looking to deploy nuclear arsenals on Ukraine, because the impact of that that would be a step too far. That would be a step too far.
I do not also I share the same mind with you. The same opinion with you on that. So what I'm just thinking is, probably by tomorrow we'll have known, because I saw some people was talking about flight pattern, that there are some forces there are some Chechen forces that were being moved, probably from a naval base in Russia to Chechen. There is a flight pattern between Russia and Grozny, which is the capital of Chechnya. The Chechens they are also part of the Russian Federation. So and Kadyrov, you even read it now, that Kadyrov was saying that he is going to help. And Kadyrov was even the one that started the war, before they brought in Wagner. So, and he did a lot of exploit for them. At the point, I think they had to withdraw him. They pushed in Wagner. So, I think we need to just look at the situation between now and tomorrow. We'll get a book clear. But I know that the West, they are already looking for a loophole for a long time. They have been looking for a loophole for a long time. And he has been so suspected of movement around him, in case anybody wants to come on board and kind of stage.
What are you making of the news that that Putin is on the run?
It's normal. It's normal for him to he have to move away from Moscow. Look at it. Moscow is not too far. Probably we don't know that Moscow from Ukraine. It might just be just an hour or so. It's not too far. Moscow is not too far. It's one of the most easternmost city. So it might feel like probably I want to move to St. Petersburg, but I've not confirmed that actually. So we might want to move in more to St. Petersburg is also a very western part of Russia. That is the western part. They have the western part that is more of European, and they have the Asian part, which is the Far East, and there's borders Mongolia, China, and some other guys like that, Japan, and the other Far East. So, and they have some of their central states also, a part of the federation. So, it might probably want to move towards a safer place, probably. But I cannot confirm that information. Of course, that the Western news have already latched on it, and of course, their eyes will be on ground. But what I heard was that they have already, Prigozhin has already changed his mind, and is no more marching to Moscow. That was the last news I got. Probably they have settled themselves on some certain issues. Probably some of these guys in the top echelon might be going. Because as far as they are concerned, they felt like Prigozhin is more of
do you think that this guy has broken Putin's that all-encompassing aura that he's the master in? Has it broken Putin's aura? Has it broken his aura, that that dominance that he always has?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say so. He's apart from him, he's not the only one. He's very close to him. Before the Wagner group normally operates kind of.
Hold on. Stay with the question. My question is, hold on. Stay with the question. I'm saying, Putin, he built his reputation on being a strong man and all of this sort of stuff. So I'm saying, with Wagner now being able to seize quite a few cities, marching on Moscow, they are military divided on if they are going to back that move by Wagner or defend Putin. So that strong man aura that Putin has that been broken? So that's the question I'm asking.
Well, I would see it as the strong man, the picture, what people see about him as a strong man, keeping the country together, has not really been broken. One way we can say that it might have been hampered one way, but it's not as if it has been broken. So, but I want to believe there is still room for a kind of the adjustment to remove those blocks, those bricks around him. But that will depend whether the information we got today was true. I told you there are already counter narratives as we are speaking right now.
No, hold on. Forget the counter narrative. What we do know is that there is insurgency taking place in Russia at the moment. So that already breaks the sort of imagery that Putin has firm control of that country and they were all with him. So that's already broken. And what is also already broken is that he controls that country militarily, because about 3 to 4 cities now are under the control of this Wagner group. So that's already broken as well. And that they are marching on Moscow, of all places, it's like saying that our troops are marching on Washington. So that strongman image, it cannot project it anymore.
Well, that remains to be seen. Like I said, it remains to be seen.
What do you mean it remains to be seen? It doesn't have the total charge of the country in the manner that he has always projected that he does. So that breaks that.
Yeah, there have been some issues on ground earlier on. There were some mistakes that they had at the initial part of that particular war. When they came into that war was just to kind of instill fear in the Ukrainians, like, we won't allow NATO to come around. But you discovered that the Ukrainians started attacking them. Of course, they killed some of the Russian soldiers, and that really affected the morale of the Russian military at a point, because there was a different mind they went there with. You look at it very well. The first 2-3 days, they were not killing anybody. Now, did you hear them kill anybody? They didn't kill anybody, meaning that they did not go there to kill. to kill the civilians or anybody. They were only attacking installations, military installations. So if we say that okay, the Hara has been has been broken, it remains to be seen. Like I said, it remains to be seen. Fine. The Western world, the Western propaganda machine and some other Western, that they will latch onto that and they will run it. They are going to run the fact the SN is already running it. So, and I saw some of it. So I look at it as like a family affair because Chemi Prigozhin is very close to him. Is one of the guys that he uses in his all his endeavor outside of Russia. And there's a way they normally detach that Wagner group away from the Russian military. They say they would normally put them as they operate individually. So now that at the point they were almost matching the army and the Wagner group, it's going to, of course, dent his image one way or the other. Like, probably there's a division within the hierarchy and within the military hierarchy as well, and within his government. But I still maintain that it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. Just like we know, there are a lot of people that have been looking for that. You can see the Americans and the other Western countries have been saying, "Oh, we are looking," and of course, they have been looking for a loophole like that to enter. It's one of the ways they have been saying it. I think Lindsey Graham was saying it the other time in the United States Senate that can't somebody just take out this guy for God's sake? You know that kind of thing. So it's one of those things that that kind of line they've been talking for. They have been speaking to for some time, that somebody within the hierarchy or within his government should have tried to instill the people. Kind of poison the mind of the people against him, and even march onto the road to protest. There was this resentment also. They had one kind of stuff that they called on some of the reserve the other time, and they didn't do it very well. So it's already within the space, but it's left to be seen. By tomorrow, we'll be able to comment more on that. But of course, it's going to damage his reputation a bit. It might damage his reputation a bit. Let me be sincere with that.
Yeah, that was my original question. So what's the remain to be seen? Is damage his reputation? It's just exactly what I asked. But let me just move you from there. Tinubu attacks between obedience and Baptist shows depth of Nigeria's polarization. So this is Okonjo Iweala. So when I was putting the session together earlier, the headline was going to be how Okonjo Iweala snubbed Tinubu at the Paris meeting, because that was the stories that was ricocheting around the space. But very quickly, Madam Ngozi then publishes this photograph, and then she goes on to explain then that she took a series of photographs with a series of leaders, and as the photographs were being sent to her by her staff, she was putting them out on Twitter. So she's now put out this photograph to say that she did not snub Tinubu, but then she then goes on to admonish just how that was latched on as a storyline and it was being fake news. So what did you then make of then that because the obedience actually kicked this off, saying that well done, Madam Ngozi, for snubbing Tinubu and all that. So, and then the Bola Tinubu's team, they came back at them via her and then launching an attack. So what do they then feel about Madam Ngozi being forced to publish her photos and then adding an addendum? So what did you make of that little cameo, Dorothy?
So what I would say is this: when I was on the platform, when Enigmatic, through opened the curtain from that particular news, was able to tear down the curtain on that particular news. But he said that he was not sure how true it was at that time, and we only brushed through it and we just set it aside. You remember very well. But I would say this. Okonjo Iweala, and I remember that I wrote something on the comment section that day that if Okonjo Iweala had done this, actually, I'm not saying it's true based on what we are saying, prediction, probably it's just been, some of this, all this fake news and stuff. That means he knows there will be consequences for that. But as I will look at it, he knows the implication of that if he does it. Now, the same Okonjo Iweala, you know very well that they had serious issues with Buhari. But Okonjo Iweala still played a game. You know, when people were even saying, I know people from the southeast were saying that, come, this woman is competent, she has connection. But I remember very well that I was speaking to a friend of mine, and we were talking, and I read some article that was talking about the need for your country to play a vital role. And when he was becoming the WTO, Buhari made some vital calls for her, and so and she came back. Don't forget, she came back to come and say thank you. So even though they did not like Buhari, but they still played that out, and she still got what she wanted. And Nigeria was able to drop somebody for her. So I would not expect her not to know the right thing to do. Probably the people that handled what Twitter handled or some other social media space did not do a good job for her. You know. So I even saved this particular picture on the phone on the screen, you know, to serve as a kind of evidence, like, okay, at least this one had a picture. He had a picture with the president. So, but you know the obedience, how irrational they could be. One man tonight, before I came on the platform, I was seriously mad how these guys have spread propaganda in the country. There was a guy that wrote, he uploaded a video of about 13 minutes saying that Tinubu disgraced Nigeria. Because I watched the session of Ramaphosa, I watched the session of Ilekema, Ilekema from Zambia, and that of William Ruto from Kenya. And he was saying that so. But do you know that in all of this video, he never showed a place where the man actually slept? And I also watched a clip of where Rufai was saying that we normally say that it's very, very rational sometimes, or not objective enough in his analysis. Even was giving kudos to and his other guys from Arise. They were saying, I think the president did well. I watched his video also when he met with the Nigerians in France, Nigerian community in France. So it has always been like that. I think our fellow obedience have already taken this thing to another level. Election has gone. And there's a lot of war going on Twitter about this issue. So when I saw it today, I said, wow, this was what Ngozi was talking about. So you will see that they already had that mind that, come, this guy is not our president. And anybody that they say that is doing something that looks like that, they will be even the first person to voice it out, even more than what the person, they put a correlation to what the person was not even talking about. That's why I said I would believe that Okonjo he understands international politics at the boardroom level, at the governmental level, and at the multinational level, to know that she's supposed to post that of a president, because you said it. She will definitely need the president at a point. I know that the country had to fight for her.
Hold on. Do you think it was a misstep by Madam Ngozi not to have published this photo? Because I mean, she knows the climate. So what took her so long? Yeah. So should she have published a photograph with Tinubu first? Before then publishing with other, do you think she made a mistake?
That was why I made an excuse for her. When I did not expect her to play the ball, even with Buhari, she played. So she made a mistake about that. And she might not know that the obedient guys will what? Do you know one man? This woman was in Nigeria I think 2 weeks ago. You know, when he was talking to the governor, she was one of the keynote speaker at the inauguration of the induction of the governor or something, where all the governors that to be inducted, to be inaugurated after inauguration. She was one of those guys that spoke to them. I even personally interviewed for somebody to have flew down to Nigeria and speak to the governors on different platforms, APC and PDP across board, and she spoke through to them what they need to do. So I don't think she would do that. Probably she made the mistake, or a team that was to undo that made the mistake of not posting the president first. You know, the parties that even attacked her wouldn't have if the what they call the obedient, or what I call disobedient sometimes, have not kind of painted, giving a political coloration to it and stuff like that. So if they are not done that, probably the parties might not, somebody might not offend you. Somebody might offend you.
Dorothy, how long do you think this pace will go on? This narrative of everything, they put a fake spin on the most mundane of things, and then a lot of war will break out around that. So how long can that energy be sustained? Because this is just the latest example in a whole swathe of this sort of behavior. So is this going to be the backdrop of our Tinubu'S administration is this going to be the next 4 years? That every single thing, there's a fake spin, then Tinubu supporters attack back, and then back and forth, back and forth. Is this the next 4 years?
I will be very, very, I'll be very, very straightforward and blunt at this level, sir. This is going to go on for the next 4 years. Like it, you may like it or you may not. I know. I've lived in the Southeast. I understand some of the years I have lived there, so I understand some of the way they normally do their things. This is going to be like that. Even tomorrow, let them pronounce president tomorrow, and still go to court the next 1 year. You see, for the next 4 years, it's going to be like that. Let us just erase our mind, because you know what? I learned, I don't know, probably this week or probably next week or so, they're going to be having, or they're having, I can't remember the date. They're having, that kind of a program that you saw on the before 29th that Obi did on Twitter. They are having another program like that. They are having another. Yes, I saw it on one of my status.
Do you think it is time for Peter Obi to be stepping it down a bit? That's not to say to give up on his push to get. Hold on. Let me. Director, you have to let me ask you a question. Do you feel it is time for Peter Obi to step it down a bit? And that's not to say to give up on his pursuit of a mandate, but all this hopping from one media platform to another, just bubbling up the energy of that space, giving it some sort of should he just step it down, let the court play out, and whatever the verdict is, then everybody goes home? So do you think he should tone it down a bit, Peter Obi?
Thank you, woman. That is the normal thing that should have been done since the matter is in court. That's the normal thing to be done. But the way I'm seeing it, and we are not going to see anything being toned down till the judgment is being pronounced. Both at the presidential election petitions tribunal, and also to probably if they want to pursue it to the Supreme Court. It's not going to be toned down until those judgment comes out. Now, when the judgment comes out, I will predict to say that then he might want to step it a bit down. But I can tell you, more than 50% to 60% will still hold that. They hold out to that hard line, thinking probably they may have a chance in 2027. So that's just it. But that is going fully. I mean, some of them are already, talking about him in a good way. Some of them are dropping, even some of our guys, other guys from other regions also are already thinking, okay, let's give this guy a chance. Let's look at what he's going to do. But probably before they give the judgment. After the judgment, some of them, he will lose some of those guys, some of his followers. He will lose them, especially if Tinubu continues to perform. But I can tell you, about 50% will still be retained. That is when they will still hold on to them, to kind of hold on to their base. Should in case anything slip in the Tinubu camp, they're going to lash on it. And I think I even like that actually, because it keeps the government in check also. It's not that we are talking about Tinubu should just be on God or something. No. Well, we must. It gives democracy. It gives it a very good. It keeps it to become more mature and more robust, so that everybody knows that you have to be put on your toes to do the right thing. So I think I feel like that.
All right, brilliant to help. So thank you, Dorothy, for holding the fort. So I'll come to you with other talking points still, but let me mix it up a bit. Let me bring Ribadu into play. Ribadu, good to see you. Good to have you here. Unmute, Ribadu. All right, I don't think everybody is ready for us yet. Let's go to Uptown. Uptown, are you there? All right. I think we've got Ribadu. Ribadu, are you there? Ribadu.
I'm here. You cannot hear me?
You know, we can now. Good to see you. So that's Ribadu. So Ribadu, you join us, but let's take you away from Nigeria and take you to the eastern part, not eastern Nigeria, but eastern bloc. Putin flees Moscow as Wagner troop advances in rapid onslaught. So are you following what is going on in that space, and what are your thoughts? Is this the shadowy hands of the MI5 and the CIA and the Western world? It looks as though Putin is about to be toppled, or is he, Ribadu?
No, that is well. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, very well. Carry on.
It's a topic that is very dear to me, especially I regard Putin at a very high esteem, but I don't think it is that serious as the media led us to believe. Because just few minutes back, I was watching one of the update about the situation, but Putin is still in Kremlin, he's still in Moscow, and I think one thing that we need to analyze here is, according to, if you follow the history of the Russian people, if there is anything that they are very good at, it's waging war, it's fighting war. Okay, and Wagner Group. If you see the origin of Wagner Group, you will know that they have no future without the backing of Moscow. Okay, almost all the European countries and America, they want the commonality of their need is to see the Wagner Group completely out of history. You understand? So, in my own opinion, there is two theory here, 2 to 3 theories. One, from day one, there is bad blood between the Wagner chief and the Minister of Defense, Shagu. That it's one. And then second, I think the Wagner chief was he's too ambitious, because he does not will any official power in Russia. All the power, all the legitimacy he has, or all whatever he has that he's commanding, be it the troops, be it financially, be it military equipment, the legitimacy he has is directly tied to Putin. So whenever Putin wanted to cut the ropes, he will just cut him off. You understand? So, and this is somebody that Putin knows since his days in St. Petersburg when he was what they call this position, mayor, when he was the mayor of St. Petersburg. Okay, or was it even a deputy mayor, I think. And then still we cannot rule out the situation that maybe it's another form of military tactics to kind of achieve some certain hidden agenda they has. Because believe me, Wagner Group does not have the power to take on the Russian army. You understand? How many are they in number? At most, give or take, let's say maybe 50,000. Russia can easily command over 300 troops, all in all. And there is a very fine line. From day one, Putin kept them independent of the main army. Everybody knows they are just military contractors. You understand? And also, he has a reason of pulling them out of Bakhmut immediately. So in military campaign, in war, all war are based on deception. Nobody really can say for with certainty what is going on between them. Okay, because in I had few years of military background during my secondary school days. I was I'm an ex-boy in Nigerian military school, Zaria. So when it comes to military operation, you have to outwit your opponent, the enemy, at all costs. Now he pulled out the Wagner group from Bakhmut, and he sent in the Chechen fighters, which they are kind of a special force on their own. You understand? And everybody knows now the war it is at its critical stage, because they have exhausted all the Ukrainian army, So NATO itself now are thinking of putting their own boots on the ground, And one thing we cannot deny Putin is that he's a very shrewd man. He has a very good, competent generals. They have one of the most excellent intelligence gathering system well established. You understand? Look at the way they keep bombing the weapon depots. It's a war of strategy.
But Ribadu, why has it taken them? It's going on a year now since they've been fighting Ukraine. So if they are so potent and powerful and clever as you are describing, why is it taking over a year just to take over a tiny little country like Ukraine?
One man. That is why I tell you, war is all about strategy. Initially, from day one, Putin never wanted to have a very short, brutal war. He never wanted to take Ukraine once, because if he used his iron hand, everybody will see him as a villain. Okay, it will be too open, and then the West will have the reason to attack him heads on. See, in 1939, during the Adolf Hitler era, he invaded Poland with 1.2 million troops. Okay, that was the olden days when technologies were not as advanced as they are now. But Putin was, Putin invaded Ukraine with 150, in some narration, 120,000 troops. Let's say 150,000 troops. And he did it in a way that it was too open, because he was amassing those troops on the border of Ukraine for the whole world to see. So that was how he designed the war from the exception. It's not like a lapses or lack of imagination. No. He wanted to bleed the country and at the same time reserve his strength in case if NATO wanted to join the war. Because this man, mind you, he's not just fighting Ukraine alone. He's fighting almost the entire Western bloc, indirectly. It's a semiotical system of warfare he's fighting. So I don't think to me, if you ask me, he is fully capable of dealing with Wagner Group. That is one. And at the same time, I don't even believe that what we are seeing now is the factual thing that it's happening. Perhaps it's one of their shrewd planning, if you ask me. Okay. And then, as I told you earlier, Wagner Group does not command the firepower to take on the Russian forces. And another thing is, the Peskov is a state in Russia where it is believed that the Wagner Group are marching on. If you look at the people are not they are all indoors, and the Russian armed forces were patrolling the area. So there is no certain proof that the Wagner Group really want to engage in war with Russian armed forces or a military mutiny or whatsoever it is. You understand? And then the second thing, if there is even a point of contention, I think the Wagner chief felt he is not being appreciated because he has not been given any official post. He has not been entrusted with anything official that has to do with Russia. His own is just a pure military business stuff. You understand? And Russia was even the fighters in the Wagner groups. They know where the allegiance lies. You know, Wagner group is just a medium of training and paying. Those most of them came from the prison. Who give him the authority to recruit to take on recruits from the prisons? It's the Russian government. So even those soldiers, those fighters that are fighting under the banner of Wagner groups, they know where the thing lies. They know where the real power lies. You understand? So I think his own conflict, his own bad blood is with the Minister of Defense, which in these last month or these 2 months has been getting cold shoulder from Putin himself. You understand? But I'm telling you, time will tell. You know, let's give it a time from here to next month and see how it's going to roll out. But it might just be a
I suspect that we're seeing the end of Putin. You know, I really do. I don't see him lasting another 2 weeks.
One man, today will be the first time I'll disagree with you. You know why?
All right, we'll note it down. Just come back in 2 weeks' time and say, one man, you were right.
Okay, let me convince you. Today, Putin has the highest rating in Russia. More than 84% of Russians want Putin. And one thing you have to understand on what is going to push him off power. Definitely, Wagner Group doesn't hold water to do that. They don't have that capacity. That is one. Okay. And secondly, all this war that he's fighting, he did not use his main force when it comes to personnel. He did not make use of his latest weaponry in his arsenal. You have to take all that into consideration. You understand? And then thirdly, people, not just, I think the entire world has been underestimating Putin over and over and over again. This man, he holds that power for 23 years now. He's in his 23rd year in power. You understand? On off. Even though he shared the presidency with Medvedev some few years back, but he has been in power for 23 years. And he understands his people. He understands Russia. And let me give you one crucial point. On the eve of that invasion, on the eve of the Ukraine invasion, he did one thing that none of Russian leaders ever did. He gathered all the cabinets. They are what they call them the Slovaki, the powerful, because Russia has a different system than any other country in the world. Unlike Europe or America, where the institutions, they have the elite that wield power and position. He gathered all of them in a conference that was televised all over the world. And he asked them one after the other, what did they think? What is their opinion on special military operation in regards to Ukraine? And all of them said, yes, we are in. And the essence of doing that is to tie his fate with the ruling elite, so that the whole world will not. He eliminated the chance of the elite betraying him, and later they will tell the world that no, we were not involved, we did not advise him. He put them on TV, so that the reason why he did that is to make sure there is no betrayal. You understand? Nobody will betray him because they are all committed. So he sealed his fate with their fate along with his own. So the machinery, the security parastatal of Russia, it's still intact. You understand? There is no even question of coming close to Putin. If let's assume means, let's assume that what is happening is the fact. It's the reality on ground. Okay. maybe some other countries, just like the way you mentioned, the intelligence agency of Britain and America and all part of Europe were able to get to the Wagner chief. The only thing they can give him is asylum in one of the European countries or America. You understand? They say, okay, maybe if you go against your boss, we will pardon your crimes and all that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Wagner Group, through the blessing of Russia today, they have a lot of back history, because if you see what they did in Central African countries, from protecting their head of state to mining to license of petroleum, diamond mines, gold mines, I mean, the Western country are not going to forgive that, especially America and England and France. They are not going to allow a Russian person to come and meddle in their turf, in their area of interest. That guy has a lot of hand in Syria, in oil fields of Syria, you understand, and Central Africa, in Congo, in all that. They have all the dealings. The data is there, the information is there. If you do the research, it's all there. So there is no way he would.
Hassan, can I interject a little minute? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? It's like your voice is faint or my voice is faint.
No, go on. We can hear you, but Hassan's voice is faded a little bit. But have that interjection, please.
Okay. Hassan, thank you for the analysis and how like put the word. Anyway, but you forgot to add. You didn't really answer one man the way I wanted you to answer one man. One man, if Putin end the war, Putin can end the war within 1 week. But if Putin end the war within 1 week, then what next? Putin is using the war to bargain their way out of this European group, that is, I mean, the Western power group, from the SWIFT connection to the BRICS. Everything that's going on in the world right now, they're using Ukraine as a collateral. If they end the war, they don't have any other thing to bargain with. But if Putin end the war tomorrow.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Now, you see, BRICS is coming up. It's because of the back of this war, Ukraine war. Putin was under SWIFT system before, but this was started, they gave him sanction and he pulled out immediately. Now they are dealing with him with rupees.
Hold on, your connection is very poor, so there's a lot of background static. But why would they need the Ukrainian war to pull out of SWIFT?
Yeah, because that was a perfect excuse. When the Ukrainian war started.
Hold on. The question: why would he need that? If he doesn't want to be part of it, he would just not be part of it.
Yeah, it's easy to say, but it's not like that. With this Ukraine war, they will say it's at the fault, and he can pull out easily. He can say that he was banned, and actually that was really happened. Well, everything is predicted.
No, hold on. He did not need the war to pull out of SWIFT. Now, why would he? What are you talking about?
SWIFT is one of them, and so many others. He pulled out a lot of stuff. These BRICS are coming up. So many stuff that is going on now that Russia is using, or Putin is using Ukrainian war as a bargain. Now the West.
No, hold on. He's not using the Ukrainian war as a bargain for anything. The Ukrainian war, I don't know if you know the backdrop to the Ukrainian war. Ukraine was making moves to join NATO, and Ukraine is about 6 hours from Russia, and Putin could not have NATO being at the doorstep of that country. So he said no. Ukraine said they would go their way through, and then he had no choice. So it's not anything to do with SWIFT.
Yeah, one man, yes. Ukraine, that Finland is already in NATO. Ukraine was thinking of joining NATO, and he warned them they should not join NATO. And Ukraine was making move, not that they have submitted application, and he warned them that if they tried, he will invade. Meanwhile, don't forget, there was already an onslaught on some areas in Ukraine on Russia-speaking people in Ukraine that was going on before that time. So when they was making that move, and he warned them by December he will make move if they don't stop, and they didn't stop, and he make move. Actually, the war would have ended in 2 weeks or 1 month. Because actually, almost 1 month, Russia must took over. It was almost in tears.
All right, I'm not sure what yeah, but it's nothing to do with Swift. But let
But one man, this. Sorry, I'm in my yard. This is what there's a lot of international politics playing on under this war, and it's profiting Ukraine and Russia and its ally like China and the rest people. Because this war now, so many things is going on, and the West is backing down in so many stuff. You see France running to Africa, making deals which we can never get before. America now is turning down their iron-handed policy because this Ukrainian war that is going on. So much is going on. We cannot.
No. It's nothing to do with the Ukrainian war. France realigning itself with Africa is all about the Chinese move and the rebalancing of the world. So they don't want to be caught out. So that's that. And the Ukrainian war is nothing to do with the SWIFT system. So the SWIFT system is a consequence of Russia's. But let Ribado come in. Ribado, your voice faded a little bit. Ribado.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Am I clear?
We can hear you now. Did you? Yeah, you are clear. Did you hear what World Peace said? That was completely left field. All of that.
Yeah, I think he has not been following the development there. So what I want to add is this: Putin, at this very moment now, everything is going perfectly his way. Okay, as you can see, even the French Macron body language is showing that, because the guy has been preaching the gospel of European independence for long. You understand? Even during Trump regime, they had some standoff with Macron when it comes to policy. You know, he's a proponent of independent Europe than being a puppet of America. So the way in geopolitics now, or in the world politics now, everything is going as exactly as Putin's wanted. You understand? He has the backing of BRICS, and BRICS is becoming more and more advanced at this very moment. And also,
sorry, Ribadu, this idea that that the Ukrainian war is a Trojan horse for other things, this idea that War Peace is putting forward, is there any veracity to that? Is this
no.
I wasn't on board with that. But carry on.
No, it is not. Do you know when? Okay, have you seen when the African leaders went to see the Ukraine leader? After that, they proceed to see Putin. Did you see the evidence he provided, the agreement he had with Zelensky and a Turkish president and some certain European countries? You know, when he started the onslaught into Ukraine, before he targeted Kiev, but along the way he pulls his soldiers from Kiev to the other part of southeast part of the country. You understand? Nobody knew the reason then. It was after the African delegation went there, he produced the document. He says, this is the agreement we had with Zelensky, and it's based on this agreement that we were able to pull our soldiers. But at the end of the day, he refused. He refused to honor that agreement. He provided it on paper. He showed it to the African delegation. I don't know if you guys have seen that. You understand? And even what's the name? The nephew of JFK, the Kennedy, the senator. You understand? He says Ukrainian war can be ended within a week. Why? Because if you recall the Minsk agreement that Putin signed during this German Chancellor Angela Merkel, you understand? They had an agreement. They signed it, but they refused to honor it. So that was what the Senator Kennedy, sorry, it's not Senator, was it Kennedy? I'm confusing them because there are two senators of almost the same name, okay? This guy that have a speech impediment. He says...
I don't know American politics, but carry on, yeah.
Okay, he says, if they honor the Minsk agreement, it's an agreement they signed in Belarus, Minsk, okay, and if Zelensky and the West will honor that agreement, fine, he will pull his soldiers out of the territory that he did not occupy prior to the war. So it's mean even now, if Putin is going to pull away from Ukraine government has to give autonomy to those regions, the Russian-speaking regions in inside Ukraine. And Crimea is out.
That will mean they've already taken the Crimean. I think they took the Crimean already, Russia. But then if Ukraine gives up the Russian-speaking territories within their domain, then that would mean cutting up the country. Then they will be surrounded. They will be surrounded, would they not?
No, yeah, you're quite correct. You understand, but what he says is to give them autonomy, self-autonomy, meaning more like a government within a government, but the what they call it, the special list will still reside with the president of Ukraine, meaning they will still spend the Ukrainian currency. They will in international policy.
No, that wouldn't work. Now, was that not how they took Ukraine as Crimea, and then took the Black Sea and all that? When they went in and they did this fake referendum, and then that's how we usually operate. They will grant them that sub-autonomy, and then they will ask that the Russians people that they should have a referendum to say if they want to continue to be part of Ukraine or not, and then they'll pull them out. So we've seen him use that technique before.
Yes, one man. You see, international politics is entirely something else, okay? There is nothing like gentleman in international politics. Because in international politics, self-interest always come first, okay? What Putin is saying is, he will in no any shape or form allow NATO to come close to Ukraine or Georgia. And he has been saying this since 2011, in fact, since 2008. Okay, even in the Minsk agreement prior to the invasion of Ukraine, his demands were no more eastward of NATO. He don't want NATO on his backyard. They agreed. But at the end of the day, even Angela Merkel said we only agreed that to give us window of time to train Ukrainian soldiers. That was just it. So it's all deception and diplomacy. That is what international politics is all about. You buy time till you grow stronger, then you stand your ground. And this guy, I'm telling you, Russia has never had in a long time. Russia had never had, I think, since the Red Tsar, Nikita Khrushchev was the last person of such magnitude. You understand? But Russia has never had it right on a leader like this. And also, we should be mindful, every country have their own system, have their own peculiarities. So what is working in America, or what we perceive as the right thing in America or England or West, might not will not be suitable for Russian people. So that, in fact, the whole battle since World War II, since the Cold War, has been for people to respect each other. You understand? Not the other way around. That is just the point that this guy has been saying in so many languages, in so many ways. Respect us, deal with us as an equal, but you cannot shift your democracy, your form of democracy, and impose it on us. This is what he's saying. And eventually, look at the way he systematically silenced all his opponents, from poisoning to assassination. I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but it is a necessary thing to do. Just like the way Tinubu said, nobody will give you power. You have to grab it and run away with it. And for Putin to come into power and divorce his wife, from there, if you are a history of power, of political power, you know that that guy means business. He made himself flawless. All the loopholes, all the weakness that people will take advantage of, he get rid of it. You know, he has no wife, he has no good connection or relationship with his children. They don't visit him, he don't visit them.
Is he not married to Rupert Murdoch's ex-wife now? That Chinese woman.
No. That one is just a flint. He's not married to anyone. Since he divorced his wife, he had so many girlfriends, but he's not married to anyone. And he did that because he dedicated his entire being to political power and the strengthening of Ukraine, of Russia. And let me also make one point. If you want to understand who Putin is, he has aligned himself with the country to the extent that nobody is thinking of Russia without Putin. Today, if Putin accidentally died, he did not leave any structure for immediate or peaceful transition to other person. You understand? All he has centralized it vertically, in a sense that everything he was able to centralize the whole operational system linked down only to him. And that is the only way he can make Russia strong again. And you look, he beat the sanctions. He was able to bring China a bit closer to India. These are arch rivals. You understand? But through BRICS, and look at, he was able to have enormous influence in Middle East. And no Russian head of state, no Russian president since the time of Alexander the Tsar, nobody ever wielded that influence of Russian hands into the Middle East. But today, look at the sympathies he is gathering from the Middle East. So a matter of this guy, somebody is trying to bring a coup and take him down. That will never happen, I'm telling you. You understand? It's somebody that really understands how power works. Because what makes country or head of state strong is the capacity of the nation and the ability he has to exploit the power of presidency which he is occupying. That is why people call him the strong. Even the Western media, the CNN, Al Jazeera, and the rest, they are calling him the strong man in the world. Not like I mean, even China is stronger than Russia, both militarily, both economically wise. You understand, both with influence. But man, look at the influence. Look at the respect this man is commanding in the world state. Excuse me. So these are, I'm telling you, one man, Putin will still remain there. He's there, and things are coming very, very timetable format the way he planned it. Because in August, what people fail to understand is this: in August, BRICS are going to have their major summit in August. And do you know, BRICS today, they have their own development bank, they have the cultural committee, they have the international trade committee.
But it's dollar backed though. Their development bank is dollar backed.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you, this is for now. These people were able to clone IMF. They were able to clone World Bank. All their structures, if you go through their structures, you will know that the only thing that is missing is their currency. And the day these people say, okay, this is our currency, imagine what will happen. Imagine the potential of that. So the Western intelligentsia, the military intelligence, the spy network of the West, they are all working round a clock to dwarf Putin's ambition. You understand? So all these things are happening before us, and we are keen listeners. We are watching what is unfolding with our number 6, and we are waiting to see. So this is my humble submission. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. I never knew you were that studied in that space. I thought people would not be interested, but certainly people are monitoring that space. You certainly are. Let me bring you back home, Ribadu. Attacks between obedient Baptist shows depth of Nigeria's polarization. So this is Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, who has been forced to publish a photograph of herself and Tinubu at the Paris summit. So you've seen the back and forth that forced her to this space. So what are you then making then of what that little cameo was and Madam Ngozi's commentaries?
Well, one man, I think there is one speaker was talking about the obedience. He says that we are going to see something of that nature for the next 4 years. Okay, which yes. I agree with him. But you see, in a country as complex as ours, Nigeria, prejudice, it's a human nature. Okay, sometimes when you are analyzing these kind of things, this kind of development, you have to bring into consideration the nature of that group of people. Okay, but if we want to look at it in a more logical manner or more logical sense, okay, even God forbid, but today, if any court rules out that Tinubu is not the president of Nigeria, that mandate is not going to Obi. It's going to who came second. And I have been saying this time and time in a lot of places, you know. I see no logic in me coming number 3, fighting person who comes number 1. Because even if I won, the court will not going to say, okay, you number 3, because you are the one fighting it, now you are the one to succeed. The number 2 is there, and the law says the number 2 has to be considered. And one thing I really, what I don't like about all this obedience noise is this. They are destroying their integrity day by day. What would have been to the advantage was just to keep quiet, appreciate the success they did, and build more bridges, gather more momentum. You understand? Synergize. Talk to people
Ribadu, do you feel that there's a sense that they feel that they have been?
There is what?
So do you feel that there is a sense that the obedient space, and if we are speaking about the obedient space, and then for the purposes of the conversation, we know that there are obedience right across all the ethnic stock in Nigeria, but the abundance of it is the southeastern space. So do you feel that there is a sense that they feel that they have been and they are being permanently excluded from the power play in Nigeria? Do you think they feel that sense that they are being excluded from the top end of power in Nigeria, and this is what we're seeing manifesting in all these wild behaviors that we are seeing? Have you given thought to that?
Yeah. One man, let me try and conclude it because my battery is quite low. Okay.
Oh, all right.
The issue is this. Okay. In power, quite everybody knows in Nigeria. Everybody knows that the Igbo's nation has been marginalized when it comes to power. Okay, but in politics, there is no morality in politics. Okay. You cannot say, I deserve it, therefore everybody should give it to me. No, even if you deserve it, you still have to work for it. You understand? So this noise you're making, they are still making more damage. You understand? And these are people with a lot of potentials. I always used to tell you that I have soft spot for Igbo people, okay? Because they are very, very industrious. Today, you can count a lot of billionaires that are Igbos before you can count any, you know. They are very good in business. They are very good in communication. The only problem is that they are foul temper, you understand. They are so hot-headed that sometimes it blind their eyes, they cannot see reasons. You know, they always says the quiet man in the room is the most respected man in that room. So what I will have, even if they have reason for making all these noises, they are still tarnishing their image more and more day by day. I mean, it's indeed good for us as Nigerians, for the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Fulanis, the rest. It is good for us to say, okay, enough is enough. Let us give these people a chance. They are also Nigerians. They are contributing to the tax that Nigeria is making money. You know, they are contributing to development. Look at the estates they are building in Abuja. They are giving employment to people. But the issue is, are they ready to accept that responsibility? You understand? Are they building the necessary social infrastructure, socialization with the other ethnicity in Nigeria to accept that? If they are doing it, why not? Do you know Tinubu is the reason behind the success of Mala Buni to emerge as a governor of Yobe State? This is somebody that has never been even a local government chairman, from councillorship to secretary, national secretary of APC, and from national secretary of APC to governor of Yobe. And it is all because of backing of Tinubu and the support Tinubu gave him. So imagine if Tinubu sitting in Lagos can wield influence.
I thought Mia Malabune was working against Tinubu.
No.
Was it not in the Ahmed Lawan camp? I thought he, Maman Daura, and Abubakar Malami, I thought those were the people that were trying to stop Tinubu.
No. Buni, certainly, I can tell you with full authority that he's not part of it, because Lawan, the former Senate president, was from Yobe State. He has to show him courtesy of listening to him. You understand? But up to date, if you can recall, wherever you see Kashim, you see Malabuni. You understand? Prior to that, nobody knew Malabuni in Yobe State. But because Tinubu said, no, this is my boy. You understand? In fact, the outgoing governor never even knew anything about Buni. He has to say, okay, if this guy is coming, he has to marry my daughter. And he gave his daughter to the incoming governor before he handed the power to him, so that at least he will have certain grip, no matter how tangible, no matter how little it is. You understand? But anyway, the logic I'm trying to give here is, if a Yoruba man sitting in Lagos State, okay, will have such long network, will have loyalists, will have boys, will have connection, because he has developed that structure for long, it is easy for him to capitalize on that. So I would love to see the Igbo people keeping that noise away, try to penetrate to the Yoruba land, to the Hausa land, to the Nupes, to the Fulanis, because they are everywhere. For heaven's sake, let's come together. I am a Fulani man, core to core, okay? But I'm telling you, as a new Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian, I don't feel good the way these people are marginalized. It is not fair, because it will keep bringing problem to the country. But the issue is, they have to rise the anthem. They have to raise the anthem. They have to rise to the occasion. They have to be ready. They have to be prepared. You understand? They have to establish that certain.
You see, Ribado, there's an ideological chasm playing out in the southeast at the moment, and it will come into full play after this tribunal, or after all this legal stuff are out of the way. So that ideological chasm, there's a divide, there's a crossroad at the southeast. So there's there's a political ideology being brewed up by the Anambra State Governor Soludo, which is that sort of politics that you are describing, that it has to be all-encompassing, it has to be embracing, it has to be politics of alliance if the Southeast is to come into the center stage. So that's what if you read his essay that he wrote a few months ago, it's all embedded in there, that that it is time to abandon the Nzobo, those are his words, not mine, that it is time to abandon the Nzobo politics because it has never worked and it never will. And we have seen the highest achievement that Nzobo politics can ever achieve with Peter Obi. So this is his crescendo now. So he's asking them to pivot from that to go in the direction of that Tinubu'S alliance politics. So he's presenting that. But on the other hand, what holds sway at the moment is exactly that sort of Nzobo politics that Peter Obi plays. So that's the ideological chasm that is going on there. And how they pivot will tell us then how they're, because if they don't pivot to Soludo, they will always end up with this sort of Peter Obi narrative that is playing out now. So do you see how that is playing out? Do you, what's your thoughts on that, Ribadu? Oh, have we lost you to your phone? Oh, I think we've lost Ribadu. I think it's our phone. His phone. Ribadu. Oh yeah, and there it is. We lost him. But I think we've gained Uptown. So Uptown, are you there?
I'm here, Oman.
Salam alaikum.
I'm here for you. I'm here for the platform. Thank you, guys. Welcome.
Good to have you here. So good to have you here. So let me take you straight then to the headline on the screen. Tinubu attacks between obedient parties shows depth of Nigeria's polarization. Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala are taking time out from managing the global finances to wag fingers at our own nation citizens. So what are you making of this little cameo that just played out over the last few hours? Madam Ngozi publishing then her interactions at the Paris summit, the people she met, putting that out on her Twitter space, notably missing Tinubu, of course, and then that took on a life of its own. So what are you then making of the back and forth that led to Madam Ngozi having to show photos and wag fingers?
All right, woman, thank you very much. And thank you to my fellow panelists, and thank you to all fans of One Man platform across the globe, and fans of Uptown. If you love me, like Bat will say, click the subscribe button and like, so that the algorithm will have to prescribe the show for more listeners. Thank you. All right, one man. Before I delve into the NOI issue, let me steal 10 seconds to address my brother that just spoke.
Ribadu.
Yes, because people are always one of the issues we have here in Nigeria is short memory, and the issue of short memory is especially in our polity. You know, people are quick to spin things. I think we have to be the greatest spinners in the whole political spinners in the whole world. And people go it around saying South is not building bridge. They are playing this politics. They have never. Southeast has never been in the opposition until 2015. So I don't know what people are talking about. Ojukwu campaign for Shagari, one of the most popular campaign videos ever in the internet space, was Ojukwu campaigning for Shagari in Lagos State, where he made a comment that Lagos is the melting point for all Nigerian tribes. vote for Shagari and all that. Southeast has been in national politics in the center since 1999. In fact, my brothers in the Southwest only joined the center in 2015. And just 8 years down the line, people are already talking about, oh, Southeast, this is what you can do to get to this. No, they have always been in the center in the last 16 years before 2015. 2015, Goodluck Jonathan messed up, and then it shifted and all that. So people coming to create narratives that is non-existent. Ekwueme stepped down in 1999. He was one of the founding fathers of PDP, which was the biggest party in Africa at the time. He was almost given the credit of almost finding the party himself, and he stepped down in 1999. And all of that. Rocha, so many Igbos playing at the center, collaborations with the North over the years in PDP and all that. And then suddenly 2015, and people are,
why do you think that narrative is in play then, that that the Southeast does not play outreach politics? Because of course, this is not the first time you are hearing it.
Yes, that's why I decided to address it. I listened to a guy that addressed it last year. A political analyst. That's why I say that our polity is a politics of spinning. People want to spin and hope that and nobody calls them out. At least they can get away with it. But then when we actually all sit down in the round table, we'll find out that most of the narratives are just, when you say something 5 times, it begins to sound like the truth. But when you start digging deep, you find out that it does not even have any legs. The table is not standing on any legs, when people want to, it's just like, for you to call a dog a bad name, you have to hang something on the dog, yeah? So people will just come out and say, no, they've never. Southeast only started playing opposition policy in 2015. That's the fact. And it's just 8 years. 8 years ago. That's all. So that's, by the way. One man, straight to NOI space. So it is very, very interesting space, one man. And it's a space that I've had a free day for almost 48 hours now. So it afforded me the time to take full participation in the NOI saga, as I call it, on Twitter space.
Before you go
Yes.
into it, how was it birthed? Who birthed this space?
Ronu Group birthed it.
It wasn't the Obedience.
The Obedience couldn't have birthed it anyway. See what happened one month.
Because what they were saying was that the Obedience were applauding that Madame Ngozi snubbed Tinubu in Paris, and then they were celebrating that in their usual manner, and then the Tinubu followers then went after Madame Ngozi, that's the usual manner that they have as well. And then, of course, it then spiraled into Madame Ngozi having to release photographs. So, but that's what people say.
Okay. It depends on who is making the reports. It is the same playbook. It's not anything different with other things that happen on Twitter, and people hang it on Obedience. When the respected Nobel laureate Wale Soyinka made the comment about fascism, Obedient can come to claim that the APC guys, they were celebrating it, saying, yes, you see, even Soyinka knows you guys are fascist. He said it. He said none of that. So it's almost like he gave them the leeway to start pushing the word fascism on a candidate and millions of his followers, and then saying that it came from a Nobel laureate, so that means it's a solid place. And and then Obedience can say that's why we push back at Soyinka, but that is not true. One man, what happens is very simple. NOI started posting pictures, and the Ronu group, Yoruba Ronu, that is a particular section of the APC supporters, they started quoting her tweets and started insulting this woman. They started ethnicizing it in the normal APC fashion, nothing surprising. They started calling her out and saying that Igbo will never be president. You went to Paris, you didn't even greet Tinubu, you didn't meet him, you cropped his pictures out from your pictures. You a bigot, you have not achieved anything in your life. There's nothing they didn't say about NOI on Twitter. And I'm talking about known influencers of APC, including the names that push their narratives on Twitter. And at first, I was like, why are these guys crying? First of all, from even the caption of NOI, where you said pictures from the event, she said more photographs from the event, only means that there are more photographs to be posted, and she's posting in batches. I was like, first comment I made on Twitter before I started trolling them because of their stupidity is I was like, actually, from the caption shows that more photographs are probably coming. Maybe she's not done with posting, but people say going around saying Southeasterner. She's not even Southeasterner, she's a Southerner. But they say Southeasterners, bigotry, they hate Tinubu because they hate Yorubas. I'm like, you guys cannot make Tinubu a Yoruba standard in Nigeria. Such that if somebody say Tinubu is stupid, it translates to Yoruba is stupid. That's a very useless tribal narrative. But then that is what APC uses. One man is very simple. NOI posted picture. They started attacking her based on tribe. They didn't even attack her as maybe you hate Tinubu, you don't like Tinubu, madam. No, they said, Igbos, you guys hate Yorubas. That is why your girl, your woman, whatever, that have not achieved anything in her life, that's why she's doing this to Tinubu and all that. So, and then Obedience was like, and I love what Obedience did. Unlike what APC guys did during showing cast time, Obedience never called it a Yoruba attack, never called it that Yorubas are attacking an Igbo woman. Obedience, all the pushback go to Twitter. They're pushing back that APC, why are you crying? APC, why are you attacking somebody that is representing us on the global stage just because you feel she didn't post a picture of your favorite man? And nobody made it, but then APC guys was making it a Southeastern problem. Southeasterners did this, Southeasterners. No, address Madam Okonjo Iweala if you want to talk. But that's a bad point made. The hypocrisy in each one man is the fact that when people are talking about, I want to use it to draw attention to my position with the whole hang something on the neck of a dog or call a dog a bad name. Hang something on a dog to call a dog a bad name, right? Which is being done on Obedience. And I keep saying that the actions of Obedience online is not necessarily an Obedience thing. It is a Nigerian thing. If you deem the body language of Nigerians online as fascist, of Obedience online as fascist, that means that Nigerians are fascist. Because there is nothing Obedience do that is different from what Nigerians do.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, knowing the landscape as she does or as she should do, do you think Madam Ngozi should have made sure to publish her photograph with her president first before going around the world publishing about Kenyan president, Ugandan president, and all of these nondescript people? Do you think she dropped the ball?
No, she didn't drop the ball. It is us that thinks that Madam Okonjo is up there on Twitter every now and then, listening to banters. She has a serious work doing, and she's representing Africa there. And in a place where African leaders are, she must have taken, assuming maybe there was no picture with Tinubu in existence, but there was a picture with Tinubu and picture with several other people.
No,
and she said it clearly.
But she released that picture after the event.
She started releasing pictures after event.
No, after the little skirmish, after the thing blew out, that was when she released the picture to defend herself. What I am suggesting is that that should have been the first picture that this is me and my president, and then this is me and other presidents. Not this is me and other presidents, and then latterly, after a lot of brouhaha, then she says, "Oh, I met Tinubu too."
This is not Madam Ngozi taking pictures with her phone to show you, to prove to you that who she met and who she didn't meet. This is pictures that is coming from an event. This woman is heading World Trade Organization, representing Africa. So she's an international figure. She's not a Nigerian. She's not a Nigerian ambassador to America or whatever it is.
She's a Nigerian first before she is anything else.
You don't expect Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala to have the mindset of people that spend 24 hours a day on Twitter fighting among themselves and trying to prove themselves wrong.
Are you saying she doesn't know the Nigerian landscape or what is going on in her own country?
What is going on in her country is not what is going on the internet is different. It's on another level. You get what I'm saying? And I'm even sure that she was called upon. Her attention was brought upon what the controversies that is going on Twitter, where she felt she should speak to it. But then it is a non-issue. The only problem is that this woman happened to be Igbo and happened to post pictures without Tinubu in it. And APC, in their normal fashion, made it a tribal issue and started creating chaos everywhere online, unnecessarily. And I told you that this woman's first caption said, she posted 2 badges of pictures. She said, more pictures coming. So that means that she's posting badges. If you check the captions on Twitter, it was clear. Even me, the first time this whole thing started, I said, this caption shows that more pictures are obviously coming. So why are people funny? See, the thing is that it's just a gotcha. It's just a gotcha scenario where these APC guys are looking for a way to paint that anybody that's Igbo is against Tinubu. So any loophole, anything they find anywhere, they maximize it. But I have to thank Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala.
Which picture did she release first?
That's the question. It doesn't understand the importance of that.
Which picture did she release first?
Madam, she released pictures with several people in the event.
Who are
presidents
those people? Who are those
and diplomats and what have you.
Okay, she released those first, but her president, her country, the country that sponsored her to that position she occupied today, this country that fought for her to occupy that position, the president of that country is there. She didn't post that one first to promote Nigeria, because the president was there to market Nigeria and to promote Nigeria to the world. And now she is not joining the president to promote and market Nigeria in the same vein. So you think she has not done anything wrong, but she can commit her effort into promoting other leaders, but not her own leader.
Babaja, what do you mean by promotion?
What do you think that the president went to do there?
No, what do you mean by her promoting other leaders?
By posting their pictures and not posting. Hold on. And not posting her president picture. She's promoting their presence there because she is one of the leaders in this world, the World Trade Organization Director General. So she's promoting others. She's not promoting our own leader. So you think there's nothing wrong. This is not about tribal. This is about it's about you know, a sensitive uh, how do I describe it? She committed an error. Maybe I should do it that she committed, she miscalculated by posting the leaders, by posting the picture of other leader before our own leader. It's a big miscalculation, and a lot of people will interpret it in so many ways.
No.
Ajale Koko, one of the ways that people will interpret it, which they have interpreted it, and thank God for her that she did take a picture with Tinubu. It is an order of importance. That's how they will say it. So she's released the photographs in the order of importance. So who should be more important to her own president, or the president of XYZ country in Africa?
Woman.
Hold on, Darcy. Let Uptown address that.
Okay.
No, I just want to chip in something. Okay, don't worry.
Okay,
I just want to ask him something. You know, one of the issues, you know, one man, when I spoke earlier on, you know, I was also towing that line that probably, let's say she made a mistake. She did not, which is not it's not excusable, just like Babaja was also saying. But the narrative on the different social media spaces were also fueling, they were putting petrol on the fire. I saw a lot of videos where obedient bloggers were talking about, oh, they disgraced Tinubu, this is not the, you know, how do we then reconcile these things? Even though I know that woman probably might not, because she's not the one in charge of her team, of her social media handles. Somebody would definitely be handling that for her, but they will get an approval from her. But we expect her to have done the right thing. But I think we should just say that, oh, probably she made a mistake and she should admit that. But not that we come here and be spinning things based on what is going on online.
All right. So that's the sentiment of the space. Would you at least concede, Uptown, that she made an error, maybe an unwitting error in judgment, not to have released the photograph with her president first?
No, I don't concede to that. It's very, very simple. And that is why I say I respect her for even bothering to clear it out. Somebody like Soludo will not even bother to clear it out, because she probably is not an arrogant person. If she's an arrogant person, she won't bother.
Is it because the Soludo did not support to be? Is that why you are trying to mischaracterize that guy? How do you know?
I'm not mischaracterizing him. He's my man too. I'm only telling you. I'm only telling you his attitude.
Hold on. I believe Soludo would have posted his picture and Tinubu first before any other person, because it's a man that really believes in that country, and we have seen the way he.
So Ngozi does not believe in Nigeria anymore because Tinubu's picture didn't come first.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. You are saying
okay.
that. So Soludo has demonstrated that yes, he believes in Nigeria, and he will always stand out for the best of the country all the time. And that is why you have seen him consistently, without fear or anything, asking Nigeria to do the right thing, that release Nnamdi Kanu for me. It's not from the same state with Nnamdi Kanu now, but he's looking for the peace in Nigeria. And he thinks that releasing Nnamdi Kanu can solve insecurity problem in his homeland, in his Igbo land. So don't mischaracterize Soludo, because he never supported so That's my take on that.
Okay. It's all right. Eh, anybody? I'm laughing because I'm more closer to Soludo than you are. So I wonder why you think you love him more than I do.
Person closer to everybody. You are closer to B. You are closer to Soludo. You are closer to.
Okay, sorry, I take that back.
You're closer to Madam Ngozi. Who is that person?
Are you closer to Jesus though? That's the right question. Are you closer to Jesus? Look at
Jesus,
this
my personal Lord and Savior. Okay. That aside, it's very, very simple. Babaja, I am not characterizing Soludo, and I campaigned for Soludo with the same vigor, the same energy I used to campaign for Obi. It's really very simple, because I think he has the capacity to be the governor. I think he will have a better capacity than Val at the time. I preached for him everywhere, social media, offline, online, anywhere. But
all right, quickly
yeah,
pivot back to Ngozi.
yeah. I'll pivot back to just for Baba to calm down, know that I don't have anything personal against him. But I've always hold the thought, even when I was campaigning for him, I've always hold the thought, which is true, that he has something I tagged at the time. I called it intellectual arrogance. But I felt the intellectual arrogance would not stop him from delivering for Anambra people, and that's why I kept campaigning for him. So that's on that space. But the one man is very simple. When you have a media team, or when you work with people, whether it's commissioners, ministers, or you work with politicians or whatever it is, and they have a media team. Now, when you're getting photographs from events as such as this, you get it in badges according to the people that you're sourcing these photographs for. And the more you get, the more you post, the more you get. That's if you're even interested in posting events from the whatever from the events. And that's what this woman has come out clearly, with no arrogance, no pomposity, no pride, like somebody in her status would be expected to have. And on time, it didn't even pass 24 hours, quickly, with her status, to come and clear that they posted these stuffs were posted according to as they sourced the pictures. I'm not sure Ngozi Okonjo Iweala is a state governor that goes around with personal photographer. So when you source these pictures, even us in the entertainment industry,
she has personal photographers, by the way. For a job, of course, she must have, but carry on.
I doubt if she has anyway, but then
she must have now.
But as I'm saying,
she must
have. As I was saying, the reference from, okay, for example, in my industry now, if we do industry nights or we host a show, usually, if your manager is sourcing photographs, maybe you want to really, really give a detail of the shows, as they are getting sourcing the photographs from the creators, they are posting it as they are sourcing it. Nobody has room to go back to a situation room later after 2 days to start posting it according to who you love most and who you love less. That is just people on Twitter. Just I don't even expect to hear that narrative when I came to the platform. I expected it to end in Twitter. I didn't know it will have to cross to a platform such as this for people to hold that kind of narrative here. But then, I won't be surprised about anything. The simple thing is that Nigerians are very impatient people. One. And I'm telling you, my friends who are foreigners, who are not Nigerians, this is the idea they hold about Nigeria as a whole. Very impatient, very aggressive. And a report I read, I think it's a 2020 report or so, rating Nigeria Twitter as the most toxic online space in the world. And Nigeria are ranking the highest in online trolling in the entire world. And I think Babajide of TVC also did a particular show on that report about Nigerians ranking the highest in online trolling. So it's something has been mastered with Nigerian space in terms of internet. But now, because a particular political group controls the highest chunk of that space, it now looks like that character is peculiar to that political group. It's not true. It has been shown today that it's a general thing with the way APC guys feasted on such a respectable daughter of Nigeria, such a person that has made us so proud with everything she has done in her life with excellence, and it took them a split seconds of impatience, of violence, of attack to bring her to the mud. You need to go to Twitter and read the unprintable things being said to this woman in just that space of hour between those pictures posted. So for us to come and then people that came to this platform to condemn the people that attacked Soyinka for calling a candidate and his millions of supporters, because Soyinka said obedience, he didn't say some obedience. So that means he's including my dad and my mom, to call them fascists. And then they pushed back, and some people came to the platform and defended and said, no, you can't push back at Soyinka. He's a Nobel laureate. He's God. He's untouchable. And then the same people come back to the platform to defend the case of Okonjo Iweala, where Okonjo didn't even call anybody fascist. Okonjo didn't call people what was, I don't know, his big languages. Okonjo didn't call people headless mobs. Okonjo didn't even pour fire. She was so quick in a couple of hours to come and say, this is what happened. This is what happened. We need to unite and preach message of unity immediately. What was Soyinka doing? Soyinka was pouring more fuel. He was granting more interview and causing more problems.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? But yes. People that defended that is why I hate hypocrisy. People that defended that in the platform and spoke up for Soyinka and spoke up for other people are now coming back to speak on the other side when it involves an Okonjo Iweala. And people that are saying obedience and insulting, the same people were here when APC people insulted Obasanjo just for backing Obi. They didn't call nothing. They did not. That's when I learned words like Omwale. That's when I learned words like bastard, Yoruba Runu. What was that one?
You're a Lagosian and you don't know the word Omwale. You must be living a privileged life. Oh. How can you be in Lagos and you don't know Omwale?
I used to hear, but it's not. I mean, it became an anthem. People that insulted Obasanjo, people that insulted Baba Adebanjo, who is 95 years old, older than their grandfathers, people that insulted Osimanjo for just expressing his free right to contest.
Hold on.
People that insulted Osimanjo for just expressing political
hold on, Wale, I did say. People that I think people want to come in,
Yes. So people that insulted Obasanjo, insulted Adebanjo at 95, insulted Osibanjo, a sitting vice president, insulted Chimamanda Adichie, somebody that has accomplished so much for the nation outside the country, insulting Rufai just because they do not share their political view, insulted people, even Macaroni, Ngozi Okonjo. I'm coming. Let me land just 10 minutes. Up 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Sorry. Up the Ezekwesili. They have taken that woman to the cleaners on Twitter. There's nothing they have not done to that woman on Twitter. Now it's the turn of Ngozi Okonjo Iweala. But people come here and tell me that it's obedience that's doing that because it suits their narrative. And when it suits their narrative, the only time Baba Aja has defended the attack of somebody that is pro-Obi is when he affected Obasanjo because he has a personal view and personal life for Obasanjo. That is hypocrisy. And I call that respectfully.
All right, brilliant. Stay there. You still have the floor, but a lot of people want to come in on this topic. So let me bring Wale in. I'll come to you in a moment, enigmatic, but Wale joins us for the first time. So I suspect that it is this Madam Ngozi space that brought you in. So let's hear from you. Good to meet you, Wale.
Yeah, thank you very much, woman. And my fellow mates in the house, I want to greet everybody wherever you are. I'm calling from Toronto, Canada. Good evening here. Good morning in London and Nigeria. Without wasting your time, I've been following your programs for the past months, and this is my first time of talking live. Let me start from the last caller. I didn't know this. I couldn't remember.
Uptown is one of the OGs of the platform. Uptown.
Yes. Yeah, woman. The basic thing that I want you to understand is I am very sorry to use this word. Every average Igbo man is obedient, and they play when other regions, when they play a little bit of the kind of cards they play, they try as much as possible to make you the victims. Tribalism, bigotry, they play it, and that is exactly what Obi was playing. Now, the old man that spoke, there are a lot of inconsistencies in his. I don't want to use the word lies.
No. Take it to Madam Ngozi instead.
Okay.
Because, take it to Madam Ngozi. Yeah.
Number one, during right from the First Republic, Igbo has never supported anything that has to do with Yoruba candidate. It has never happened.
But Madam Ngozi is not Igbo.
Anyway, it depends on how you classify it. Because this election 2023 had made us to know that even you don't have to come from the main southeast for you to become an Igbo. There are Igbos in the Edo. There are some Igbo.
I hope you are not that. I hope you are not another Igbo hater, because I think we have the full complement of those.
I am not an Igbo hater. I'm trying to like the caller now says. Dr. Ekweme stepped down for your Obasanjo in 1999, which was 100% lie. And as a matter of fact, because they use 1999 was used to compensate Yoruba because of the loss of Abiola that won election during June 12th, and he was killed. To compensate, do you know that Dr. Ekweme insisted that he will not step down?
Sorry, Wale. I don't want to break up your thoughts or anything like that, but let me narrow it to just the Madam Ngozi space. So there was criticisms that she was publishing photographs of other dignitaries that she met, and she was accused of snubbing her president. She's now brought out the photo with her president to debunk that and admonish the space. So narrow it to that space.
And okay, to that side. Ordinarily, there shouldn't have been an issue, but look at it. Okonjo Iweala, for goodness sake, is representing Africa. Is a Nigerian force before Africa and before the world. Otherwise, and that is the reason wherever whatever like Ngozi Iweala goes throughout the world, that African dress, she normally showcase it everywhere. Diplomatical wise, she's very, very advanced and very, very exposed in even international politics. She should know that before she even does anything at all, she must first of all verify all the pictures that she has before she even try to go into with Twitter. How will you share pictures with other head of states, other presidents, and your own the constituency that you come from? Without Nigeria, who is she representing? She's representing Africa. She's representing Nigeria. And for goodness sake, if you know that your president picture, your own country is not there, why in the first instance, why rushing? Why haste until they start criticizing before you know that you will not share the pictures of your own president? But nevertheless, every average Igbo man will defend that. So let me just stop at that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Wale. I'll still come to you on other topics, but I think everybody is keen to speak on this. Enigmatic, let me hold you in abeyance for a moment longer. You know how we like to go quickly to new voices. Justified on mute are the topic, Madam Ngozi, and her having to defend herself.
Yes, thank you so much, woman. Thank you so much, everyone on the platform. I'm calling from Canada here, and I want to appreciate everyone for the wonderful view. I just have, mine is just an appeal to Nigerians, especially the eastern parts and the western parts. That's the Yoruba and Igbo. I think we have gone a long way. We have interrelated. Igbos are very nice people. If you have Igbo friends, of course, most of us have.
And we have married a lot of their daughters as well. So
honestly, Igbo girls are very lovely girls. Igbos, I'm a Yoruba man. If you had a girlfriend who's an Igbo, they are very wonderful ladies. Their food, of course, you eat ishewu, you eat ohasu, edikaikon. Honestly, you can. This is a wonderful tribe. But it's highly unfortunate that what has really come by us and started dividing us. And honestly, the Northerners are happy. Honestly, this is just an appeal from me. The Northerners are happy. That's what, of course, in a game of democracy, you want division. The people that should be united, you look for a way to divide them. And we have been constantly divided. The Yorubas and the Igbos. And emotional war is a terrible thing. Emotional war is terrible. The Igbos and the Yorubas are not fighting physical war. It's an emotional war, which is more devastating. Honestly, that is the truth, which I will appeal to the elders of the Igbos, the Ohanese group, the elders of the Yoruba. I know they are factionalized. We have a factional Ohanese, we have another Ohanese. One Ohanese would say something today, another one would counter, it's not our head. Same
There's
thing with
no factional Ohanese.
What's that?
There is no factional Ohanese.
Okay, that's your opinion. If I want to go into it, you'll see an Ohanese will say something, they will say, no, there was an Ohanese that spoke recently. They said there's another one that spoke. That's fine. I know of the one who is the real head of Ohanese. That's fine. For the Afenifere, to which we can tell you as a Yoruba man, there's no factional of Afenifere. Will tell you the real Afenifere, but indirectly they are factionalized. That's Nigeria for you. Of course, you don't need to tell us that. Anywhere there is a position, Nigerians are divided. So let's leave that. If they are not divided physically for you to see, we know in circle they are divided. So don't just leave that for me. So what I'm saying is that if our elders could come in quickly, if Ohanese, Afenifere, I hope this politics goes away quickly after the what's it called, tribunal. Let them come quickly and bring us together. We're already together.
Do you think it's on Ohanese that, because I'm not sure that there's that much regard for Ohanese. There's only one person that can reunite Nigeria, and it's not even Tinubu, it's Peter Obi.
Of course, Peter Obi cannot unite anything. He has brought the division already.
Yeah,
the division is beyond him. It's beyond him.
Yes, but if he takes a nationalistic tone and if he sheathes his sword, then his base, they have nowhere else to go. And he commands them just totally. It's almost like mind control. If he sheathes the sword and he adopts a unifying language, I think they will fall in place.
Then it will become irrelevant.
But if he continues to agitate the space in the manner that he does, then there will be no unity in that country. So the only person that can unite Nigeria is Peter Obi.
That's fine. One man, I won't accept that with you. What Obi had started is even beyond him now. Is what he had scattered already. If he comes out to say now,
exactly.
You guys, can you please stop? He doesn't have the mouth anymore. It's beyond him. They've taken it beyond him. Let's just leave that. So my appeal is for us to be united. Igbos, my Igbo brothers, my Igbo sister, you are lovely. Yorubas, let's be united.
Justified. Do you think we can unite organically outside of leadership? Do you know what I mean? Do you think we can unite as political tribes, not necessarily ethnic tribes, but political tribes? Do you think we can unite organically without leadership? If they don't get the signal from the top for that unity, do you think it can happen organically amongst the foot soldiers?
Yeah, of course. One man, there's no impossibility. Igbos are learned, we are learned. It's all about coming to the round table for us to sit down because we are going to lose. Honestly speaking, we are going to lose. There's no attack from the eastern part on Atiku. There's no attack. It's always Atiwaju, this, and it shows that the Yorubas are seeing that you are attacking them.
They have no reason to attack Atiku now because Atiku is not in play. Tinubu is in play. Atiku don't have what they want. Tinubu has what they want. So they have no business with Atiku.
Atiku came second. And
they don't want to come second. They want to come first. So their battle is really for the presidency, not for second place.
All right, fine. So that's still my appeal. And I've said it's an emotional war. Even look at what Okonjo Iweala did. It's clear. The Tinubu you are doing it for, and his handlers, and his his advisors, they know beyond this discussion you and I were talking about. They know. We could see it that if your father that you say you don't have good relationship with attend your wedding rather, and you posted your wedding pictures without your father being part of those pictures, it speaks volume. It speaks volume. You can't be wiser than 100 people. It speaks volumes. So people really understand what that pictures mean. But
can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Hold on, man. Just hold on. Quickly. And people really understood what it meant. But Okonjo Iweala is a wonderful woman. She's not mischievous. She's not cantankerous. And she quickly, with wisdom, but that was what she did was an error. Because she quickly came out, which was fine. That was a good way of.
Do you think it was an Do you think it was an error? Because some people are suggesting that it was surreptitious signaling. And then when the place heated up, she released. If she had that photo, she should have released it first. So it was surreptitious signaling. A lot of people feel it was.
I said it already. I gave an analogy, which I said that your father that you are not in tune with attended your wedding, that people never thought he would be there, but he attended. And when you posted the pictures, your father's pictures was not there. So the whole family entirely knew that you are still holding grudge against your father. Until when they now called you, did your father attend the wedding? They said, yeah, my father attended. What you posted did not show your father attended. You now started quickly posted it and said, oh, it was this. Of course, that's why I said, well, one could say an error. But the handlers of Tinubu know already. Because with the position Okonjo Iweala is holding, let us know. Okonjo Iweala, any position you hold as a Nigerian, as an African, is an opportunity for you to serve your country. There are better Nigerians that are better than Okonjo Iweala in the positions he's holding. They are better Nigerians, better than Akinwumi, who is the African whatever. It's an opportunity you are serving. Better Nigerians who can even serve Nigeria better than Tinubu, better Nigerian than Obi. So we should get that clear. So they are better Nigerian than Okonjo Iweala decision is taken. And this seat belongs to a Nigerian African. She didn't put herself there. It's not in the name, it's not a Okonjo Iweala seat or the family throne. It's a continental seat that she's sitting on. And it goes a long way, your relationship with your leader. Because aside the handshake, it should go further than this. That's the truth. If we were to expand it better. Beyond the handshake she posted, this is a new president of Nigeria, regardless of tribunal. We should see a better relationship. Akinwumi came to Tinubu where he was. They had an engagement. It's not about Tinubu, it's about Nigerians. And he spoke for more than 10 minutes after that meeting. For Okonjo Iweala, there was no sitting with Okonjo and Tinubu. It's not Tinubu now, it's Nigerians. For Okonjo Iweala said, I'm representing you, this is what I'm doing. We did not see that. It's beyond handshake. So that's clear. You can't be wiser than millions. But I'm still appealing because we still need to be together. Any little thing, everybody will speak volume of it. So I just appeal to us as Igbos, as Yorubas, let's just still be one. What the Obi crisis has cost is beyond Obi. I want to say it again. If Obi contests with only Asiwaju 500 times, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed will win him 500 times. It's not sentimental. You can put your pen on paper and do the analysis. If you're Nigerian, Obi cannot win Bola Ahmed Tinubu in any electoral contest. He cannot. If you and I are to do it politically, this is not an issue of being sentimental. In terms of political power, sagacity, just name it, philosophical, anything. You can't bring Obi close to Asiwaju in terms of politics. If they contest 500 times, if you want to argue with me, he will not win 500 times. So I'm not trying to be sentimental. So let's just be one with ourselves. Let's come together.
I ask the question, but give a very brief answer to the question justified, and then we go on to enigmatic. I ask the question uptime.
Okay, thank you, Woman. I have only 2 questions for you. But before I ask the 2 questions, I'm going to ask one rhetorical question. And it borders on the last thing you said. You say if Obi contest with Asiwaju 1 million times, blah, 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 blah. If Obi is an LP, a very minor party, when you are making those contests, please ensure to advise Tinubu to join YPP. And then let him not go there with any governors. Let him not go there with any senators or House of Rep members. And let him not go there with the war chest of Lagos. And wait,
yes,
let
me continue, please.
And then let him.
You didn't let me answer his question.
Wait, allow me. Wait, please. And let him not. And lastly, advise him, let him not run with Muslim tickets, because we know they see that as jihad in the north, and they support that Muslim ticket. So that's by the way. So the 2 questions I have to ask you is, one, you said the NOI is holding grudges with Tinubu. I would like you to expatiate when the grudges started, where it started, and the contents of the grudges.
That sounds like a long essay, so I don't want
to. Then 2. That's what. No. So it's just a clarification. He said NOI is holding grudges with Tinubu, someone you are holding grudges with. So I'm not aware to preview to that. So I'm sure so many of our listeners will want to know when the grudges started, when the fighting started, and where and how it's going, the content of that. Question number 2, you talked about the handshake across the Niger and the Ohaneze and all these guys, Afenifere, coming together. Last time I checked, in the last 3 years, they've been trying to do that, and they formed something called Ohanifere, what they call a handshake across the Niger between Afenifere and Ohaneze. But what happened, and Pandef and some of the other group, what happened to them? What did APC Yoruba groups do to demonize Ohanifere, the handshake across the Niger? The people that fought that handshake violently in the last election was the APC group of Yorubas. the ones that are supporting APC, not all Yorubas. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Justified. Hold those questions in abeyance for a moment and marinate on them. Let's hear from Enigmatic. Enigmatic, you broke this story yesterday that that you actually want the well you didn't want, you alerted the space that this was a story that was brewing, and then as the morning broke, it was the story that subsisted the political landscape, the alleged snobbery. In fact, it was so high up there in the news cycle that it was going to be the talking point for the session. But then in the course of the session starting, the story pivoted with the photographs released by Madam Ngozi. A lot of people then are querying that the country that made you girl and woman, the president there, a new president who is jostling to reposition the country, why did you not first put that picture out as a celebration? Are people being excessive in that expectation? Enigmatic on the.
Thank you, woman. I salute everyone on the platform. So, I really appreciate that you actually how you started. You know, while I was speaking about this yesterday, there was a caveat. I said I was placing it in the realm of speculation, and I made some further comment because I was it just came more like a WhatsApp stuff. Look, one man, regardless of how people are trying to portray the situation now or trying to shift the goalpost, there's when you see a group of people that are suffering from mythomania and pseudo logia, fantastica, it will be very difficult for you to have any intellectual discourse with them. When you see a group of individuals that are they have this chronic behavior of compulsive and habitual lying, pathological liars, it will be very difficult to have a rational conversation with them. This thing, few hours yesterday, it was all over the social media, right? It was all over the social media. Don't take my word for it. Go and do your investigation and go and find out. Obedience were all over the moon. Oh, Okonjo Iweala snubbed Tinubu. Okonjo Iweala does not have anything to do with a narcotic. Those kind of derogatory languages. Until maybe, like somebody said now, after the fact, when she knew probably they goofed. I'm telling you, even people from the High Commission, as high as that, and some other folks within that environment, including 2 African presidents, called our attention. I said it here yesterday. So it wasn't something like a mistake or an oversight. Look, one man, politics is gone. We've had an election. We have a president, right? The losers are in court. They are going through the processes. And people who are very familiar with law, they know how this will land, right? We'll have this president for the next 4 years. And if Providence continues, he's going to spend another 4 years, 8 years. And after 8 years, this will go to the north for another 8 years. So it behooves people who want to be president after the north to do the right thing, or they keep doing the wrong thing that they've been doing all over the time, and they're expecting a different result. We cannot continue to handle, cavalier situation or in a certain, insouciant or probably, supercilious way. And we want to gloss over this and spin things all around. It is on record that certain prominent Nigerians, including this man that you mentioned now, Akinwumi Adesina, right? They've front-loaded, understand that they've front-loaded their itinerary, right, with the protocol officer in Nassau Rock to have a meeting with the president while they knew he was going to be in town. Is it on record? Anybody, whoever is Okonjo Iweala spokesperson here can confirm if she did the same thing. You saw Akewumi Adesina. There was an interview that he was speaking for almost over 5 minutes, reeling out is what he's been doing and what are the the collaboration he's going to be having with the administration going forward, or probably in the next couple of months. That is, that is somebody who who has the interest of Nigerian beyond parochial, beyond parochialism, or probably some kind of irascible politics. What she did, right? It was so irascible, it was so peevish, and it brings out a this cantankerous nature. Somebody mentioned it earlier, and it's so commonly to the way she acted. That handshake was it was a random handshake. It was, you see, people were lining up to have just random common handshake. It wasn't like a deliberate, intentional, thing to have with your president. Flip the coin now, one man. Flip it now. Let's assume that was Peter Obi. What do you expect? What would you have seen in that environment?
Hugs and kisses, no doubt.
God bless you. So regardless of how people want to speak it or say it, right, or spin it, like our big brother used to say, rational mind, it is clear to the eyes and audible to the ear that something was wrong with that lady, and it was all over the place. And like I said, the clear evidence of that is that their group, the Obedient, right, the Obedient.
Are you declaring her as an obedient? Let's just.
She's not even an obedient. She's not ordinary. She's an IPOB. She's Ezekwesili, all of them. Somebody was mentioning how Ezekwesili was being curried on social media. Go and look at Ezekwesili's attitude. She closes her eyes to anything that happens in Southeast, but immediately it happens in the North or in the Southwest or somewhere outside of Southeast. She's going to hire a megaphone, and she's all about
enigmatic. I'm one of those who have debunked that. I've debunked that on Twitter.
So she's going to go anywhere with a megaphone.
That's a false narrative.
And then magnify it. Reno is always on her ass, almost on every time she does that. A lot of people do that. They remind her, Madam, just 2 days ago or 3 days ago, there was an unknown gunmen attack on a certain filling station in Enugu. They burnt it down to ashes. You were mute as usual. But when the situation happened in Lagos,
no, but that's not Madam Ngozi. Sorry, enigmatic. That's not Madam Ngozi though. That's Madam Obi.
That's Ezekwesili. Obi Ezekwesili. Yeah, I was actually trying to put things right. But look, focusing back on circling back on Madam Ngozi, she's representing not just herself or not just
no, we all know Ezekwesili is IPOB now. Everybody knows Ezekwesili is IPOB.
So look, like I said, I want to be elegant with the way because I know I respect her a lot. I respect her office, right? But she has not actually she didn't demonstrate that patriotism. She didn't demonstrate the patriotism. It was clear to everybody. I'm telling you, one man, as high as the Nigeria embassy, the High Commission, the staff over there, the people who were around the president and the protocol officer, they were trying to call our attention. Look, let's just forget about it, but go and look at the picture eventually that she posted, right? After the
even if you look at the body language, that's the picture right there. If you look at the countenance of both of them, it was mutual distrust. It was like a grudging, mutually, by the way,
complete commonly and supercilious and insouciant attitude. It was so cavalierly. And there was no way she could wriggle herself out of that.
There's almost disdain. Yeah, we can almost
absolutely. You see, this man, I don't like you, I don't want you, you are not my president. That kind of body language. You are not my president.
Enigmatic. Baba. If grammar power lady platform.
No, but Baba, were you here yesterday? Baba, you were here yesterday now. I received the text that something is happening now, and I was very instructive with my statement with that caveat that I hope, right? I hope, because look, this is what politics is. It goes beyond grudges, right? Look at Atiku now. Atiku is a perpetual, presidential contestant candidate, right? And he has a history of always losing. This is going to be another record in the bag for him. He will lose. He will go to the tribunal. He will still lose. But he was in tribunal, right? Being elegant as ever, being respectful as ever to the constitution, and then being pragmatic and being patriotic as ever. But on the other hand, we had a group of people who were in the tribunal at the same time, right, calling for secession, calling for insurrection, calling for military to take over, and at the same time, right, trying to demonize the electoral body, trying to demonize the judiciary, trying to demonize even to the point of demonizing the justices of Supreme Court. And when what is, anybody can check the the dictionary understanding of fascism. So look, one man, politics aside, I hope and I wish things will change. But the more we're trying to give that hope, the more we have this idea that things cannot change. I mean, what is the problem, man? It was so glaring. It was so glaring. That woman was she was off. And the problem is that you are dealing with a national. This is a national situation. I mean, I just told you what Akinwumi did and a couple of other Nigerians, right? That they front-loaded their itinerary to coincide with the president. They've had interaction, and then they've had understanding to see how are we meeting with the president to fit our schedule into his, so we can have conversation, we can sit. And Akinwumi said he already has a project of maybe $520 million or something like that for agro business, whatever, in Nigeria. And there are some other things he discussed with the president. They have his one-on-one talk. They sit. Look, let's leave it alone. But when we say some people are not patriotic, we are not just saying it, right, by hearsay. We are saying it, and we are saying it. So when there's a Yoruba proverb, right? They say, Alabaun or Ogbogbolori Alabaun. Every time it is you, it is you, it is you. It means look at yourself in the mirror. If you're having problem in the north, you're having problem in the south, you're having problem all over the place, then it means people are not the problem. You probably may be the problem. You need to look at yourself and see what you're doing wrong. I'll leave it at that. But this is an egalitarian platform that we should understand the fact that people are here, very experienced, corporate world, and every other thing. When they see certain things, they know how it happens. I just wish that she will understand that she has a president, and then she can work with the president for the sake of Nigeria and for the sake of Nigerians. And she can be patriotic enough to understand that she had a candidate and the candidate lost. Election is election. Politics is politics. It's time for governance. I'll leave it like that, one man.
All right.
One man, the question.
Hold on. Stay with us, enigmatic, because you mentioned Madam Ngozi, Ezekwesili, and she's up for discussion as well in a moment. Ask that question. Give a short response, enigmatic, and then we go on to Ajane Koko.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to stand up for my friend. So there are 3 questions for my brother enigmatic. But before I make the question, I would like to drop 2 proverbs for him that as a form of response to his last statement, where he talked about why is it always about you? Why is it always about you? You should look yourself in the mirror. On the contrary, Two-Face sang a song. He said, if nobody talks about you, then you are nobody. That's one. Secondly, there's a proverb.
I hope we don't get copyright struck by your management for that.
Oh yeah, I hope so too. So maybe I won't do
I know you
and the second proverb. The second.
Hold on a second, please. One man.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, let me crave your indulgence, please. I just came in real quick to let me say corroborate what I stated yesterday, just to put the record straight, and then so that we can move on. I'm somewhere celebrating with some people.
All right. Carry on. Hopefully we'll see you in the next session. So that's enigmatic.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So after I feel your medu they go on.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. It's maybe you might want.
You know that Uptown is a recorded artist. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a recording artist here. So
maybe one of these days he'll do us a theme song for
this.
Yes.
Keep going on.
Yeah. So I just said to record the song. I mean, I'm sure most of us, it's been a very long time we listened to the song last. So listening to the last thing my brother Enigmatic said, you might want to go and listen to the song again. He has a lot of response to him. If nobody talks about you, you are nobody. And there's an Igbo adage. I believe every tribe probably has the same adage in their language, where it is said that you don't throw stones on a tree without ripe fruits. So the only tree that gets stoned all the time is the one with a ripe fruits. So that's the two adage to drop on that space. The third question is, I wanted to ask him, but then he's not. I don't think he's around again. I wanted to ask him, does he think that NOI post makes her Twitter post herself? That is one. Secondly, I'm
sure she signs it off. If she's coming under her name, I'm sure she signs it off.
But yes, she will sign off for contents from that for that event to be posted. But she would definitely not sit down every time and monitor each tweet that happens. I mean, that's not how it works. At least from my own experience, that's not how it works. If I'm somebody's manager, my artists just have to tell me, okay, you know what, just post pictures from this event or do this and I carry on. That's what signing off in. Not before you make every tweet in every hour, it will come and check it. No, that's not how it works. That's one. Two, is that really an anti-Yoruba? Even if now this is me now playing the devil's advocate. Now, even if I have to go with your narrative, which is totally, really, really, I can't believe I'm doing that. I believe it's just very weird people on Twitter that will have that view. But then apparently a few people here does. So now, even if that is the case, is it an anti-Yoruba thing or an anti-personality thing? So if there's a problem with Tinubu, is it NOI having issues with Yorubas or a Yoruba president, or having issue with the personality called Bola Ahmed Tinubu? That's question number 2. And then the last question is, if you checked NOI's tweet, did you actually see that she kept saying more photos coming, and then she was posting in intervals of 5 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours since she began posting for the event? So that's the last question.
All right, brilliant. So, like you said, Enigmatic not here to answer it, but I don't think, to be fair, that Enigmatic was making it anything especially Yoruba. Let's go on to Ajanle Koko. Did Ajanle Koko just drop? So Ajanle Koko just dropped. So let's come to you then, Justified. So Justified, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Well, because I've said mine is just an appeal. You should see the tone I'm speaking. I don't want to go into any ethnic, parochial, any tribal issue, because knowledge is not just on the part of just a side. Everyone has knowledge. Everyone has wisdom. God has given to us immeasurably, to the Easterners, to the Westerners. So I'm not. But what I want to say, I think uptime or something, is that, is it when you take a step, the wisdom of Okonjo Iweala, if he's taking a step as wise as she is, 100 people can't be wrong. When Buhari was doing all those sort of things towards the end, you think he's wise. He's a president. When he was doing all the Naira swap, everybody knew where he was going. You can't be wiser than millions of people. What we're just saying, in essence, in a short while, I've said it. We respect Okonjo Iweala. She's a wonderful woman. Of course, I've said it. She's not cantankerous. She's not mischievous. But the relationship was had gone further than this, further than just an handshake. We saw Akikumi, as Enigmatic said, he came in to meet Tinubu, had meeting and all this stuff. So it should go beyond handshake. She's representing Nigerian African, not her family. So it should have taken it beyond this. So that's what we're just saying. She's a wonderful woman, but all eyes are on her. People will be looking at the next step she will be taking now. So that's
all right. I thought you wanted to add more, but you just repeated all you said. But let's go on to Ajanle Koko, who I think has now reconnected. So Ajanle Koko, all this back and forth about Madam Ngozi, is this much ado about nothing? Are people making too much out of what is just a non-event? What are you making of all of this brouhaha, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Madam Ngozi invited all this brouhaha on action. So what she did was not good enough for her personality, particularly for being the most celebrated woman, Nigerian woman, at the international stage. A lot of Nigerians have high respect for her, high regard. Some will even pray that for their own daughters to be a person to achieve what Ngozi achieved in life. So I think she didn't use her wisdom well for not posting the picture of Tinubu, if not first, but among others that she released first. If not first, but among others that she released first. So why should it take her like 24 hours? If not 24 hours, but I mean around 24 hours before she released the picture of meeting with her president. She didn't. She miscalculated right there. Error of judgment, and if there wasn't that backlash against her action, maybe by now she wouldn't have released any picture of her meeting with Tinubu. So, but as it is now, I believe she will have regretted her action, and I believe she will do better next time. And I want to believe she will get in touch with the president, possibly to schedule a date to visit him in Abuja. she did not do good enough. Let us call spade a spade. This is not a matter of Yoruba and Yoruba people criticizing an Igbo woman. No. If it has been an Hausa woman that did the same thing, this is the same thing that we'll be saying now. She's a representative of that country, of our country, and the black world for the position she occupies today. So our president should be her priority at that meeting. Number one priority is our president, because it's the country that sponsors her. We saw the way Nigeria fought. We saw what President Trump did to stop her. If not for the loss of election of Trump, she won't be president. She won't be where she is, because Trump didn't want her there. But Nigeria went all the way out, all the way out with high-level diplomacy around the world to push her for that position. And who is number one person? Who is that person that wear the image of Nigeria than any other person in the world today? Is Tinubu. Whether we like it or not, Tinubu is the person that carries the image of that person, of that country, more than any other person. So, and that person was present at that international conference, and you don't show a recognizable presence with him. That could be interpreted as not showing a recognizable presence with your country. So she miscalculated. And I hope our advisor and other people will talk to her and let this be the first and the last. Her president should be somebody.
Do you think it's more of an oversight than a snobbery?
It's not oversight. It's not oversight. We don't know her intention. We don't know why she did that. It should not even occur. That kind of oversight should not even occur to her at all in the first place. She releases those pictures. Who must she celebrate more than others? Releasing pictures of other leaders can be describing as you celebrating them, can be described as promoting them, can be described as eulogizing them, or how do I describe it? Why your own president is there and you don't do the same? It's a misjudgment completely, and she deserves all this condemnation. This is what we should be doing as citizens. If any one of our leaders acted irresponsibly, we should go. We should criticize them. So people that are criticizing her for that, I think you are doing a good favor for her to know that her country first. She must carry that image of Nigerian first before any other person. Before any other nation. So she didn't do right. So she did wrong. All this criticism, she deserves it. And on the other side, the obedient that are celebrating on what do you call it, on Twitter, that she ignored the president, she is not a president, and this is not that. I think they are not doing any good for that woman. They are just creating a negative image of her, and I think they have to put a stop to that. They will never put a stop anyway. So because they never liked Tinubu for anything. They never liked him. So I think they are doing more harm to that woman image than good. So she did do good, and I think maybe this will be the first and the last that she will act like that with her president. There's nothing, whether she likes it or not. I mean, we know she's a PDP woman anyway. I mean, she's been in PDP. She served with PDP government for 16 years. Is it 16 years or more than that? Is it 16 years, woman? I think 16 years.
I'm not sure she was there for the full 16 years. She was with Obasanjo. She came with Obasanjo, and I think was she with Yar'Adua? I'm not sure she was with Yar'Adua.
Well, I'm not sure. I think she was, but I'm not so sure. But she served with Jonathan for the whole 6 years. She was the Minister of Finance and, coordinator of economy. So she served for a very long time in the PDP. She's useful with PDP leadership. She believed in PDP's, manifesto with regard on the way to manage the economy. So, and Obi, you can't separate Obi from PDP. Obi was a PDP man before he ran away to Labour Party to pursue his political career. So she is more used to PDP leadership than APC leadership. So could it be as a result of our opposition to APC?
So you are saying this is partisan rather than ethnic, really?
Yes, I can take it that it's more partisan.
Baba, was she opposed to Buhari's government?
It's Buhari that even fought for her to be where she is now.
No, you said it's partisan and she's opposing the APC. Did she oppose Buhari's government?
Well, that is my own opinion. That I'm just saying it might be. I'm not saying categorically. I'm saying she is more comfortable with PDP leaders than APC leaders. And my reason why I said that is that she never had anything to do with the APC in government. But she served with PDP government for several years. So she part of them. So woman, it could be political, it could be tribal, or both.
Or none. Is that an option?
Well, I'm not going to say none.
Could it be a simple thing of people handling the social media, posting pictures according to how they got it, or you are ruling it out completely, both in heaven and in hell?
How can didn't they get approval from her before she posted
approval to post contents from the event? Yes.
Wouldn't they get approval from her before they posted it?
to post contents from events, yes. But then how the media handlers chose to be posting what they are getting is entirely a media thing.
Well, you don't do all this indefensible. This look.
No. You're talking about the cool bees. You talked about cool bee political partisanship, which I punctured the hole in with the she opposed Buhari. You said no. So you said could be tribal. I'm like she served with Obasanjo and so many other people. So is it really tribal? So but then you were so you didn't even give space of the could it be none of them, whether political or tribal. But you said no, it must be either political or tribal. So that's what I wanted to establish from what you're saying.
Oh yeah. That's the way I see it could be one of them. But to say none is involved, I'm not going to subscribe to that. One is definitely involved.
Baba, look, is it possible that somebody cannot like maybe Tinubu's personality, not necessarily an APC thing or a tribal thing? Is it possible? There's that possibility of that?
Look. Let me tell you. If you don't like...
No, I'm not talking about her. I'm just asking, is there a possibility of a Nigerian not just to like Tinubu's style of politics or personality? And it has nothing to do with Yoruba. It has nothing to do with Igbo or Hausa. It has nothing to do with APC or PDP.
One man.
Is it possible?
The fact is, every average Igbo man, no matter...
No, don't do that. Don't. We're not doing Igbo bashing. Wale,
we are just...
yes, you're welcome to join us, but we're not doing Igbo bashing. That's not the purpose of the platform. Let Adanle Koko and Uptown have the conversation. They are old friends. They understand each other.
So we are just trying to... What we are doing is diagnosis. So I'm asking now, is it possible... This is a yes or no question, really. Is it possible for a Nigerian to have a reservation about Tinubu's personality and his style of politics, and it has nothing to do with hating Yorubas or any tribe, and it has nothing to do with APC, PDP, Labour Party, YPP, or whatever it is? Is it possible? Is there a possibility of that?
Look, let me tell you. People that hate Tinubu, I want to tell 99% that we hate APC. There's no way you will hate Tinubu and you don't hate APC. And there's no way you will like Tinubu and you won't like APC. Because
do you know I was an APC supporter?
Hold on. What do you mean by you are APC supporter?
You know I was a Buharist.
When was that? 2015. Did you support Buhari in 2019 against Atiku?
I didn't support Atiku. I was still supporting Buhari, but not as vehemently as 2015.
Okay. Hold on.
Because Peter Obi was on the ticket, Abi.
You see? No, I made it clear in this platform before that the Peter Obi being on the ticket of 2019 did not move me.
Let me ask you a question. So you supported Buhari in 2015 against Jonathan, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And 2019 against Atiku, you supported Buhari as well.
Everybody on the platform knows that I will never support Atiku.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You supported Buhari.
Yes, I did.
2015 against Jonathan.
Yes.
So in 2019, you supported Buhari as well.
I did.
You did.
Yes.
So
he lost me 2 years into his second second tenure.
Hold on. So 4 years of Buhari's rule, when you saw the failure of Buhari, you supported him to win again for 2019. And then, hold on. In Lagos, which party are you supporting in Lagos gubernatorial?
I was an Ambode man. I was very angry with Tinubu when they took him off and they brought a guy I didn't know. I didn't like Sanwo-Olu until during NSAS when he did something I liked, and I liked him. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So when it comes to 2023 now, why didn't you support it and you went for Obi?
I supported Obi in the federal. I supported APC in Lagos.
Okay,
in
so you
state.
supported Obi because he's your clansman.
So why didn't you say that I supported Sanwo-Olu in Lagos because he's my clansman?
How are we sure that you supported Sanwo-Olu?
I was very vocal. I was vocal before elections. I was vocal after elections. I didn't care if obedience didn't like
You
it.
supported him on here.
I didn't care if a lot of obedience will message me and tell me, "Guy, you a traitor. Why would you do this?" I say, I choose by if I support this and across states, I support people across parties. As I like if I like your personality, I support you.
Okay, so what you are trying to say here that Mrs. Ngozi
Okonjo
might not necessarily hate APC, but does not like Tinubu. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, we are in the talk. We are talking about the possibilities, because when you raise the issue of it may be political, and when I said was she against APC government of Buhari, and you said no. So that means there's also a punctured hole on the it may be political, but then it is still possible. But why I made the statement I made was because you said that yes, she might not oppose Buhari, but then it's possible that it's still an APC versus PDP thing for her. So that means you're in the realm of possibilities.
Hold on, you cannot be right to say that she didn't like Buhari's APC. You understand what
I didn't say that.
No, okay. What did you say? Repeat it again. I think maybe.
Okay, no. You said in your diagnosis when you were talking about political affiliations, you said you were trying to make sense to what happened, and then you said it may be because she does not like APC and she's a PDP woman. And then I asked,
all right. I'm not sure where you are both leading us to.
Did she do anything against Buhari's government, which is still an APC government, not a PDP government? And you said what I wanted you maybe to cite an occasion where she probably did anything against Buhari, but you didn't.
Just ask Ajanle Koko a big question. Let Ajanle Koko address it, and then we go to Dewale.
Okay, I will tell you, she does not like APC Buhari government when Buhari and Jonathan contested in 2015. She campaigned for Jonathan against Buhari
as a minister.
So she campaigned. So that's to tell you that he doesn't want Buhari to become president. So it was when our own interest came up, and she doesn't have nowhere to go but for Buhari to support her with that to get the position where she occupied now, that she became friend with Buhari. Never rapport with them, but then she never did. So, but look, you can't tell me that Okonjo Iweala will ever like APC or the way Buhari managed that country. So don't let us deceive ourselves. It was our own interest. Because when our own interest came, she was pursuing that position, and she must get a strong support backing of Nigerians. That was what drew her closer to Buhari. And Buhari, was magnanimous. They didn't say, let us go and sponsor another person. Buhari acted like a father, supported her, did everything for her to get to where she is today. So
Uptown, just leave it just so we can manage the time. It's been
Yes.
It's just
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm just saying, Baba, is it is very uncharitable of us for a woman who has done her best all her life for us to, because social media handlers where we did not post pictures according to how we wish pictures to be posted of an event, which obviously there will be so many other events. And then we started canceling this woman. Baba, I think you didn't really go to Twitter. If you went to Twitter and see what was done to this woman, then I don't think you will sanction it. I don't think you will support it. But maybe you were out of touch with what happened.
Who do we blame for erratic action by not posting the president's picture first before other picture? Who do we blame? Are you saying that you don't fault her at all? You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't want to hold anybody responsible for any wrongdoing at all. You don't want to hold her.
No. You are misunderstanding me. Let me make my point a little bit clearer. Yeah. Now,
you don't want
to. I'm making the last point as well because others are waiting. Yeah.
Okay. So the number one point is that I can't
make it just the one point.
Okay. I'm just going to compress into that.
Yeah.
The point is that I can't fault somebody for an action that I don't deem wrong to start with. That is one. Now, if I decide to deem that action wrong, the first line of fault I have to, that's if I decide to, which I don't think the action is wrong. Now, if I decide, I think it's a non-issue. Really, that's my general view. But then, because of the sensitivity of what we are doing here on social media, really, which is another word out of the real world of people really tackling real issues in the world, if I decide to take that serious, then I have to check the fact that this woman probably does not come to Twitter to do anything. She has the media guys that just post on Twitter and they can decide to post according to how they receive these photos. Now they will know that in the next event, we have to wait till we have to post President of Nigeria first before we post others. Maybe they might take the correction now. That's the only place I have to fault if I decide to call this a bad thing, not insulting a distinguished woman like this. And then somebody, because I listened to you throughout this platform, Baba, for 1 second you didn't condemn the insults and tribal bigotry accusations and the threats to Ngozi Okonjo Iweala that was going on in the last 24 hours by the APC supporters. Not for 1 second did you dedicate to that. That was what's really unfortunate.
Well,
all right. Adale Koko, bring it home so that we can go to Dewale.
Yeah. Earlier, action called for all that criticism. So when a leader acted wrongly, people will go after that leader. So that is why leaders must be very, very upright, must be very, very sensitive to any action that they want to carry out, so that they will not so that action will not be misinterpreted. So action was misinterpreted by people. If at all we want to accept that she didn't do anything wrong, she wasn't intentional. She was not mindful of what she was doing wrongly when she was posting the picture of other leaders first before our own president leader. Do you want to tell me that so your argument is that they were posting that picture as they came in, so we cannot blame her. So Tinubu pictures came in 24 hours.
Ngozi Okonjo Iweala.
I want to go on to Dewale, so let Adale Koko just round off. Because if you go, then he goes, then it goes on again. Sorry, Adale Koko. Yeah, back to you.
So let us just accept that, or let us hope that this kind of situation will not happen another time. Let's hope that she will see her president as number one citizen, as the person she must close with, more than any other person in that country, other than her husband, as person that she can dialogue with respect to what assistance she can give to that country at this point that the country is going through hardship. Assistance from our own end
all right.
can give to that country to us to succeed and do better in this world. So that is what she should be talking about. I hope she's listening to us and her viewers, her fan base, somehow listening to us and they can pass the message to her. So it's not about hate that people hate her or Yoruba people hate her. It's just of a wrong judgment by not posting the picture of our president first before the picture of others. So that's my take, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Dewale, you're up next. So Dewale, to the Okonjo Wale space, your commentaries.
Thank you, woman. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Woman Show. Please like and share. I think I'm kind of happy that she eventually posted a picture with the president. At first, last night, I was a little bit not necessarily shocked because I know she had worked with the PDP, but the position she's occupying now is it's not political anymore. So she's representing the country as the Director General of the World Trade Center. By the way, I need to correct myself. I said last night World Bank, but it's a World Trade Organization. So yes, Babantale Koko has a point, but I just don't want to read too much meaning to that space that our handler. I mean, who will be the most important personality or person as far as that summit is concerned, if not the president? Does that mean that the handler doesn't know who Tinubu is at this moment? But if the handler could post the president of, I think, South Africa and the other head of other organizations, I don't see a reason why she shouldn't post, or they should not post uh, a picture with the president. But she's right to some extent that we sensationalize things a lot in Nigeria, and we are polarized, and that's the reason why all this sensation is is bound to happen. But we want validation. We want something that will reflect unity, something that above the board. And I'm glad that she eventually posted the picture. Even the picture, we may not know what is being exchanged between them, but at least she acknowledged that someone, a representative from our country, is there at the summit, and no matter what, she's represented the interests of Nigeria, even though she's in charge of the World Trade Organization. So government will always have input on our candidacy as director general of that organization. But I'm glad she did. Speaks volume of of whoever is in charge of that social media department of ours. They should have done the needful. They shouldn't have waited for the rumors or the insinuation to continue to fester before they posted. But I'm glad she did, and I'm more than happy because she's one of Nigerians that I have high regard for. I met her one time, I believe, in 2018 on my way to Nigeria. We actually met at the airport, Mamutala Mohammed Airport. She's so,
How tall is she?
oh, she's a short woman.
Yes, I imagined.
She's a short woman, but she's someone who has no hair around her. She's humbled, and even though my interaction with her was not on an intellectual level, just more or less of acknowledging who she is. I greeted her. I was like, "Oh, good to see you," this and that. And one of the hostess escorted her, and people around were greeting her left and right. And she walked. She walked outside of the building. She wasn't waiting for one escort, big escort, to take her out of the building, despite that she was once a minister under Obasanjo, and and I think at that time she was a minister. No, in 2018, who was the president? Was it not Buhari? No, it was Buhari, right?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it was
Buhari.
Buhari. So, and I think she worked under Jonathan as well. So, yeah, she was just herself, unlike some other government personnel that you see around, go with the retinue of aides and all that. She was just by herself, and Only the hostess escorted her, and they will, help her to carry, I think, one piece of luggage, and she was carrying her bag, and she was walking majestically out. And to me, that signified, or should I say, that impressed me more than anything. I'm not a, someone who always or enamored by the presence of star or personality. No, if I look you to
Kulata is is agreeing with what you're saying. He says, I met her at the airport too in Virginia. Very unassuming woman. She was alone. So
exactly.
it looks as though she's as humble as you're describing.
Yeah, exactly. And if I look you twice, there's something must be really, really about you. I'm not always starstruck. So, but on that day, I was so keen about the fact that I saw her, with somebody who had occupied a very important office in the country, and at the same time being, just walking around like a regular person. To me, that signified the kind of person that she'll be. Yes.
Adewale,
Yes.
Adewale,
Yes.
you think I want to believe that there were a lot of security around her, but they were just not close. I know she won't take chance. This was somebody whose mother was kidnapped or was almost killed.
In
You think she'll
Lagos,
come to Nigeria? Yeah, even if anywhere. It's just that I'm sure it's just that they are not close to her, gagging her.
I said we both walked outside the
Yes,
building.
that's what I'm saying. There will be security around watching her. They are just not gagging her.
Yeah, but the thing is
Her
this:
mother, a
when
professor of
she,
sociology, was kidnapped even when she was a minister,
but
and
hold
the
on.
woman was
This is
almost killed.
hold
So I
on
think
now.
it's just the strategy that they have
No,
around her.
no, I don't think
Okay,
so. See,
because I
when
attended a
we
conference with her one time
when we landed,
in
I
Nigeria.
understand that each scenario is
Mm.
kind of different, but when we landed in Nigeria, I was alone. I was by myself. My family had gone ahead of me, and we were all, of course, her going through the immigration, of course, was going to be very smooth. But then I didn't know where she was coming from. We both met at the airport, but by the time we left the immigration post, that was when I accosted her and I started chatting with her and all that. I don't know. I must have taken some couple of bottles of red wine because I don't usually interact with people I don't. But I'm glad that I exchanged word with her.
You know those little red wines on the plane. You don't
Man,
know
those
when
are
you don't know when you've drank three.
as oh, you are right. Those demons are deadly, man.
Yes.
You get more drunks in the air
And then you have
than
another canned beer, and then before you know it, by the time your flight is, you are already sloshed, and you are trying to act as though
I'll tell you this.
I know what you mean.
I'll tell you this. Those little bottles are deadly. You get more time spent drunk when you are airborne than when you're on the ground. So I've learned my lesson. Anyway, that's a story for another day. And when we both walked outside, she was escorted to the waiting vehicle. I think there were just maybe two vehicles, and they drove off. I didn't see any security in those vehicles. I saw two people in the other vehicle, and and the other one person with the driver in the first vehicle, and she left. Of course, that was in Lagos. That wasn't in a village. That wasn't in anywhere in the southeast. So relatively south, Lagos State is still, peaceful and secure than any other state in the southeast. But that is the kind of person that uh, I met. That is the kind of person I was expecting that's going to do the needful. I'm glad she did.
Hi,
Um, uh, yeah.
thank
So
you.
Yeah, sorry, carry on. That's Patrick.
oh yeah. Oh okay. So I'm glad she did, but whoever's in charge, because see, we never can tell. She is not just an ordinary Nigerian, and everyone, even you and I, one man, we are well known now. You may think you are not a known person, but people listen to your show and watch your show, right? So if people get to know who you are very well by seeing your video, your picture all the time, and have that picture in their head. If you go out there tomorrow and you do something that is, kind of like despicable, you'll be surprised find yourself on the Linda Ikeji or Tunde Ednut, that popular show anchor, or one YouTube show anchor did this and that. So that is where we found ourselves. So and as a important personality like her, I expect that whoever is handling that department of arts will be able to do the needful because picture is optic. Optic is speaks volume. we communicate by by picture, right? So we don't know what they said to each other. Maybe just, oh, Your Excellency, oh, Madam Director General, good to see you, this and that. She may not be APC person. Of course, she served under the PDP, but she wasn't really into political stuff. Yes, she campaigned for Jonathan, but she wasn't really like, oh, turn into a full-fledged politician like El Rufai and the Sanusis and co. But she was kind of like a person that carried herself as a professional, at the same time ready to serve her country, and she did serve her country in a very dignified way, even though the administration that she served was just a dead horse. But she did her best, and she helped the country, and she spoke her truth, and that is the kind of person that I met, I saw, and I'm glad she did. So, and I would not, I won't go against her. I still have a very, admiration for her and, for what she represents.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellently put by Adewale. So succinct and to the point. So let's pivot then to Zita, who joins us. So Zita, you're up next. Zita, are you there? Zita. Oh, she's probably dozed off. You know how she likes her naps. Let's go to Bishop, who hopefully has not dozed off. Bishop.
Hello, good evening.
Oh, good evening. Now, good to have you. You've been so quiet, Bishop. I wasn't sure if you were with us or not. So that's Bishop.
No, I was there.
So the topic we're taking around is the Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala storyline. We started off as something and ended up as the other thing. But in between that thing and the other is where we are in Nigeria now. The back and forth in that space, the obedience space versus the battle fights, as our rational mind calls them, being called to order now. This woman now being forced to fast track this picture to the social media space. So what are you then making then of the travails of Madam Ngozi in Paris?
Okay. Let me say good evening, fellow compatriots, wherever you may be listening from. Thank you for joining once again tonight, spending your precious weekend with us on this platform. Please do help us do the needful. Click the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, please do so. Thank you once again. I've listened a little bit to the conversation surrounding. I'm happy that it turns out that it's kind of an oversight or a mistake or a fox pass or something, or a misinterpretation or misrepresentation. And that was exactly what I said.
Faux pas.
Faux pas, yeah. Yes, that was my exact words yesterday. I don't think it's intentional. She's matured. She's a measured person. Even though she served under a government that was, Nigeria, we've had too much complexities when it comes to governance. And she did say that they lacked the courage to do the needful to save when it mattered most. And she said her truth the way it is. It was then. And she did express the fact that she gave her best when she had the opportunity to. Unfortunately, the best did not turn out to change the situation. But I think she's a person with a stellar record. So when this news broke yesterday, I was not too quick to join in the condemnation. I don't think any reasonable person would do that. And least of all, the highly respected, celebrated, and cerebral Okonjo Iweala. And I really like the language, her measured language. It goes to point something. There's an underlining something. Look, I had a few persons that spoke, and it's very obvious the side of the divide that we are. My truth is this, and I without any reservations, everybody, both on both sides, we are too polarized now. We are too divided. We have taken this thing a little bit too far. Is it the other one that is right, or the other side? None of them is right. We have only shown how despicable we are as human beings. We have allowed unnecessary things. We inherited other people's wars, and we took a little bit, a notch too far. So when somebody greets you, the other person say, did you see how she make her eye? She was doing her eye like this. I did not see anything. You began to see all these things. You began to read meaning into things that should not ordinarily carry any meaning. When you are carrying unnecessary bitterness, hatred, enmity, anger, name it inside of you. So when people do things that ordinarily should pass, or you can call them and make amendment. Oh, I did not see you. Oh, sorry about that. And we reconcile in love, but we take it a little. I began to read every manner of meanings into it. And honestly speaking, if I have a magic wand to say, hey, can we just stop this like right now? Come on, where are we going? What can we do with life? It's painful. Sometimes it is. We have taken division and bitterness way too far. This hatred, this enmity, this, I don't know what to call it. It is a mistake that anybody could have made, but if there is genuine love, it could have been overlooked and say, it was a mistake, and everybody will take it and we'll move on.
Thank you for that point, my brother. Thank you.
I agreed it was a mistake. But man, we took it too far. I read some people's. I'm coming, sir. Please, sir. Please. I vote on all the sides. And at some point, we just have to look ourselves straight in the eye and then accept the bitter truth. I don't want anybody to agree with me. That is how I felt. And when I read her something, I believed everything she said completely. Even if it is not true, I choose to believe it so that I can have some peace of mind. And move on. I think the time we begin to move, there's been so much. I know where it started from, and I saw this coming long before now. Because when that campaign started, I don't want to mention anything because I don't want to indict anybody. And when people decided to push back, and the whole thing began to, melting left, right, and center, I know it can only get worse. Politics will come and go. These people we're talking about, they will leave tomorrow, they will clink their wine glasses, they will back clap, what do you call it? They will hug themselves, they will laugh. But here, we have some people that are dying in other people's battles. So let me go back, don't let me derail for too much. Yeah, what happened was a fox pass. I don't think she will be the one that was posting her picture. Sorry, I'm Nigerian now, and bad enough to say so. The book initiative, so just send me manager as I'm talking now, as I talk, or make a Google talk for broking. So, I would just say, yes, whether the handler did not know, there is something about protocol. And, and the picture did not represent what should ordinarily be. As she is flying Nigeria's flag, a privileged position. The president was there as the commander-in-chief. The president is the symbol of Nigeria in that place. There is no any other place that allegiance should be than to Nigeria. And as evidently represented by the leader of Nigeria today, who irrespective of who that person is, that man that was there, whether his hand is shake or his leg is shake, whether they have different political learning before they got there, but at that stage, it is Nigeria. It is not APC or PDP. It is not Igbo. It is not Yoruba. It is not Ishakiri. It is not Anang. It is not Kalabari. It is nothing but Yoruba. But Nigeria and Nigerians. So for me, the earlier we just learn from this unfortunate, that happened, all this unnecessary rough fight that happened in this. Let's just take it out. Okay, it was a genuine mistake by the handler, and we move on. And we begin to tone down on the rhetorics. Even if you feel angry, that moment you are very angry, don't tweet, don't say things, because they will just keep going on to destroy things that are already, having challenges of standing right. So that is the position I want to take. Neither on the party and neither of the people that are fighting on either side, whether they are obedient or whether they call them their parties. At this particular time, all of them, I think they went a little bit too far for something that ordinarily If there is genuine love, you can call people to order and just let it remain as it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So impassioned was that you've pivoted. The person that would never turn, Kulata, is now weeping in regrets that has been mocking Madam Ngozi. But let's go on from you, Bishop, to Zita, who I think may be ready for us now. So Zita, can you mute now, Zita?
Oh man, how na day?
Salam alaikum. How about you?
I do. So what are you people talking about?
We are talking about Madam Ngozi and the photographs that should have come, that did not come, and then came laterly, but there was a lot of fight in between. So Madam Ngozi was in Paris for the summit, as was her President Bola Tinubu. So Madam Ngozi now a senior member within the financial space, actually the topmost financier within the world, WTO Director General. So she was at that summit, and of course, she met all the great and goods. And then, of course, on her Twitter handle, she started publishing photographs with the president of Senegal, the president of South Africa, the CEO of XYZ. But notable was the absence of photographs with her own president, Bola Tinubu. That set the Twitter space agog and aflame. Back and forth, the usual suspects, the obedience and the battlefights. But then latterly, she's now published this photograph that she took with Tinubu. So a lot of people feel that there's mischief making there, and she's somewhat of a closet obedient. So all of that is what's in play.
Woman, wow. Is it how low we have gone?
This is where we are now as a nation.
As in a low under the pit.
I mean, sometimes I don't know, woman. How much time do I have to speak, please?
Free flow. Carry on.
Okay. You see, there is something my grandfather told me. He told me when you start abusing somebody about and attacking somebody about their bad behavior, if you don't take your time, you will start behaving like them. This is too low. I'm going to take this story from two different angles. Number one, Okonjo Iweala, I am sure by her status and class, she has handlers. I'm not there, but I don't really think she's the one posting that thing. Madam took picture, dropped it for office, people who handle her social media or maybe her information. And somebody decided to post it the way they want to post it. Everywhere went agog. So putting a picture of you and the president has become an issue in Nigeria. Is that how low we have gone? To the extent that
in this climate is an issue. I'm sure you recognize that.
That's what I'm saying. Some people brought this level into the Nigerian space. For months, we've been attacking them. And now, it seems as if Nigerians are beginning to be them. Okonjo Iweala did not post picture, and the whole hell was let loose. For what? By the way, somebody who went to a summit like this and met with presidents, whether he posts the picture or not, the picture is all over the place, all over the media, all over the social media, all over television, media houses and everything. So why this polarization on she would have posted it? A woman of that caliber who has made a name for herself. And this is the dust that is being thrown at her, that she didn't post pictures. Now, that being said, something is missing in that story. And I will say it because I'm the only one that will say it. If we want to go that low to making things like that an issue, then I will talk about priority. As a woman of her caliber that met her president, probably the first time. Let me talk like Zita.
It's not the first time.
Or in a summit.
No. As a president, I think he's meeting
as a
president.
Yeah, I think this is the first time as a president. Let me talk like Zita. There should be some sort of excitement. I met my president today. Who is the girl handling this thing? Post my picture with my president. I met him today. I'm talking like Zita now. That's if we want to go low, like making it a discussion. In as much as we try to portray it, it's either we discuss it or we don't discuss it. We discuss it by waving it away. What is there? Posting picture of me and president, which is already everywhere. Then somebody will ask, but you posted picture. Why didn't you post that of you and the president? That's going low. So when we want to go the low, I will say, meeting your president for the first time, the woman of caliber who have a high position somewhere in the world, the newly inaugurated president, you met him in a summit, you shook hands with him, asked you questions, exchanged pleasantries. There should be a form of excitement, which you would have said, I met Mr. President today. I beg, you guys should put up the picture. But I will be honest with myself. I don't care what any other person is. That excitement was not there. So he just dropped the picture. And somebody who decided to do whatever she wants to do with the picture did what she wants to do with the picture.
Sorry, Zita, let me come in for a little bit. You said that excitement is not there, and we can see from the picture that she was not especially moved in any particular way. But is that because of the importance of her position? This is a woman that will knock on the door of the president of the United States anytime she feels like. The president of Argentina is has to schedule.
That's what you think.
No,
woman, I will go down
because
please.
In the hierarchy of things, she's actually more important than Tinubu. In the hierarchy of things, she's more important than Tinubu.
No, that's not true.
Okay, now.
That's not true.
Okay, have you finished
when it comes to
woman?
my son, I will say that.
I disagree with you on that.
Woman, have you finished?
No, but in the hierarchy of things, she is more important than
So
Tinubu.
she's more important than the president of a nation.
Yeah.
So who is she controlling?
She controls the world.
Really?
Which world?
Yes.
Which world?
Which world?
The financial world.
You.
Which
financial world?
This thing now.
Okay, I think woman, you are even displaying ignorance. WTO does not have any influence on the financial world. He was there as a participant. He does not have any. When she was in the World Bank, she has influence, but she's not controlling any financial world now.
Carry on, Zeta. They don't understand this.
One man that roasted you in a second.
They look at that. That's Patrick, isn't it? He's always looking to dig at people. But no, he doesn't understand. But I'll explain it to him in a moment. But carry on, Zeta. She's more important in the hierarchy of things than Tinubu.
I will not say that. So that excitement wasn't there. Whether everybody believes she's a very nice woman, she's so high up there, she's whatever. If that excitement was there, it would have been an instruction. If you have been opportuned to work as an assistant to those people, you know how they function. So if the excitement was there, she would have dropped an instruction. As she's dropping the pictures or wherever they're going to take it, she knows they're going to post it. Of course, they get permission from her before they post it. So the stories and their reactions are not necessary because that is too low to discourse. That is not what, it's not important. Whether she posts the picture or she doesn't post the picture, it's not to be discussed in the first place. But that's the level Nigeria are finding themselves today. So they're discussing it. But the story from both sides...
It's a real low, isn't it, Zita?
It's low because
even for Nigeria, it's a real low. That
even
this
what
is a...
her explanation has holes in it. That's why I said if we want to go low about it, I would say there wasn't excitement. Why I'm saying this, I know some people will not like the way I'm saying
Madam
it.
Zita, it's not okay to not be excited or to be excited about something.
Wait, let me finish, please.
It's not okay not to be excited about meeting your president. But carry on, Zita.
It's somebody's choice, but at her level, there is no need making stories about it. If you are not excited, you are not excited. And no matter how much attack you get, you keep your mood. She actually didn't need to respond. So why is she responding if she really not, if it's in her right to be excited and not to be excited? Why the response?
The response is because she needs to calm the space down.
No, you don't need to calm any space down. Anyway, I keep saying it. Nobody needs to calm any space down. You can't even calm it down anyway. Anyway, what I'm saying is that if we want to go low, the story she's telling to somebody like me, it doesn't gel. I want to say this because if you have seen somebody who have worked with people on that level as their secretary, their assistants, ask them how they respond. Yes, they're busy, but there are certain instructions they drop. And those instructions are like, I'm going to miss Mr. President today. Make sure everything is in order. So she coming to tell me it's an oversight. Actually, I'm not going to take that. That is if we want to go low. Again, I will say that it's not really important. Whether she posted it, she did not post it, the picture is all over the place. She wouldn't have even bothered to check hands with him in the first place. She would have done the man. So for checking hands with him, discussing with him on camera is all over the place because that's a very serious thing going on there. So to somebody like me, I don't care whether she posts it or she doesn't post it. But one man, I will say that's where Nigerians have found themselves today.
Yeah,
we've gone that low that now the important thing to us is, hey, did he greet the president today? Hey, he didn't greet the president. He doesn't like the president. It's like the other side, the losers, are making the winners feel struggling to
Madam,
look for somebody.
it's not a symptom of illegitimacy. That's a symptom of illegitimacy.
Actually, let me tell you something.
Acceptance. The guy has been sworn in. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you, Uptown, I don't really like when I'm trying to make out some speeches. Somebody is interjecting me. I'm trying to say something. When I finish, you can ask me questions. We use words, and then sometimes it's either we exaggerate the meaning of that word, or we de-exaggerate. I don't know if there's a word like that. The meaning of that word. Legitimacy. That's why what I wanted to say, that the losers have brought us this low. Okay, now that you have thought of legitimacy, let me say it the way I would have said it from the beginning. The losers, first of all, I said it encoded. My grandfather said that when you start attacking somebody about their bad behaviors, if you take your time, you get yourself assimilated and probably start behaving like them. I said that at the beginning because I wanted to be coded in saying it, but now somebody has said something about legitimacy. Let me say it the way I would have said it, like every other person on one-man platform. You see, The losers has brought us this low that people, normal things that happen in the society within the space of a president has become an issue. The president is now talking about how he walk. Somebody will say, see him walking gallantly. And I was like, what? Is that news? He sacked service chief. He's supposed to do that. Is that the people who worked with the other administration? Is that the administrator is not supposed to work with him? Is that supposed to be news? Hey, he was up for 3 hours talking. Is that supposed to be news? So what am I saying in essence? The losers has brought us this low by making us feel there is something illegitimate about things that is happening in Nigeria. They are really pushing it that far because I think they're all over the internet pushing this narrative of illegitimacy. So they have brought us to this level now. We look out for who greeted the president. She has greeted the president. She spoke with the president. The next thing now, why did she put pictures and she didn't? That means she doesn't like the president. She's not accepting the president. It's her right to be excited or not to be. That is the low we have come. One man, we shouldn't be discussing this thing because I don't know, but it is what it is. You are going to discuss it anyway. But that is the low Nigeria has gone. I don't want to use the word polarized, no. I want to use the word low. Because most of the things I see people discussing these days are not supposed to be discussed. That's something that happened naturally when a president is sworn in. Those things take place stage by stage, but it's happening today because some group of individuals, I can call them the loudest minority, they have brought us to that level. Very soon, we will start discussing how many.
Why are you afraid to say the word obedient?
I don't. One man, I have told you several in this platform that I don't really like that word obedient. I wouldn't call my fellow human being obedient. That's demeaning. I wouldn't use that word. Even as much as it makes them happy, I'm not going to use it on any human being. That's very demeaning. I'm not going to use it. If I want to say only LP supporters, I will say LP supporters. If I want to say P2B supporters, I will say P2B supporters. But calling somebody obedient, I won't do that.
It sounds almost like a mind control thing, isn't it? Obedience. It sounds like mind control.
If I call somebody obedient, I think I'm calling that person an idiot. And I don't know why I should call a human being an idiot or a zombie. So, woman, that's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. So Zita, stay there. I want to sample your opinion on the goings on in Russia, which I know you and I have been talking about offline. So I'll sample your opinion on that in a moment, if you have the time to spare. But before we come to Russia, let's take Madam Ngozi round so that everybody has had a say. Fatai joins us, patiently waiting to have a say. So that time now, Fatai, what are you making of it? Fatai, of course, always has a very unique perspective on things. So Fatai, Madam Ngozi and the snobbery of our president. Fatai, Pastor Fatai, Afagba, you've unmuted, so now speak, Fatai. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
Tell you one man, what's going on?
Yeah, Fatai is unmuted, but we can't hear what.
Go.
Oh no, we can now. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. 3G network from Nicosia.
Yeah, look at that. That third world country called Cyprus, eh?
You know, so bàbá àgbàlagbà, bàbá mi, mo fẹ́ ní bàbá àgbàlagbà, mo rí pé àwọn torí títí la máa ń pè ní bàbá àgbàlagbà, bàbá mi ni máa ń pè yín.
Tuale, àlàyé bàbá tuale, after you na bàbá gíga.
Bàbá mi, bàbá dálé kòkó, you know. So the way China uses WTO, right? One of the maybe three or thereabout.
So apologies for that. Actually, before you launch into your thoughts, just that poser that people push back and Patrick was kicking me over. I was saying in the hierarchy of things, Madam Ngozi is above Tinubu. I'm sure you disagree.
Well, that's actually my this I was where I was going into something or similar. I was going into like, so I approach it this way.
Carry on.
So the way China, one of the maybe three, or I don't think even more than three factors that contributed to China's transformation, right? Rapid transformation within maybe a space of 1-2 decades, right? One of them was China's fantastic manipulation of WTO, right? So America is just waking up to it in the Trump era, and they are fighting so hard to reverse it, right? But it's complicated now. So if Madam Ngozi can use WTO the way China uses it, although I don't think she will be able to, because China will eat her for lunch. It's China's playbook now. But if she can let's assume she could use it expertly like China used it, okay, well, China is a nation, so I think maybe it's a false equivalence to make her compare to China. But let's say, assuming that the position she's in, she's able to do that, then what she will do will be more important than any paper Tinubu will sign. As a position, I don't think that maybe the president of a nation I think probably is number one citizen. I don't think that is the angle. I don't think I would say is higher than Tinubu, because I don't know where do you put the comparison upon the but if you put it in like
in global importance.
No, I mean, Nigeria is not a small country, so in that regard, if he was like Cosmoros, or if he was like president of South Tome,
if they were talking about, sorry, Fatai, if they were talking about the world influential people, who will come above the president of Nigeria or the WTO Director General?
Well, if you have a very, very intelligent president of Nigeria who could marshal the resources of Nigeria, the president of Nigeria will be more. But if she has so much influence, she could direct the ship of the WTO that Nigeria becomes the new China through her influence, then she will be more influential. That's what I'm saying. The comparison is very difficult to make, but Nigeria is a very important, very influential country. I think the president of Nigeria will be higher. If he was the president of Sao Tome and one of the citizens is the WTO president, right? So a WTO, whatever they call it, I don't know whether it's president or director they call it. Then that director, I mean, Sao Tome, who knows about, who cares about Sao Tome? But Nigeria is a very influential. It's a very influential. I get the point that you are making about global, like not locally. Locally, of course, Tinubu is number one citizen, higher than everybody. Global influence. The global influence of Nigeria is because Nigeria is not able to project its capacity. Is not able to project the capacity of Nigeria, so we can't really tell. So if you're able to project the capacity of Nigeria, so perhaps there will be no doubt that Nigeria's president is higher. But because since Nigeria is a sleeping giant, well, I don't know. That's why it's even like, let's see who can compare. But naturally, there should be no comparison. The president of Nigeria should be higher. But if she could use her, but I don't think she has that amount of influence, like to upstage China in the use of WTO rules, right? So I don't know.
All right, to the photograph. To the
photograph.
1
month. Sorry, can you give me a second to just try to to the question you asked. I think you asked. I don't know. I think you asked Fatai. I think Fatai. Sorry. I think what one man is trying to imply is, when we talk about influence, I think you are drawing it just her influence on Nigeria. But I think one man is saying is her influence on the world. That is on various
Globally,
countries.
yes.
Yes, not
Globally,
on
yeah.
Nigeria. So
She's
it's just,
more
I think,
influential globally
yeah,
than
globally,
Nigerians
yes.
by far.
I think what one man is saying, Fatai, is a simple analogy of in a Fatai family where you are the father of the family. Obviously, but everybody knows that you are the paramount ruler in that family. But then you have a daughter, a small daughter that controls a huge influence in the music industry in the world. Yes, I'm saying when that daughter comes back home, that daughter remains. You can even tie her and flog her, whoop her ass. You understand what I'm saying? But then when it goes out to the world with her, when you go out to the world with her, right, she commands more influence than you. So something like that.
One man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I get the
Fatai,
point.
Give me 2 minutes. Sorry, God.
Okay.
I'm saying this because people are on the platform and we need to educate them. You understand? We don't just give them information. Oh, it's world, it's this and that. You see, WTO, World Trade Organization is controlled by member countries. You understand? The policy issues, decisions are made by member countries. It's either they make it through ministerial conference or through the general council. The TG is just an advisory or managing the system. You understand? Member countries like China, like all these countries, Nigeria inclusive, the ministers of trade in Nigeria, in those countries, are the ones controlling. If you have listened to Ngozi and how he's trying to get members to take decision, you would at times, I was listening to her one time, I really felt for her because you see that she could not even take decision. She just have to keep lobbying member countries to see whether they could manage some trade, especially during this vaccine time and some other stuff. She was just trying to facilitate things, so begging India, begging China. She's just an advisory person in that structure, or the manager of the agency. That's the point. The ministers of trade in member countries like China, India, South Africa, Nigeria are more powerful and they have votes in that council. She doesn't have any votes. She has duty to organize the conference, to bring them together. It's just like saying that the UN Secretary General has power. What power? It can only be appealing to people, begging Russia, begging China, begging everybody. And most of the time, the DG does not even have a vote in the council. So that's what I want you to know and educate people.
But
No,
my brother,
she wields more
appeal.
influence.
The power
She
of
wields
appeal.
more influence than the president
Yeah,
of
one
Nigeria.
man. Even
when
the
you don't
appeal
have a
he's
vote
talking about.
of power, look, I think
Go
you
on.
need to listen to that. I don't know how to communicate it. Go and listen to her talk and everything. Have you ever, since they appointed, have you had to listen to her talk and try to investigate her work in the WTO? If you have not, then maybe you don't understand how that organization works. I have listened to Ngozi after he has been appointed and the level of work they have been doing. I'm sure quite a number of our people on the platform have not. You understand? Just so that WTO is this and that and stuff like that. No. Member states have their own trade policies. It's just the WTO is just to even get them to facilitate trade policy and alignment. People have their own trade, countries have their own trade policy that is fit for them, that is good for them, and they are saying, okay, let us just try to align this, to make things work and help developing countries. That's what she's doing. That's just the truth.
Yeah,
you can choose to see it the way you want, but to me, that's what it is, and I'm sure people who are listening now know at least what role the DG is playing now.
All right, back to you, Fatai. I still stand my ground, but back to you, Fatai.
You can start it in ignorance now.
No, it's not in ignorance, but let Fatai carry on. Then when I come to you, then I think Olata is agreeing with you, but the two of you don't get it. You see, this is it. When I say I'm an Oyo man, I think this is where that comes in now. But Afatai, to you. You see, these people that are not from Oyo, they don't know how to look beyond that. Yes, carry on.
The point that Patoski is making, like in the number of the things, yes, but the influence of Madame Iweala resides in her ability to influence the paper moving. Yeah, it's like paper moving. But if you are such a personality, you can, and Nigeria has a situation. So it's somebody who moved the papers for China to move the papers of the WTO that make China a powerhouse. So if there is that possibility because why would a American president cares about who becomes the head of WTO, right? It's because of that chance that to be able to move that, because when you are head of somewhere and there is 3, 4, 5 options to push forward, right? So it is the one you put forward that carries the day. You see, it's fine. Your job is to push the paper forward, but it's not always only one paper to push forward. There are 3, 4, 5 options right there, and many a times the decision lies in your own discretion where you push the papers. That is so the point I'm making is depend on. And somebody wrote that you pushed out now this comment you put on this about the Ghanaian UN Secretary General. It's because of his person. You know how many peace deals that Kofi Annan took part in, signed, brought. Even this Cyprus, the division in Cyprus, Kofi Annan was breaking it. The deal Kofi Annan was breaking till tomorrow forever still remains the debate of the country. So it depends on what you are able to push forward. That's the if she's not like whoever is after Kofi Annan, doesn't have to even to be an African in Nigeria. The other people that have come after, King, the South Korean person also pushed a big thing. Guterres, who is there now, nobody who knows Guterres, he's not doing anything. So it resides in the personality of that person. Like if you are a larger than life person, right? And there is a possibility to redirect the ship of Nigeria when it comes to commerce, when it comes to international commerce. And if that possibility is there, she's holding a very globally influential position, right? But if she's not a larger than life person, right? So it doesn't really matter whether she's there or not. It's just another position but if she's a larger than life person, she can redirect the ship of commerce, like on her own personal. That whether she's bigger, one man. The point onto your question, what you are asking, you could be right if she's larger than, if she's personally a larger than life person. Because she can redirect the ship of commerce of Nigeria. It is WTO is one of the 3, like the most fundamental things that redirect the ship of China's commerce. That China today is now so can she do that? I don't know. I think even if she attempt, China will eat her for a lunch, right? So it depends. And also, like I said, Nigeria is a sleeping country, right? If she was from Sao Tome, of course she's bigger than the president of Sao Tome. But Nigeria is not a joke country. Only the people who are running it don't know. They don't understand the value of that asset, and that's the point. So she's not a total paper tiger, right? But whether she's paper tiger or not, it depends on how larger than life she herself is, how she can move things around, right? Because Kofi Annan not because she's UN secretary. Kofi Annan could be UN secretary and nobody cares about him if she couldn't move serious balls. But because he was able to move serious balls, many had to crack global security issues. Kofi Annan stepped into everything and put forward whether it is debatable or not, but she put something on the table.
Anyway, all right. To the picture, yeah.
The only thing The only thing that really interested me there is that look, sometimes I wish like I could just go into a river, and just wash myself, because I feel dirty sometimes for even participate, for even opening my mouth. I don't know, for whatever the mouth is worth in this election, right? So the only few people, right, that have, because when you talk about human, only Ola that was talking at that time about human capacity development. So it's not easy. You don't build it in one day. It takes many years to build. So the only few people that have climbed the ladder, right, in the global or whatever, all of them are going to be teared down. They are going to tear on all sides. So they are going to tear down Wole Soyinka. They are going to tear down Okonjo Iweala. They are going to tear down Chimamanda Adichie. They are going to, I don't know who will be speaking, maybe maybe somebody from Peru that you people will be representing, that will have a name for you people. For you people can tear them up. They spend, who cares? Okonjo Iweala doesn't care about what anybody's saying. Right? Even if you people don't return
Well,
her back.
she cares enough to respond.
No, my point is this: she doesn't care. She's at the end. She's reached the peak of her career. She's the peak of her career. If you people don't return her to the seat, so what? She will retire. Doesn't need anything anymore. Everybody has a right to be politically affiliated to anywhere.
Yeah, but APC supporters were threatening her that Tinubu will not return her for second tenure.
Who cares?
That's part of the threat.
Who cares if Tinubu doesn't return her? She will go home. She was vice
Yeah,
director.
we'll replace. They could replace her with Cardoso, who will probably do an equally good job.
Let them. She will go back and retire peacefully. The picture they are talking about, who cares about the picture? Tinubu does not even care about it. Tinubu. It doesn't have pin to Tinubu's. It doesn't remove pin from Tinubu. Who cares about? You're going to taking a gun.
If he doesn't care, why did he launch his media team against her?
He launched it. It's the same argument Uptown was making. Okay, if you say Tinubu launched his media team, is it Tinubu that launched his media team? Is it Okonjo Iweala that personally didn't post the picture? Is it Tinubu but a person? These people are in a place that they don't do things by themselves. The only thing that is clear is Okonjo Iweala is about the Obasanjo person. Obasanjo don't like Tinubu, so that one is there already. You understand? The only thing is Okonjo Iweala is not going to go and be kissing Tinubu. That one is there. So, and the team understands that, right? So, from that, and when you in the organization, when you are at the top of the ladder, the feeling, not even that particular time, the temperature of the atmosphere plays a role in the people's action, the workers or whatever action, right? So the atmosphere is there already. That I'm not one of the people that go and be kissing Tinubu. It's not because of today's picture. So the people who are doing the job, that feeling already is there. So they didn't care to throw up Tinubu's picture in the first place. I don't think it's a particular decision. Hey guys, make sure you don't put Tinubu's picture. I don't. But even if anyway, I understand from the job of the angle, like that she couldn't deliberately. It would not be very nice if she said deliberately, hey, don't put Tinubu's picture there. I don't even think professionally she would do that, right? She would just not take part in that situation. Of course, if it's Peter Obi, she will by himself, by herself, hey, put me and Peter Obi's picture first. Obi. But so what? Everybody has a right of affiliation. Everybody has that doesn't tear you down for the ladder you have climbed for so many times, and you are at the top. Some of the few recognized names in the Nigerian area, they are all going to be teared down over things that who cares? Who cares about the picture? It's not even an official picture. Everybody are all going to be teared down. Chimamanda Adichie also wrote some letter. Okay, she's not a politician. She doesn't know. She should not even have gotten to it because she doesn't have a clue about politics. But also Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky, if you listen to him sometimes talking about politics, you probably don't like him. But it doesn't tear him down when you go intellectually. one of the biggest name ever in the history of academia, right? But when he talks policies, because he's more, the side of Palestine, right? So what? We're not going to tear down every meaningful people in the country because of some people's political view. That's my. I mean, that's really my point.
Please,
Like,
is this Fatai speaking? Sorry to ask.
If people take picture too far, in the end, them go. Now they are on be that she pick two pictures. If I don't even have I don't play self-surrender. So what if she is with obedience? And so what? If Wale Soyinka is with Tinubu, so what? What? Is the right of affiliation. You have the right to be affiliated to anybody. Sometimes you don't choose who you love. You love who you love, and that's it. And who cares about other people?
All right, thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So I think that's run its course, the Madam Ngozi one. Let's have a look at this one. UIOAU orders peg cutoff at 200. So is that quota system thing that they're trying to rebel against? So they're setting the benchmark now as for the entry point into universities in Nigeria. But a group of about 7 universities, they've set a benchmark of 200 cutoff marks. But then the baseline for all of the universities is 140. So what are you making then of that chasm in between? And does this continue to guarantee then the elite status of these universities, that they get the cream of the crop, and then the rest, they go into all these satellite universities? So these are 200 benchmark and the quota system. Who has any thoughts on that? No.
Anyway, 200 wasn't it always the cutoff around about the cutoff for entry into but like at least some major.
No, that's always been my understanding as well, that it was run about the 200. But the universities, all the vice chancellors, they all meet, the university heads, they all meet to set the cutoffs. So now each individual university can set up whichever cutoff mark that they deem their entry points to be. But all of the universities, they agree on a baseline that nobody can fall below. So the baseline that nobody can fall below is 140. But then some universities that are so elite and so prestige, they set a higher benchmark, which was what UI and OAU did.
Well, I don't know. Okay, I don't know, because I didn't have my university in Nigeria, so I don't know what's.
Look at that! Look at the snobbery of that! Look at that! I went to Harvard. I went to Harvard. Look at that! Yeah.
I had it. No, I did try. I did write JAMB one time, I think. I got a very good grade, but I don't want to say it, by the way. It was more than 200 exactly. That's really the snobbery.
Look
I was working, and I thought I would go away. So, and I had a sense I would go away, so I didn't.
Do you regret going away?
I'm not really sure. I've not really seriously thought about it. I'm not sure.
Because sometimes you reflect on the alternative life or the alternate life that could have been.
Which alternative life?
Okay. Let's say, for instance, would your career projection within Nigeria, would it have gone more rapidly and astronomically than it has done wherever it is you are? Or your quality of life?
The only thing I would say, if it's as good as my secondary school, I probably will regret it. Because that was in Nigeria. I don't know today, maybe it's wrecked down, but I had a very my classmates. I mean, even to today, I like KKK. There was one girl we used to call KKK Kemi. She went. I mean, everybody was pursuing her. She was like, she was unbelievable.
Because
many people.
Because you could be like a commissioner, a minister, a CEO, or whatever it is. You know there are no ceiling bars for you in Nigeria. Only your influence and your brain function.
But who's gonna make you a minister if you graduate from Nigerian University?
All the ministers in Nigeria, they did not graduate from Nigeria.
Yeah, but they always have to go.
Fashola went to Unilag. That's what made him.
No. They had to augment it by going to Harvard for 2 weeks. All of them, they go to Harvard for 2 weeks to make it look better.
To round it off, like Dino Melaye. That he went to the Harvard as a tourist, and then he brought his ticket back. I said, I went to Harvard, you know. Look at all this ridiculous.
Then just 2 weeks at Harvard and say, yeah.
Those are
they don't carry that Nigerian university papers.
I saw Peter Obi doing that on a clip as well, claiming that he went to Harvard. He said, well, I was doing my management something in Harvard. And then they told
the market to market.
Did you see the clip as well, Dewale?
I saw it when you said
one man, calm down. Even Ruben Abati that used to pride himself. Ruben Abati said he was a classmate with Peter Obi. They were in the same.
Man, those are
in Harvard.
We're gonna say 2 weeks program. You want
Peter Obi, have you seen the list? Harvard is just one of them. Have you seen the list?
See, as you are right now, you can log on to Harvard. There are lots of thousands of free program. You can go online and do those programs online on Harvard website, and you get certification.
Have you seen the list? The list. Harvard is only one of them.
And then you can legitimately say that I studied at Harvard, and that would be
that
would be true.
Have you seen the list? The list of the schools Peter Obi went to is like 2 sheets of paper. I think Peter Obi is the most educated Nigerian, but they are all 2 weeks everywhere.
I mean, those ones count.
I apologize to Obedient. I have to say it. Apologize to Obedient.
Those ones, but those classes, those programs too count. See, if somebody takes his time or
those are professional courses now.
I just wanted to take a jab.
They are not courses. They were seminars.
They are not professional courses.
Professional programs.
Continuing education. They are not professional.
They are seminars. You know.
It's not a seminar. One man. I disagree with that one.
You know the most he got was a certificate of attendance, not a
workshop. They attended workshop.
Workshop.
Market to
2 days workshop.
Did you start the market?
No.
Market to market.
Let's not misinform. Let's not misinform the public. One man. Let's not misinform the public. Let me tell you.
All right,
somebody has.
Let's not misinform the public.
Somebody has calculated all the durations of all the courses will be studied across all the schools he went to. I'm not talking about his the ones in Nigeria, like these ones you guys are calling short courses or short whatever you guys are calling it. There are some that lasted 4 months. There are some that lasted 3 months. But to Tommy talk
that 2 weeks.
Yeah, there are some that lasted 2 weeks, but there are some that went out as far as 4 months.
There are some that lasted 2 hours.
Uptown, I have only one question for you. Uptown.
Wait, let me finish now.
Just
before
one
you guys
question for
stop
you.
me.
Just one question for you. Uptown.
Let me land on the point. Let me land on the point. Sorry. So they got his handler guy that enumerated the courses had to sum up all the duration. And the summation was like almost 4 years, a bit 3 years plus some months. If you sum up both the 4 month courses, the 6 months ones, the 2 weeks, the 2 months,
my brother,
and every other thing across all the courses he got.
My brother,
it's the equivalent of a degree. It's the equivalent.
My brother,
the point is that
Uptown. I will work on the music.
Uptown, can I ask you the question now?
Music. Anyway, good night, everybody.
Wait.
My own journey took
hold on.
almost that period, that 4 or 5 months. I will talk of somebody doing a program.
All right, take a question from Kulata Uptown.
So Uptown, out of all this night school that Obi has gone, how come he doesn't show in his speech, in his answering questions, in his understanding of concepts, in his misuse of statistics?
The question is for me.
Not
Kulata,
everybody is
that
that fluent now, Kulata.
Kulata.
Kilo and law school for what is he going to school for?
Some people are not just,
the question is for me.
Have a gift of
Wait. Calm down.
Oh, okay.
Kulata.
Go ahead, Attorney General.
Sir.
Yes. Thank you, my dear. Kulata. I shall hope you didn't come with the fire for fire. I saw you doing.
No, I've repented today. I've done enough.
Okay. Good.
Kulata,
Good to know. But
God is seeing you. God is seeing you.
It's only in Nigeria that we try to gaslight people that involve in continuous education, and that is why we constantly have politicians who are just career politicians that never go to school and never go back to school after office. And for us to come and see a man that has achieved so much in his life, and we say, what has he learned from all of those courses of learning this and learning that and learning business and learning all of those things? What have you achieved? Obi is, in fact, I want my first son to be an Obi. He's not an underachiever.
Nobody said what has he achieved. We said it doesn't appear he understands what he's talking about, not what he has achieved.
Uptown.
They're two different things.
It doesn't appear you understand what you're talking about. Is he a performer? Is he a doer? Is he an achiever? So did they start achieving those things out of?
Hold on, Uptown. The one thing we have to agree, Peter B is not an intellectual. Would you consider that?
What it depends on what you mean by intellectual.
Yeah, you know what an intellectual is.
This man
I talk about like civil service and all those stuff. Like technocrats.
This man study market to market.
Market to market. You saw the clip, yes.
What we are saying that the man should go back to Harvard and collect his money from there. Because
wait. Let me ask Kulata a question. This is an Uptown Kulata.
They have taught him anything.
Wait, allow me. Kulata is here. Let me ask Kulata a question. Kulata. Three of the programs Obi did out of all the various programs he did was centered. Was centered on leadership, right? Has Obi been leading various, whether you're calling it board, whether you're calling it committee, whether you're calling it state, whether you're calling it anything? Has he been a leader that understands how to lead a space? Or lead an organization or lead whatever it is.
He's not.
He could not even lead his own political
He is not. That's the answer. He is not.
Okay, they've answered you, Uptown. They've answered you.
Okay. Uptown. Peter, let me say this. Hold on. Sorry.
One man.
Peter Obi does not have leadership qualities. Uptown.
Oh, really?
No, he does not.
Okay, can I respond to you?
He does not.
Can I respond to you?
You can respond. You say he's a governor. Hold on. You say he's a governor. He was the something of a bank, etc., etc.
He was the chairman of the bank.
Wait.
He ran a grocery store.
Wait. Let me tell you the pointers to being a leader. Let me tell you a pointer to being a leader. There are very simple pointers. Let me tell you.
Somebody who is micromanaging and buying petrol. That's the leader of manager. He's a manager now.
Calm down.
Somebody micromanaging and buying petrol.
Uptown, I'm on your side on this one. Don't
calm
mind
down.
These people.
When you're talking about leadership, calm down. Let me talk. When you're talking about leadership,
let me be on your side for 1 second.
Oh, fine. You are on my side. Welcome.
You like to listen to your own voice. See, don't mind these people. They are jealous. After all, Tinubu was wearing earring in Chicago University when he was there. Whether he or she, I don't know. But at least Obi went to University of Uzuka as a man, isn't it? So don't worry about all these people. How does this even topic snowball to Obi? Where does Obi appear in this thing?
No, now if Obi has not been mentioned now, some people will not sleep at night. But the point is that
see, I'm on your side now.
There's only one point I have to make on that space of leadership. I'm not going to mention whether bank CEO, MD, or chairman or whatever it is. I'm just going to cite one example. Obi till today remains the only governor, when he was governor, that was the chairman of Southeastern Governors Forum as a minority party governor, surrounded by PDP parties. So normally head should come from PDP, but as an Afghan man, he was the head, and they kept bringing him back till the entire 8 years. I don't think any leader of any governors forum has served for 8 years. He was the first person that served. So it shows the leadership he brought.
Do you know that one?
He showed the leadership he brought to the space for them to trust him to be in the leadership role.
And then let's all right.
You got to
round that up.
So let me round that up.
I don't think Obi has leadership qualities, but
when you see leaders are conflict managers. Leaders are blessed with a lot of wisdom. They know how to. They have the wisdom. That's how you even select kings of villages back in the days. You get what I'm saying? So whenever there is a space in a classroom, the leader you select is not necessarily.
All right, don't make it a long one.
I promise. The leader you select whenever there is a space, a gathering of 2 or 3 people. If you want to select a leader, you don't necessarily select the best Queen's English speaker. You select the one that tends to lead more. And in all the spaces Obi has been, he has always been selected as leader of whether it's a committee, whether it's whatever it is or that. Thank you.
One man, can I have a quick introduction? It's just a statement.
All right, we'll make that the last statement on that space and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want Uptown to do a little research and we can help him. 20 persons, I want to be very generous. I don't want to say 10, 20 persons that are very, very, what do you call it now? Very strong about Obi today. Let us go back. There was already internet when Obi was governor, at least in the later days, till 2000. Everybody that served with him, let's start from the chairman of ABGA. Then, what's this name of that man, chief? This red cap man. Chief Ume. Let's go back in the record, whether in television statements, whether what they said online, and bring their statement. Then I will assure you, and I can state that more than 90% of them said very terrible things about Obi's lack of leadership qualities. These are people that were with him, at one point or the other when he was governor. They said it when he was governor. He was the worst thing that has ever happened to Anambra. He did this, he did that. The question I have not been able to answer is, all of a sudden, all of them capitulated now and singing his praises. And so
Obi has always been an anti-establishment guy. That's why the Gandhi party is
No, I'm not talking of establishment. I'm talking of I have some of those clips, and they are there, both from Ume, the people that served with him, some of the commissioners, and other, in quotes, intellectuals from Anambra State. They said unprintable things about how he failed woefully in every area. Is it in governance? Is it in appointment? Is it in conducting local government elections? Is it in how it almost destroyed the party that brought it to power? Is it his lack of carrying,
He brought the party to power. The party did not bring him to power.
No. What I'm saying is that how he almost destroyed the party. If he said he brought the party to power, that is demeaning. That is demeaning on the person of Ojukwu. He promised that he would not. What I'm saying is that if you can bring their statement, and the question, if you can answer what changed that all of a sudden made Obi the Albert Einstein of our generation, the best thing after God created heaven and earth.
Anambra voted Obi in 2003. They didn't vote after.
All right, please now don't do that all the time now. Just let him have the final word and then we'll move on. Landed Bishop and then we'll move on. Sorry, Uptown, but if you needle at everything,
no, one man, it's the gang up now.
That happened with that Dan Lekoko, and it's stretched for a good half an hour, 40 minutes. So if it happens, so sometimes we just let it flow and then we.
So I'll just show you that because that's just I'm sorry. I don't want to sound a little bit to sound how do you call it at all. Obi does not come to me as an intelligent individual. I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
All right, brilliant. All right, let's go on to Patrick. So Patrick, come into the conversation and pick it up from wherever you would like. So what we were talking about was Putin almost now out of power, but people insisting. Ribado was here earlier, giving us chapter and verse, but I'm still insisting that Putin is out in 2 weeks, and there's a fight between Chief Onitiri, and Madam Obi Ezekwesili. Her commentaries on the Alaba demolition, and him towards pulling her back from ethnic stoking up. So all of that, and then of course the Madam Ngozi one. I think we've over enumerated on that. But this space, subsidy removal was not in my speech, but I announced it. So Tinubu now making true then my theory that he had a rush of blood to the head. So come at it from wherever you like, Patrick.
Yeah, let me first of all come at Obi. Yeah, Obi, I think he was just trying to sensationalize what was happening. Now the Lagos State people, the Lagos State government has their own policy. You understand?
We can't hear you, Patrick.
Can you hear me now?
No,
can you hear me now?
There's a heavy static overlaying
Can you hear me?
voice. We can hear you, but
can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but there is
Okay.
heavy static overlaying your voice.
Okay, just give me like 2 seconds. Let me just move to where I think I'm going to get traffic. I think I'm outside and my AC is making so much noise. So, yeah. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. I'm saying that I think around that event, because Lagos State already marked those building for demolition, and they've been warned before then. Warned that look, they have to try to reinforce the building and to foster crisis, but they were not responsive. So if they decide to move in, Obi is not supposed to be the one telling the government how to govern their state. They had demolitions in Anambra. She never said anything. You understand? They had even all the killing in Anambra and everything. I was reading a tweet by Reno. Reno said, look, Obi is just being hypocritical, that there was killing, all the killing in Anambra of that northern woman with all her kids. That Obi never said anything, but when that girl in Sokoto was killed, she was all over the place. And so it's just very sad that she has brought herself to that level, and I never expected that from her.
Do you think because she stands accused of being a closet IPOB, do you think there's some veracity to that?
No, I don't think so. I think at times she just overreacted. She never really thought it through, and she just overreacted. She's in no way. She's a Nigerian, I think, and a good one at that. So she's not likely to. She just overreacted. That's the way I want to see it. And I'm happy that some people have called out order. And look, it's not like that. A soldier was killed in Anambra. A soldier was bringing the husband, a northerner, to Anambra, and she was killed. The husband was killed. A cadet officer from Anambra that just finished ND and wanted to go and give her mother the right salute. She was raped. She was kidnapped. She was treated anyhow. She never said anything. Ahmed Gulak was killed in that place. Ahmed Gulak, and that thing could have sparked a major issue. She never said anything. So, but that Josh girl that was more, her life is also very important. And that girl that was killed in Sokoto, the woman was out there screaming, shouting, everything. It's just, I think she needs to just retrace her steps and be human and be fair to all. So that's the way I want to see it. With Madam Ngozi, I don't think Tinubu cares about whether they post his picture or not. But to me, that tells me a lot of things. One, it tells me the value she placed on the president. You understand? For example, if Michael Jackson in those days was at that meeting and she had the opportunity to snap a picture of Michael Jackson, she will post it now. She say, Michael Jackson was there, I had the opportunity to be with Michael Jackson today. At that, or maybe when Diana was alive, if Diana was at that summit and she had the opportunity to post a picture with, take a picture with Diana, she probably would post it. She would say, I have this picture. She would short. She might not even delegate that one. She would just post it. It just depends on the value she places on people. I'm sure President Jonathan was there, even as a former president. She would probably say, oh, President Jonathan was there. I was happy to work with him, this and that. She would post it. It's just that the value she placed on our president, she just like Zita said, she was not excited to see the man, and I don't know. She has the right to do that, but it shows how she values Nigeria because that man is representing the country, and the people in the country have the right to push back and say, look here, you cannot belittle us, you cannot. And if she does, that's a problem. To hell with her, World Trade Organization. So what? She's not going to be the first one. So what's the problem? And Nigeria has a role to play in that, in all our growth and everything. So what's the point? You understand? She's probably not the first World Bank vice president. Obi was also a vice president World Bank. But all our growth and everything, I'm sure the fact that she was a senior minister and everything added to her profile, the fact that she was nominated by the president, and Buhari that time also spoke and put some words in for her, stuff like that. So whether she's there and representing her is not a problem. A lot of Nigerians were there. I'm sure Akinwumi Adesina was there. I saw Tony Lumelu very proudly walked in there. I was so proud that, yeah. And I think the issue we should be discussing about that conference, maybe we'll find time to discuss it instead of discussing pictures. You needed to have listened to Ramaphosa. You needed to have listened to the president of Kenya discuss very critical issues. Look at that woman from Barbados. You saw Ramaphosa, right?
Yeah, no, I saw his headline that he was speaking to that we're not going to be beggars and all that.
You see that Ramaphosa speech. I have a reservation to that speech, but go ahead.
But did you listen to Kenya?
I did. Both of them actually have.
Then you need to also have listened to that woman from that woman with a male voice from Barbados. Oh my God! You're proud to be a black man.
Yes, I have reservation towards that.
Okay.
You know why I said so? This same Ramaphosa led the delegation of other African leaders to Russia in the name of, finding lasting peace in that region. But the thing is this, is sometimes you could say all that, but they still go behind and doing rank candidate to all these.
No. But he mentioned that. He mentioned what they went to do with Putin and their position.
And does he think America will be very happy seeing them going to Russia?
Who cares now as it is? Who cares now as it is?
Oh,
everybody's seeking his own interest.
International relations goes beyond that.
Leave that one for now. Everybody's seeking his own interest. That continent, and now we are getting people that are speaking up for the continent that are speaking like this.
The global space does not work that way.
Yeah, no, okay, but let's let them play this way.
Other head of government were listening with rapt attention. See,
Patrick,
body language sometimes.
Patrick, let me say this to Adewale. If he's saying, "Oh, America will do anything to Ramaphosa," the first country that America will have to go after is China, because Ramaphosa is one of the, strongest country in the BRICS. So if America want to go after Ramaphosa, they should be able to see China as the number first enemy and not Ramaphosa. So what is international distance that everything we have to cow ourselves?
No.
Do anything we have to think of American first. What is think about?
When all said and done,
the same thing you are expressing yesterday.
Yes. And I still stand by everything.
So when are you going to be free? For the first time, we're having African leaders speaking up. And
you can never be free.
Oh, I will be free. You might be permanently bound.
Africa would never be free. You know why I say so?
No, Africa will be free.
How?
If
when?
Africa is not free in my generation.
When? The oldest country in Africa is still in the same cycle. What
Don't
are we
worry.
talking about?
Africa
See,
is going.
it does not work.
No, I'm not. When we say Africa,
one voice.
Sorry, Adewale.
Yeah,
when we say Africa is going to be free, does not necessarily mean that Africa is going to be rich or fully developed. There are countries in Europe that are not as rich as countries we have in Africa now.
Has
but
Africa
that
ever
are
spoke
free.
with one voice
No,
before?
wait. Now they are beginning to speak.
When?
And
Because you have
beginning
3
to be
4
this
head of
skeptical.
government going to Russia.
That's how it starts now. That's how it starts.
Where? When you have your neighboring country that is totally against you going to the same country that you are trying to run away from.
Wait now, let it start first. Let it start.
See, before now,
at the end of the day, we are not saying that Africa will have money, but we are saying that
the main reason OAU was established, the charter that produced OAU, was to form unity among all the African countries, right? For them to be able to speak with one voice, with one in unity, right? But then it was created reform over reform, and yet none of those people that were signatory to that charter were able to come together in one voice, because he went to Russia with 4 or 5 head of state, means the entire continent is speaking in one voice.
Adewale, this is what we should do. You see, you don't expect the entire continent to speak on one voice on all issues.
African leaders were summoned. They were summoned to Washington DC.
Let me finish what I'm saying now. You don't expect all African leaders to speak in one voice on all issues, but we can agree on speak in one voice. Majority can speak in one voice on certain issues.
But European Union speak in one voice. They have interest.
Let me give you European Union. They are evolving now. Wait now. Now we have Africa. They are beginning to speak with one voice around democracy. Look at the way West Africans leaders are fighting military dictatorship in West Africa. That is one area. They are beginning to speak in one voice on security cooperation. Look at the effort of Nigeria, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, Benin against terrorism. That is one voice. So you don't expect that. Look at what Africa is doing. Nigeria is doing with Morocco, with the gas trade and everything, gas pipeline. So wait now. We are saying all issue. We are saying on all issue. But you have to start with one or two. By the time you start with, even in individual relationship, by the time you start with one or two, then you begin to build trust. And then you can build on it. The life of a country is way more than the life of an individual. Maybe in a country 1 year, maybe 1 year in the country is 10 years, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that in another maybe 100 years time, you won't be
100
yes,
years.
wait now, what is it? The life of a country, do you know how old is China is? China is over 1,000 years old.
Okay.
So the life of a country is different from the life of a nation. In another 100 or 200 years, maybe Nigeria, Cameroon will be one country. You can never say. All we need to do is let's watch how things go. Let's see how things are.
Of AU, when they started in with a good clear vision of what they wanted to achieve, and they were working towards that goals, especially among those who are really bought into that dream. But guess what? Some of them reneged. They went back to join the communism government, right? And that was where the division started from, to the point that some of those head of states, they were taken off, right? And the same thing is still happening. Now we're talking about speaking in one voice. I said it yesterday. Between Nigeria and Togo, between Nigeria and Republic of Benin, between Nigeria and Sierra Leone, there's no movement. There's no free movement. We can't even trade among ourselves.
All right. Let's hear what that South African president has to say. Let's see what the hope
He made a good point.
7 African countries decided to go and put to Russia. And we raised a number of issues. Zambia was represented, Comoros was represented, South Africa. So we were all represented, and Egypt as well. So we were all at one, that even as we were going to address an issue of the war which has had a negative impact on the African continent, which is the rise in prices for food, rise in prices for fertilizers, we were clear that we are not going there as beggars. We're not going to ask for a favor to both Ukraine and Russia. We were going there to say, open up the Black Sea Channel so that the grains and the fertilizers should go into the world market. So we were not on a begging mission, even as we are in great need as a continent and all that. That should go to demonstrate that Africa should never be seen as a continent that needs generosity. We want to be treated as equals. Even in the multilateral institutions, we want to be treated as equals. And if our equity is at a low ebb, there must be ways in which that can be addressed. To us, this is very important. Our sovereignty is one of the things that we hold on dearly to. And we demonstrated that very clearly to both President Zelensky and to President Putin when it came to this issue. Even as there were suggestions that, yes, we can donate this, we can donate that, we said, we want you to release these grains and fertilizers to the world market so that the world can trade in these commodities and other issues we can handle in a different way. I wanted to make that point so that it should be understood where Africa has evolved up to. We want to be key players on the world stage, want to be key players even in the financial markets and in the MDBs. Now, these are the positive things. I do, Mr. President Macron, want us to address another issue, which to us is a bit of a negative. You will have heard President Sisi talking about the 100 billion that was promised in Paris. President Sassou Nguesso yesterday as well also spoke about it at the dinner. Now, there is that issue that a number of the commitments that have been made have not really been fully lived up to. But before I get into details, let me immediately say that we recognize the many initiatives that have been put on the table, and a number of countries here have done so. Germany has gone out of the way to put a number of initiatives, and the US has also done a number of things. But there have been times when we felt like we were beggars. I played a key role as chair of the African Union during the COVID period. We felt like we were beggars when it came to vaccine availability, when we felt we needed access to vaccines, and the Northern Hemisphere countries had bought all the vaccines in the world, and they were hogging them. And they didn't want to release them at the time when we needed them most. And we felt like we were begging. And at times it felt like they would just be droppings from the table, that yes, we will give you that and that. And let me tell you something that generated a lot of resentment. We resented that, and it got worse when we said we want to manufacture our own vaccine. And when we went to the WTO, there was a lot of resistance, enormous resistance. And we kept saying, what is more important, life or profits by your big pharmaceutical companies? And that too, I must tell you now, generated and deepened that disappointment and resentment on our part, because we felt like life in the Northern Hemisphere is much more important than life in the global South. And these are issues that need to be addressed. And I'm glad that we are all seated here like this, because we've got to get to the heart of these matters and address them. Now, I come to promises that have been made. And Chancellor Schultz was saying, we've got to walk the talk. Yes, we want to see the talk being walked. President Sassou Nguesso yesterday said at the dinner, $100 billion was promised per year. And he was saying, I've never seen that. And many of us will testify that that $100 billion has never really been made available. And this should stand out as something that needs to be addressed. Because sometimes we sit at conferences like this and say, yes, we'll make this available, and we believe you. We believe you, but now the tire must hit the tar. We must now see action flowing from that. Now, I want to then talk about something very practical. President Sassou Nguesso raised it yesterday. He said he would be happy if flowing from this summit, we do something very practical on the infrastructure side. Having said that 600 million people in Africa do not have electricity, and yet we've got all the resources to generate electricity, particularly the mighty Congo River, and that there have been plans to build a number of power stations that will generate, in my calculation, up to 70,000 megawatts. And he said, and I want to speak in support of this proposal, that to prove that these summits are not summits where we just talk, flowing from the Paris COP as well as others, let us now put money on the table and collectively say we are going to address this mega project. A mega project which will in the end generate electricity for up to 12, 15 African countries all at one go. And this is a project that I think the multilateral development banks here working together, the call that you've made, President Macron, can actually fund. And where, as we rise from this, we should be able to say the Inga Dam is now going to be developed into the Inga Power Station, the one that President Sassou Nguesso mentioned, and the next one as well. If we can do that, then we as Africans will now be convinced that these summits are really meaningful. We will now go home and say, you know what, it's worthwhile going to these summits, coming to Europe, and to listen to all the promises because they are willing to act on the promises.
All right. So that's the South African president. So he started off that it doesn't want them to be seen as beggars. That was how it started. And then he went on a 10-minute begging plea. So it's telling them that they want the Ukrainians to open up the Black Sea so that they can get grains out. You are from Africa. You are looking for grains. What's stopping you from growing your own? I don't even get that. That's just also. So you are begging for this and you are begging for that, but then you want to be treated as equals.
Well, man, let me preface my submission by saying that some of the obedience that were online saying that Tinubu did not make a presentation. I want to believe that this kind of summit already have their program planned out. So I believe some of these head of state were already chosen or selected to make this speech. Him being former chairman of the African Union. But you know, I'm glad you pointed out how a species started from. Look, we are not beggar. We are not here to beg. You know, but at the same time, this is what you guys. This is the way you are treated us. You've treated us in the past, and you are still treating us. However, we've come with the open hand. Please, we still need your help and this and that. For how long Africa continued to be on their knee or begging? How long?
No, I think
And
that money was not like that. Too. That was
no, no,
I
no,
was
no.
talking about.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You see, in 1999, Obasanjo embarked on a world tour, gallivanting around the globe, telling every single one that Nigeria were indebted to, please forgive us. We are just starting. Just like Tinubu had gone to Europe on his knees too now, because he's what he's seen doing over there. He's begging for investment, begging people to come and rescue Nigeria. Now, they did. They responded to his plea and they canceled some of our debt. They wiped some off. And in returns, they were told part of the condition is anti financial crime, anti financial crime agency will be established, and that was what brought AFCC and ICPC. And it later turned to be a political weapon. Now, at the end of the day, most of the money being brought into Nigeria was shared among the elite, among the government officials. And that is why, if I am the foreign investor, or should I say a government representative, you come this way and you are pleading your case. And I look at what you've done in the past, your antecedent, it's not something to write home about. And I look at what you have on ground. If I say, okay, American, please go to Nigeria, go and invest, when I'm not sure, number one, political instability. Before used to be the order of the day. Fine, thank God, democracy is taking its root now. Now, secondly, we have economy that is not even well designed, defined. We don't know if it is capitalism or socialism or whatever you want to call it, because it seems to be fluid from one thing to another tomorrow. So, and then the money being injected and it being squandered, it talks about what do you call it, vaccine, for crying out loud. This vaccine, I want to believe, because during the thick of that COVID, the agency in China were corresponding with developing nations like America, Canada, and so on and so forth, by making sure that they're sharing their discovery, because it was more or less like a evolving disease that is trying to discover and how it's mutating and all that. And eventually they were sharing those information to the point that we're saying a lot of rumors were going around then that it was, well, people still believe it was artificially made, but by the same time they were making those vaccines and they were making it available. The foreign government spent money to produce these vaccines, and yet Africans come knocking on the door on their knee begging for them to have this vaccine. Of course, you see, this thing goes a long way for those who believe those big countries should be doing Father Christmas to them. It doesn't work that way. You have to come with something that at least you'll be able to present. And the way you present yourself, the way you will be taken. And if the perception is wrong, guess what? And that is what they talk tough in this summit. But guess what? Some of those head of state will still go back and tell them, don't listen to that guy. Please, we need your help on this. Guess what? They will make
Did you see Macron raising his eyebrow as the guy was talking?
he
That
wasn't interested at all.
What I saw in that was that he was thinking, how naive can you be?
Sometimes ago, one man.
Just making ridiculous commentaries, and
Sometimes ago,
you are asking them to give you 100 billion. You're asking them to build you a dam. You're asking them for grain. That was literal begging for food.
Yeah. One man. So I think it was in February. Was it February or in January? When no, it was in February. I want to believe it was no, before election. I beg your pardon. I think December thereabout. President Biden summoned all the African head of state to Washington. You remember that time?
Yes.
They were all there. Please, if you are going to organize a summit for Africa, where is the best place to host it? Is it where you are, or to come to the continent and host it there? but they were all summoned, hosted them to a dinner. They were chit-chatting, backstabbing, doing sort of things. And they were being played.
The Kenyan president was telling us that they packed them in buses like school kids.
Exactly, but they were all there.
None of that convoy that they used to intimidate us all over
So
Africa.
we may say, well, those are insignificant, but yeah, it's these. Because if I have to invite you to come so that I can host you, why not come to the continent, see what it is in Africa itself, see it with your own korokoro eye, then you can now make your decision. Don't summon me and tell me what I'm going to do for you, and then you have to.
Dewale, Africa is a long way from everything.
That's why I said it's going to take long time before we are set free from these colonizers, because they still have their grip. I mean, not long ago, France and Senegal, they were still controlling their currency, everything. They were even spending, I think, we're still spending French currency or something like that. So, I mean, we need to look inward. We can say from now to tomorrow, Africa will never be free from these people, because the more you are trying to free me talking tough like this and all that, you still see your brother go back and renege and tell them, look, this is what I want you to do for us. And they know some of the instability in Africa were caused by these colonizers. Indirectly, they influence the uprising and everything. The uprising in the Arab Spring, it wasn't just happenstance. It was by the imperial people, imperialists. And then the uprising in Libya, it wasn't just uprising. Some of these things were happening, but you and I would never have an idea, clue about how these people are destabilizing the country, because the moment Africa is stable.
But you see, the thing is, the counterweight to that is that Africa does not have the leverage to take a tough stance.
You don't have to. You don't have to have.
Hold on. They don't have the leverage to take a tough stance, but 30% of the global resources is in Africa. But you will say that's a leverage, but there's never been any cohesion. That continent has a lot of problems.
It's not just one problem. You see, that's the point. We can liberate ourselves, but you see, you don't even have to have leverage. All you need to do.
How will we liberate ourselves? How?
Good. All you need to do is to listen to your brother as one family. If you're able to speak with one voice and make one demand and stand with it, then you'll be able to liberate the continent. Because as it is, it's about divide and rule. Okay, you may not have the resources, but your neighboring country does. Now you can use that. We can both come together and say, we lay claim with these resources. This is how we want.
You see that common purpose, Dewale, it'll be very difficult to achieve, just because of the way that that continent had been polarized. Because it's been chopped into several European stocks, which is still vested within. So you have the Anglophones, you have the Francophones, you have the Portuguese, you even have the Germans in all those Zambia sort of spaces. And those entrenched positions is created even internal mutual distrust. And all of those European sects within the African continent, they have a funnel through. They are being puppet mastered by their European spaces, especially the Francophone ones. So you would never get that common purpose just because of the way it's been structured.
Well, the bottom line is that African Union as outlives its existence. It needs to be scrapped, because I don't see the purpose of having an organization. Even the West African, what do you call it? West African organization. I don't see the purpose of their existence, because what is the point? We cannot even form a trade partnership with the neighboring country. So if we are going to strengthen these organizations, we have to redefine what is the purpose, what is the benefit members were deriving from this organization, and then in such a way that it will be well designed and design, and then other countries that might want to go back to renege on the plan will be sanctioned. So when they look at the sanction and what they tend to benefit, they will weigh it side by side and know that one is going to the impact of one is going to be very, very weighty on their decision. They will decide, okay, you know what, I would rather follow my brother than to me going solo. So to me, you don't have to. Anyway, Africa, forget it. I rest my case. Others can have their own.
All right. So there it is. Remy, did you want to come in? Yeah, Remy.
Yeah. I want to come in. Adewale, you have made a very good speech, but I think it's the right time to also start. Africa should come together. You also talk about Obasanjo and that he begged that, but you've forgotten one thing: a whooping $40 billion were paid off our debt. That's a huge amount of money. And when you look at all these developing and developed countries, they also borrow money from the international market to finance most of their projects. In China, I realized that most of their local governments are holding a lot of money to develop that country. And unfortunately for Africa and for the rest of the developing country, the financial world, the financial institutions are all in the hand of developed countries. I'm talking of America and some European countries. So they use it a lot to develop their own pace. They are so good about their divide and rule that they attract our best brain to Europe. I don't blame them for all these things, because if we do not put our house in order, then those people that are house in order, they will poach them. And they have been poaching our best brains since almost 40 years or more than that now. So the problem we have in Africa, as you rightly put it, is that there is no cohesion and there is no coordination among the state leaders. And I know this man that was talking, I was even ashamed of what he was talking about. He was just talking with both of his mouth. At one stress you are telling that they humiliated you, they treated you badly, and another time you are also begging again. So what exactly are you talking about? I think it's high time we should look inward first, because like if you take the model of China, for example, this is a country that was closed for nearly 20 years. And unfortunately, because they don't control the media, the Western country control the media. So whatever narrative they sell to you over there, everybody just believe who can sing. I also believe like that until I went there and worked there and stayed there for some couple of years. I know what exactly goes on. If you have your time, just take an holiday to that country. Then you will believe that really, if a country come together and the people really love one another, I think the sky is the limit. In Nigeria, for example, we don't love ourselves. We are still fighting we are still fighting ethnic war. This one say this, that one say that. The election has come and gone. And we see some Nigerians, any little thing, before you know it, oh, we are going to America, we are going to report. We are going to UK, we are going to report. It's like they are going to come down and help you with your problem. They have their own problem. The world has moved on. So if we really, really want to work for ourselves, we have to sit down. Look at what they said. They said there's going to be a kind of free visa for African countries that you can move around. Look at what Dangote experienced, the richest man in the world. He cannot even get a free passage.
So has he suddenly surpassed Elon Musk?
What did you say?
I said, has he suddenly surpassed Elon Musk?
No, I mean, I'm talking about the richest man in Africa. He wants to visit an African country, and there is some people with foreign passport.
Oh, you didn't know that I interviewed one man?
Oh no, I saw it. No, I was only having fun with him. He said the richest man in the world. I think that was
okay. So I want to say the richest man in Africa.
I know what you meant.
He has to still get a visa to visit some of this country, and it is him. They want his investment. Look, it's so unbelievable. This new generation, look at here in Europe, it's borderless. You just go anywhere you want to go. So I don't understand. And we continue to, any available thing you want to go to the international world to borrow money. What are the resources in your country? What are your people doing? Are you putting your people to work? This is a dilemma. Even in the so-called Western countries, most of this money are also taken from Africa. They deposit in their foreign accounts over there in their banks in America and the rest. And this America will come back and say your leaders are corrupt. They too are extremely, let's call it spade a spade. They are even worse than those African leaders are. Because you know that this money was stolen from Africa, and you would take it to your bank and then you use it for 30 or 40 years, and then you give me a condition for taking back the money to Africa. It's so appalling. I don't know how we are going to do it, but we need to really I don't know. Maybe it's not easy as a continent, but as my country, we need a lot of work to do. And all those jobs, the election has come and gone. Obi should go and just sit down and support the government. They should try another 4 years instead of backbiting. And you see a lot of people portraying our country in bad light, going to America to go and protest for what? Election took place in America. People that are not
how did we get to Obi? We are not with Obi now. We're with the
I am. Sometimes I'm just pleased with some of our action. Election took place in several countries, and if things are not right, did they come to Nigeria and protest to Nigeria that please help us? They are not doing something very well in my country. I don't know why people just think that way. They will just come and solve your problem. You should think. When we have a military government like Abacha, Babangida, did they come and do something for you? So, first Nigeria
they
should
supported us there, but it was because the ambassador was dating our sister. I'm just kidding.
It's high time we should look inward by ourselves and try to support the government.
The ambassador then was
ourselves to death internally, but not washing our dirty lining outside.
All right. Let's bring Kulata in. Kulata, what did you make of the double speech by the South African president? Don't call us beggars, but please give us food.
If I start talking about Africa, I've given my opinion, controversial opinion, while semi-drunk, and it didn't end well. If people still call me out for it, the issue with Africa is more than meets the eye, in my opinion.
Let's not do the IQ thing tonight.
I'm not going there, Babati. I won't go there. But it's more than meets the eye. It's just the truth. Like, it's not by... how can we have a group of people that are so handicapped? They can't help themselves. They can't build anything. They can't copy anything. They just want handout all the time. They've liberated them to an extent. They're still on training wheels. At some point in time, you have to start passing some hard judgments. But I'm going to step away from that angle because it's not going to help. But what Babati said in another platform, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? That may be a solution for us. And I think I'm going to paraphrase. What he said is for Nigeria to try and dominate Africa. When you dominate Africa, when you dominate a place, you can set the agenda, you can set the region, you can force a direction. So what do we mean by that? Means economically, our banks are in almost every African country. We're trying with the banks. I'm not going to lie, we're trying with the banks. Our music, our culture, we're trying with that area too. Our gas, our petrol, we know nowhere there. If we're the ones selling petrol to most African countries, Francophone countries is going to be difficult. France has a tight leash. But Anglophone and the other ones, if we're the ones supplying them economically, we're dominating them. If we're dominating them economically, and if we're also dominating, like, what other area? Telecoms, well, South Africa, that may be too late. But who knows? Who knows? So service sector, if we're providing manpower, and we have the capabilities and capacities to do all these things. So if we're doing that, we will turn ourselves to a mini superpower in Africa, not by name alone, as in by deeds, by muscle, by soft power, by hard power. Let's dominate. There's so much that you can dominate in Africa. Like, we can be controlling. Africa is blessed with all sorts of minerals. Like, before we start talking about, let's have industry, run this factory and all that stuff, all the pipe dreams that some of them. How about we do the immediate processing of agricultural produce? Simple stuff. We're one of the people with the highest amount of cashew that we produce. But guess what? We go and process our cashew in Vietnam. How about we start processing, agro-processing? We turn to the agro-processing giant in Africa. We process, we turn cassava into tapioca starch. We turn cassava, we turn it into ethanol. We start dominating the ethanol sector. We do like I'm not even talking about anything revolutionary. I'm even talking about basic processing, just second level processing, rather than uh just selling raw stuff. Just basic, just a little value addition, just some value addition. If we're the value addition giant in Africa, we can, if we mine gold, we can refine it. If we want mine oil, we can refine our crude oil. I'm not saying we do robotics and I mean all those fanciful things. Hopefully, we should be able to get there, but things that are attainable, achievable. If we can turn to the real economic powerhouse in Nigeria, we can set African agenda. But without someone, I mean, Babati, you're the one that put it in my head now. Without someone dominating Africa, setting the pace, Africa will be directionless because they divided us in 1914. That division is still there, the Berlin Conference. And I mean, we had to take over the colonial powers. We have to take over their roles in Africa. When we take over all the Africa, they'll be forced, they'll be trading with us a lot on our terms. There will be some unity.
Okay.
So
Otumba K, let's engage here. So because you are very nice with it, the way I phrase it. Enough for the Pan-African bullshit. No, fuck all that. We are dominating control.
I agree with you.
You
Yeah.
can't survive without Nigeria. You make them, they will still benefit, by the way. We're going to be very gracious. They will benefit from you.
Is that not what Tinubu is embarked upon with this hard stance that he has taken with the fuel subsidy?
No, yes. This is the whole idea. I know we are Africans and we're not be comfortable hearing it. This is the basic concept. Other countries are exploiting African countries. Nigeria should also join the party as well. That's the truth.
We should exploit.
Since okay, look at what Dangote was talking about. I can't even move my goods and services into Benin, but they go buy from China. Well, if I need to dominate the Benin market, I'm not going to meet with Benin. I'll go and meet their daddy in China. I can't talk to Niger because Niger will not open their market to me. So if I want to deal with Niger, I'll go and meet Niger's daddy in Europe, which is France. So I'm going to go talk to your daddy in France since you don't have control over your own country. So guess what? Your daddy in Europe will tell me, listen, Omo, let's make the deal with my boy here down in your country. Okay, I will give you the power to that. I'll give you the keys to the kingdom. But this is the deal. That's the way you do it. So it's like
all these things are fine in theory, but
no, woman, it's not theory.
Woman, it's doable. I talked about it. It's doable
because we are very unique, particularly in Africa. We have that leverage. They will have you control that Africa, and through you they control that everybody else. It sounds very, very wicked or very, it's not very nice. But this
you mean to sublet colonialism, sort of?
Yes, Africa is there for the taking.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that is just the way it is. But Nigeria cannot continue to ally themselves with other African countries that sound like this. That was a very pathetic pitch. Nigeria should not be begging. We should not be begging. We're not Togo. We are not Niger, for God's sake. We're not Chad. But if Chad and Niger wants to be exploited, join the party. I'm sorry. That's the way dominate the damn thing.
Can I interject? I'm sorry,
yeah,
one
sure.
can I?
Yeah.
Because I'll be leaving soon.
Yes, I'll be wrapping up.
It's Sunday.
Well.
About Sunday morning. Yeah. So I think I agree with Kulata on the submission. Like I always say, their respect. So instead of Africa and Nigeria gallivanting around begging for respect,
you're breaking up.
Probably. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, I don't know how you're begging for Tucano jets, begging for everything, and then you are also saying this and that and that. So, yeah, really, I agree with Kulata. I think what we have to do is look inwards. But again, I think the problem of Africa is just two things. Yeah, we all know the very famous one. We have a very corrupt political class. But really, I think the main issue is that Africa is rudderless. Africa needs to have a leader. So I think Africa's problem is that its giant is sleeping, and that giant has been sleeping for a long time. The day Nigeria wakes up, Africa wakes up. So the only way Africa can come up is Nigeria have to wake up to their responsibility as the leader. Probably again, like my brother that just talked, we probably need to colonize the other African countries. We have to dominate the African economy, just the same way we are doing in the entertainment industry. Now, if you come to my industry, there was a time that we used to Oyibo music, now they dominate Nigeria entertainment. We used to play Al Kelly, this, that, and that. If I had to play a Nigerian music in a Nigerian club was like, wow, DJ. Now today, we Nigeria, we define the sound of Africa. We have put Africa in the map and they call it Afrobeat. You get what I'm saying? So leader, you cannot go to war without a warrior. And the only person that is positioned to be the warrior, whether by size, whether by soft power or potential, because it's not soft power yet. We have not transformed it to soft power. But we have the potential to be that leader. And the day we rise to truly be that leader, Africa is going to rise. So it's not about Ruto or all of these people going to huff and puff in foreign summits. That's not what's going to fix us. So we have to exploit all the advantages we have as Nigeria. We have to dominate Africa first because, like Kolata said, yeah, Africa is up for the grab. The question is the giant going to grab Africa and go to the world? Yeah.
All right,
Would you want to be seen with people like this as a country? If you want to be taken serious, would you want to hang out with? It's like life. If you're going somewhere and you're a very serious individual, you will have to let go of some friends.
You see, for Nigeria to dominate the African the African continent, even and by the way, when we're talking about dominating Africa, we're really talking about the subcontinent, isn't it? Not the. I'm not sure that Egypt would allow you to come and dominate them, but for that to happen, it has to be with the active connivance of powers bigger than us, because you know that France is being held upright by Africa, all the exploitations and explorations. So they are not going to say, okay, we've had enough, you go take some.
No, you didn't hear what I said earlier. I said those countries, for instance, would not let Dangote move his goods and services into those countries. Like Kay was saying the other day on another platform, I was talking about cashew movement in Mozambique, where they can't even move their services because they told them, listen, that is for India, for your own area. So those countries don't have leverage. Nigeria has leverage. Okay? So I'll give an example, for instance. Dangote has refineries. Tell me one country across that coastal line that has a refinery that is big enough as Dangote. Everybody's going to come up there. Even Angola will be shipping oil crude oil down there to come and refine, instead of going to all these giant refineries in Europe and in the Western Hemisphere. So once you get that space, then you move into other sectors. You have.
I mean, we have a lot of the banks, our banks in a lot of African countries, and they're playing big.
So expand focus on those. It's targeted investments. You target those industries. You make them dependent on you. You will see, you'll be very nice, very humane. You know, they will get their cut, whatever they get, but you make them dependent on you. That way, when I go to Europe or China to bargain for whatever, I have leverage. Remember, even militarily in the 70s, 80s, didn't we have ECOMOG? Remember, even when America comes to Africa to do anything, they first ask Nigeria, oh, guys, Alpha, what do you think about Nigeria? Is always at the table. Have we forgotten how big the Nigerian military was in the 70s, 80s when it comes to the security on the continent? Bring that back. Dominate militarily. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So if Nigeria decided to become the big giant Iroko tree in Africa.
You will be hated. I know they will. I know they will not like. I
And
know.
you think this big brother we just talked about will be, watching their eyes, letting that cash cow slip off their hand. They will go back
It's
and
mutual, bro. Like you miss my point. They are dominating that space. They're exploiting your so-called brothers and sisters in the African continent. Those ones don't know what they're doing. Okay, they're just there for the taking. So I'm going to join the party. You will make a deal with them. Like, look at those.
what if they decided not to open their markets to you, just like they didn't open it to Dangote?
What market are you talking about?
No, you said we should dominate. You cannot dominate without making
Oh,
incursion.
we know we have free trade agreement, right, in Africa.
But some of the trade agreements are not enforceable. You can't even trade with without all this bureaucracy and stuff. As it is right now, you can't just take your stuff to say you want to go and sell in Abidjan.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So Dangote says, "Well, Benin will not let me."
You have to be acceptable for you to be able to dominate.
Hold on. Let Babati.
So Benin will not let me ship my bring in my cement, even though I am in Ewekuru. I am just by the border, but they will go and deal with China, right? So I'm going to go talk to China and say, "Listen, what's going on here?" Because I know, so for some reason, they signed a deal with China, but also France is also involved, right? So I will go make a deal with France, open up that space for me. And they say, well, this is the offer China gave us, and this is how much we are making. Well, okay, we will lower the cost. We will give you, you will make deals with France, not Benin. Benin is not relevant to this. Forget Benin. You will make with the guy that is controlling Benin. So you will give them incentives, more money than what China is offering. It's closer to you. We open this to you. So you make deals. We have this oil and gas stuff that we're doing to Europe. We have this and that. Then that opens up Benin to Dangote and everybody else. Then you go from there, different sectors. So it's playing the competition to open up the markets. Is my point. Those countries in Africa don't have leverage, so there's no point in me even talking to them at all. I'm sorry. It's not the best for me. Go to their daddy and negotiate. I'm saying that Nigeria has enough. We have leverage with what expect us with to make deals with those countries to open up Africa to us, to our own businesses. Now, the next move is to now have your so-called Chamber of Commerce that have been dead for so long to start bringing investment. So I am from Ogun now. Kay is from Osun. You are from, I don't know where you're from, but where you're from, they have Chamber of Commerce. You can say, okay, your businessmen in this area, what do you have over there? Will be this so-called exclusive list. So maybe in the case area, they have all this good mining, whatever. We will open it up to you people over there. But guess what? You can move these goods and services to A, B, C, D countries. We will help you with that. We're making this with them. So you have all these clusters of businesses. If I tell you now, Adewale, that Nigeria, if I go back on Nigeria now and I make this product now, there's a guaranteed export to these African countries where it's just your exclusive right to dominate that space. Of course, you want to pump more money there. You bring investment there, targeted at those countries that need those things, because your country is making deals on your behalf. That is what American presidents do behind the scenes. They go behind the scenes to promote, champion their businesses.
But Babati, so you think the influence of this imperialist is more of economic power, not necessarily political power? Not necessarily for political power or for political gains.
Okay, in some cases, it's going to be shared dominance. In some instances, we can pretty much take over. So there's some countries, I believe in Africa, Nigeria can easily just take it from European countries. I believe that. And there are some that you need to partner and co-dominate, if that makes any sense. So this is my whole point. Nigeria has to separate itself from other African countries for us to get to where we're going. You cannot move, you cannot progress with this kind of mentality, with this kind of people. So we are Africans, so I know, let's hold hands.
Let's see that come in.
I'm sorry, fellow Africans, for upsetting you tonight. So, but sorry.
No, Babati, you're spot on. But let's hear Zita.
I also support what Babati is saying. We should take over West Africa totally, entirely. because all the other nations.
All right, let's
before you move to Madam Sita real quick, see, a trade agreement sometimes doesn't skate through. Sometimes you might need to compromise and all that. And in some instances, when they know that they're not going to get upper hand, guess what they do? They will flood your country with weapons and cause unrest, and probably have military takeover and have
this guy is too compromising. Kilo de Adewale.
I'm not trying to be.
Why are you a surrender?
You can't be friends. Forget friendship and holding hands.
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be an agent
to
of
Western power all the time.
No. I'm trying.
Adewale is the Democrat now.
I'm trying. Hey, see,
you're right.
Is the
What
reality
is your
that
leg?
I'm trying to speak to reality. You see, this thing is what has been the problem of Africa for a very long time. Every military head of state that you see has always have the input of all these foreign countries, and they've been doing it successfully. It's not that people can't sit down and form a trade agreement.
You're not listening, bro. You're not listening.
Oh, okay.
I recognize that fact. Remember, I keep saying that you make this.
If it is that easy, people. A lot of countries will have done that in the past.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening, brother. I said we have leverage. We're not other Africa. Nigeria is not Chad. We're not Niger, for God's sake. But if Chad is there for the taking, make use with who has Chad and benefit from that as well.
If that is that easy, everybody will have done it.
If we are to follow Adewale as action, then Africa will never develop.
You see, it's just the reality. That's why it's been crawling all this while.
Of course, you're right.
Are you saying that no country in Africa has ever thought of doing that? Of course,
that is. But of course, that is the
reality. What Babati just said is that Nigeria has the leverage.
Exactly, we have the natural advantages.
So it's not as though it's an idea. Any country can have the idea. Okay, let's hear from Zeta. I'm not sure that you understood what he was saying.
I do.
Let Zeta come in. Zeta, come in.
Okay, Orban, what are you people discussing?
Oh, you were not in the conversation?
Oh, well, I just started listening to the submissions of people, or that's you want me to take from there. But I'm seeing a picture of the conference on the screen. So, can you?
All right. We were talking about the submission by the South African president at the summit. It was saying that Africa wanted to be treated like equals. At the same time, also them making demands that was somewhat like begging, and then the conversation then pivoted to the where we are now, that maybe Nigeria should just seize control of the African continent, especially our sub-region. So that's where we are.
Okay. I don't really care about what the guy said, because you don't earn respect by saying give me respect. You have to earn it. Okay, so Africans and their African leaders has been doing a lot of things, saying a lot of things for the past 4 years now, which I always tell anybody who cares to hear that is the part of me I don't like discussing. When I want to talk about Africa, there are things about Africa as a continent that I don't really like. They don't really do it the way they would have done it, but then when you say it, you get attacked by your fellow Africans for not going their way. Again, since people are discussing about how to make Africa better, let me say this. I think I woke up when I don't know who was talking about entertainment industry. Africa as a continent, will I use the word black if I'm permitted to use that word? Entertainment is in our blood. Actually, we don't train. We don't actually do anything to do that. It's just who we are. And anybody who puts a little effort into that area as a black man shines. It's just us. And we own the industry as black people all over the world. We own the industry because that's who we are. Now, back to what Africa can do to help themselves. It's unfortunate that we have stayed too long before we start thinking of what we want to do. A lot of things has been grabbed by other races and other nations. So it has come to a situation where we have to struggle very hard and do some things very extraordinarily for us to be in the limelight of the world today. Talking about manufacturing, going to the manufacturing industry, everybody believes that way Africa will shine. But I want to remind us that there are most of the things you think you are manufacturing. Some people are already expert in it. That's why I use the word we are kind of late. So we have to struggle hard. Yes, as somebody said, Africa is a green land. I think we discussed that some time ago in your platform. It's still green in the sense that I won't use the word monopoly because there is almost nothing you will want to sell in Africa now. There is somebody not doing it somewhere around the corner. But I want to use the word that Africa is a monopolistic environment and a monopolistic market. In the sense that if you can make something and litter it all over Africa, two things are about to happen. If the government of other, that's acceptance. I heard somebody talking about acceptance. First, acceptance by the government of the country you want to put it in. And secondly, by littering it, you got what they call consumer confidence. How far are we going to go to that? It's left for us. Talking about Dangote and his cement industry. If you listen to him in some of his interviews, he has been complaining about the challenges he has been having in acceptance, more especially most of the African countries. Somebody talk about the banks. Yes, if you allow Nigerian banks, most of them, they will be in all the African countries. But most of the government of that nation, they don't want them. For reasons I don't know. But I think now that Nigerian president and Nigerian economic body, they should find out why. Because I believe if Nigeria can open the market, more especially in Africa, it will go a long way. But come to think of it, what are the things we are not doing right? Talking about manufacturing, how far can we go in manufacturing? That has always been the question. What market are we targeting? Are we targeting African market? Are we going to still beg them to help us and not tell them to respect us? Because that's what we've been doing over the years, over centuries. Beg them to help you and then still tell them to respect you. I don't know how that works, but we say that anyway. But I think we can start with us. Nigeria is a very large country. And I call my country Nigeria, I call it a market. When you have a country like Nigeria, it's a market, just like the United States is a market. In Africa, I think Nigeria is a market. So can we start with ourselves? How far can we produce? How much can we buy before we think of going outside of Nigeria? How good is our product? It's not all about doing something. People talk about monopoly. There is no monopoly anywhere. It's just that it is not perfectly competitive. When a market is not perfectly competitive, it becomes a monopolistic environment, a monopolistic market, and it's up for grabs in the sense that all you need to do is to make your product a little bit different from what others are doing. And then you litter it everywhere. Very important, you have to litter it everywhere. How can they do that? Dangote is complaining. And we are talking about Dangote because we know him. What about others who are doing one thing or the other? We have a Nigerian man as the agricultural whatever. How far is he doing to help us? We have a lot of mineral resources. Do we have the technical know-how to get it out of the motherland by ourselves? Or are we going to still beg them to come and help us get it out of the motherland? And then we tell them to respect us. So these things, can we start by doing it ourselves in the first place? Before looking around, when we get tired or get confused, we can call for help. Not calling for help for everything. I am not really comfortable about it. And that's the part of me as an African lady that I don't like discussing. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. So, Kulata, to that space, then the domination of Africa.
Yeah. So me, I don't have all this pie in the sky manufacturing one thing, because our infrastructure deficit is so huge. I don't think we'll be competitive in manufacturing. So I feel our potentials are in service sector and value addition to agricultural produce, and of course oil and gas sector. Those are the areas where we have natural advantages. We have the population, a huge one. So if we train up our people, there's a ready-made service industry that we can use. IT, entertainment, banking, and when it comes to produce, petrochemicals, petrol, AGO, all those stuff, we can. And then value additions like oil palm, rubber, ginger, hibiscus, tomato paste. Don't just sell tomato. Make it a paste, make it a puree. Basic stuff like refining. Just additional input, additional value addition. It will go a long way, because across Africa, there's that value addition is not there. So if we can get that right, that will require little power, but not the kind of power we need for manufacturing. And again, for manufacturing, the likes of China just don't have. They have advantages that China and Vietnam and co. They have advantages that cannot be easily overwhelmed, because right now it's not just labor that is cheap, but the know-how is there. So you cannot beat where you have combination of affordable labor. Better than the West. Still expensive nowadays, but also know-how. Because I think it was Steve Jobs or something that said something before he died, that people think we go and manufacture in China because it's just cheap. He said no. There are a lot of things that they do in China that we frankly don't know how to do anymore, or don't know how to do over in the West. So that's why I'm not really too gung-ho about manufacturing, because that's kind of like, I think the whole world has outsourced manufacturing to the East and the Far East.
That ship has sailed.
That ship has sailed. But software, there's a bunch of Nigerians that write beautiful software, and there are many creative minds that we have. So I just think, I look at Nigeria like the Southwest region and co, huge service area. The East, anything close to manufacturing, that is where we'll get it, because they have the natural ability. Go to Aba, look at what people people invent in the Southeast. So we have a lot of that. The South, it should be like a gas petrochemical industry. That's what we should have. And the Northwest and the Northeast, that should be, farm produce that they added some value to it. So we won't be exporting raw cashew nuts and exporting it to Asia. Okay, let me not talk about some personal stuff.
Can I ask you a question? Is it too big for me to say that Nigeria, in my opinion, based on our location, we should be a hub? The same way you have a hub in Turkey, all those major airlines. What Ethiopia is doing, we should be able to do that as well. We should be competitive.
Well, we're located in a prime place. Like, look at South America to where we are.
A hub for what?
Flight. Airline. We should be. We're located in a prime space. Look at where we are. Just look at where we are. Africa to South America. That is
Kolata, can
there.
I ask you a question?
Yes.
I think I need some clarification. You said the ship for manufacturing have closed. They closed it. It shut down. It's moved.
It failed, in my opinion.
Then I asked, you mentioned putting a little
value addition,
VAT in our agricultural products.
Mm.
And I asked you, without, I don't know, when I said manufacturing, maybe you thought it's something outside of agriculture. But let me ask, let me get you.
When I think manufacturing, I'm thinking heavy manufacturing.
What I'm asking is it that the agricultural product you are adding value to, you're gonna sell them raw?
No, you will process them. So additional processing. I gave an example of rather than selling cassava as gari, we can do mass produce of tapioca starch.
And that's what they call manufacturing.
Well, yeah, technically you're right, it's manufacturing, but when we think manufacturing like manufacturing assembly chain, all those things, you see, that's what I want to separate like what's the word? I'm trying to separate basic value addition, where you need basic equipment, versus where you need a massive assembly line.
You are trying to draw a line.
I'm trying to draw a line between the two.
Manufacturing and production.
Yeah. So because like production, like you have a factory producing Nike sneakers, for example, that in itself is not high manufacturing, but compared to a factory producing Tesla cars, something like sneakers, I believe it can be done in the southeast, and it doesn't require that much power. So those kind of things, those kind of labor, some labor that's not too advanced like that. If we have enough power and enough infrastructure, we'll be able to compete. But when will we get all those infrastructure and go? So maybe we should still do some things whereby the raw parts is readily available here and is cheap to us. So whatever is natural to us that we can put some more value to, we'll be more competitive in, versus where we still need to invest in this, invest in that, invest in this. That's a long time goal. And by the time we get there, by that time, robots are doing every single thing in the world by then. So, we forget about artificial intelligence to impact. AI is taking over a lot of stuff. So, but I don't want to digress to that topic. But you see,
it's not good the way AI was.
No, it's not really an AI. I think what they are talking about more is ways that Nigeria can have a dominant economic.
We can have it. So if we're adding value to our agriculture, we can produce enough food to feed Africa. And these are foods that are not, they will not be perishable because we've processed it. We've added some value to it. It's in powder form, it's in thin form, it's in some can, is in something, and we can be exporting it to Africa because we have the land, we have all those things. So all we need is just tractor here, small electricity there, 150,000 equipment that can do the basic assembly line there.
Kulata, in many ways, Nigeria already is in that position. But not the manufacturing. I'm talking more about dominating, especially the Black Africa, West Africa space. I feel we're already in that position, but we've not commercialized it.
We've not commercialized it. That's why I don't believe we're in that position.
Let me give an example. We are the number when it comes to movies and music. We're the number one, right, in Africa for now, right? In terms of we're not really making money. But how many movie studios do we actually have in Nigeria strong enough to actually dominate the space? Even though they watch our stuff, but you don't have it.
We're not making money.
My point is this: once you say, "Oh, want to make a major blockbuster in Africa," you should be thinking Lagos. You should have major studios in Nigeria where everybody has to go to. The same way it must.
I think that's in the pipeline already. Somebody is putting, I think, a quarter of $1 billion in that space.
That way, you want to become a star in Africa. Where do you go? Nigeria.
You come to Nigeria.
That's how you dominate.
So
I think that's already happening. No,
okay, let me give a good example.
I wish of time was still here.
Look at what Indonesia is doing with palm oil. You know the number of produce they get just out of basic palm oil. It's unimaginable. Check, go to any grocery store.
Is Malaysia.
I sorry, Malaysia. Indonesia too. Both of them. Malaysia and Indonesia too. Malaysia, I mean, both of them are very good. I mean, they do both palm produce. But yeah, I mean, either Indonesia or Malaysia.
Picked it from Nigeria.
Actually, that is not. They picked a particular breed from Nigeria at a point in time. They too had it, but there's a particular breed that they got from Nigeria a while back. But I think the main thing I'm trying to drive at is, if you know the number of produce they get out of palm oil alone, it's mind-boggling. Check your soaps, check your any sort of condiment. You will see all this chemical, this. A lot of it is gotten from palm oil. And if it's not gotten from palm oil, it's got from the palm kernel oil. So what's stopping us? What is really stopping us from doing all that stuff? Nothing. Like, and we have all these things natural grown in our place. Cassava frustrates me the most. We're the highest producer of cassava. But if you see what they're using cassava to do over here, when you see something gluten-free, a lot of it is coming from cassava, sorghum. I think we're also the highest manufacturer of sorghum in the world, or one of the highest. Cassava, we're definitely the highest. But what do? We eat everything as gari. We don't even export anything. We don't add any. The only value we do is to make it gari, and we soak it and drink it. Hide, cow hide. We have one of the best cow hides in the world. Gucci comes to get some cow hides in Kano. I'm sure you guys don't know about that.
No, I know, but it's not widely known. Yeah,
it's not widely known. What do? We eat the freaking pomo. There's some quarries up north that they used to make a lot of fine Italian countertops. Who knows? It's in Nigeria. What are we doing about it? Nothing. The Oluwa glass that used to be in the southwest, what happened to Oluwa glass is dead. They've been producing glass in Ile-Ife, since something BC. That means there are natural advantages for us to produce fine glass.
Just in that dominant space too. Remember when Buhari went and removed Yahya Jammeh in Gambia and then installed whoever this latest character is, that is the president of that space.
Yeah.
You see, that's sort of that's more my thinking in terms of this dominance that you're saying.
No, economic dominance. I want economic dominance.
Yes, that's where I'm going. If you had done that to remove Yahya Jammeh and install this guy, but then taking an economic team with him as well to then seize, but to have Nigeria have control.
I'm expecting the President Tinubu to be going to African countries. Take Tony Elumelu, take Otedola, take Dangote. Those are the people that should be going to you with all these African countries, and then start talking about, oh, you guys have this, we can help you here, we can help you develop this area, we can help you develop that area. But us in Nigeria also need to be developed, to be giving people stuff. Okay, if the basic thing we do is to have Dangote refinery and Buafi refinery supplying majority of African countries petrol, that's enough leverage. Because everybody in Africa, I mean, before everybody buys Tesla, it's still going to take 50 years. They'll still be driving petrol-based cars. If we're the one, helping them refine their petrol, Ghana sends us crude, Angola sends us crude, they rely on us. That's still something. And then we are the ones giving Africa and supplying all the ethanol and all these things produced from our cassava. So we're the ones supplying them Derica, tin can, whatever canned food.
Even fertilizers from Dangote.
Fertilizers. So I mean, we have the capabilities to do all these things, but we're just freaking lazy.
Do you remember that storyline of the Guinean passport, Tinubu and all that? So the president of that Guinea, at that time, he's no longer the president. He came out in support of Tinubu, and he was saying when he wanted to run for a second term, Tinubu showed him a lot of support to get him in. And then when he got in, Tinubu then came in with a team of experts to help him build a financial blueprint for the country. So Tinubu actually built the financial blueprint for that country. So with that,
really?
yes, if I find the story, I'll send it to you. With that financial blueprint, so those are the embedding sort of spaces. If we're going to leverage in the manner that you are describing, so like you said, they're not as clever as us. So why not?
They're not, honestly, let's not lie. A lot of African countries, sorry, my African brothers, but they're very docile. When Nigerians go to their countries, a lot, especially aggressive southern Nigerians, whether Igbo or Yoruba, they feel the presence, they feel the hustle, they can't keep up. And we just go there to trade, just trade, and we dominate them. So imagine now doing it on a bigger scale. And those guys, they don't have like the kind of hustling spirit they have. They're very content people, as in they won't care. So all we have to do is to take over their lives and their businesses. Don't rub it in their faces. That would be rude. And I mean, we maintain, I mean, at a point in time, then we now start, I mean, injecting, what's it called? Military power. We'll be helping them resolve conflict. We'll be.
In fact, you are talking about the reach of banking. We can just even make it a single. So if we get into their banking and control that space right across the board, then who cares? If we control all their money, then who cares? We control them, don't we? Really?
We need their resources too. Like assuming we could quiet down Congo, you know the amount of resources in Congo. All the, I mean, a bunch of lithium, everything you have that's in your laptop, your cell phone, a lot of it, a lot of the important stuff comes from Congo.
Think about it. Congo makes a deal with Nigeria and says, well, all you making cell phones, and we have this rice from Congo now. Come and put your plant in Nigeria to produce, because Congo has agreed to make a deal with us. So it's mutually beneficial. We still control the space. Africa will.
Yeah. And we maintain the peace there.
All this talk is cheap. It's cheap.
Very
cheap to
again.
Yes, all this talk is cheap. Any country that want to dominate others must first of all have a full control of our own resources, secure the border, have a strong military, you know, a strong military in place.
You're right. Yeah.
Our military is not bad. I think for the last 8 years, this guy really pumping a lot of money.
Forget you don't have military. Which military?
No.
Our military has.
It's not so bad like that.
We have the military to dominate our
You don't have military.
We are not
We
talking
don't
about
have the military to dominate Togo and Benin Republic and Chad.
You don't have military to dominate anything. When your military cannot take it. When your military cannot even secure your economic infrastructure, they cannot even secure it. So where is the military that you got? They are looting your resources left and right and left and everything.
I think that has to do with leadership, because we don't have courage.
Yeah, that is part of it, whether it's leadership or this thing. But the point is that before you can dominate others, you must first of all have a full control of your own resources and a very strong military that can protect it and prevent a foreign intruder from dominating you as well. But at the moment, you are being dominated by foreigners. And you see, some of these Shamuga from Asia, from China, from Thailand, dominate you. All these Shamuga, they come to dominate you. So how can you dominate others? You can't. You don't have control of your resources.
You can't. Have you maximized your own resources? You are thinking of
but what we're talking about is maximizing our resources so we can start exporting and start overwhelming other people.
You are talking of Congo. You have so much resources. You don't even know how many.
I think you guys are
resources.
We don't even know it yet. We don't even know how many. Look at the interest in Congo now. Look at the fight going on. Look at the interest. Look at the powers. You can't play there, both financially, technology, militarily, numbers, and the level of influence.
Yeah, but what about
So
the
just
low
leave
hanging?
them.
What about the low hanging fruits like
Like what?
Togo,
Like
Benin
Togo.
Republic,
Do you know the interest?
like Ghana,
Niger. Do you know the interest in Niger? Do you know the France interest in Niger?
It's not just France and US.
The electricity in France are powered by uranium from Niger.
Yes, 80% level.
The president of Niger was a former president of the French company that was working on that uranium. So they have those structures in place. So the best thing is, let's first of all be able to feed our people. Let's not seek to first dominate. Let's first of all seek to rely less on them. Because if your level of reliance on them is less, then you can be said to be relatively independent.
Patrick, I disagree. We can dominate some sectors. Nothing stops us from dominating financial sector, entertainment sector right now.
No, what are you going to do with their financial sector that can be dominated? Your banks go there. One policy, one change in government and a change in policy can finish your banks there.
Oh yes, you are right.
It depends on how strong your banks are over there.
I'll give you an example. Look at our banks we have presence in Nigeria. Happen to have worked for financial institutions, have presence in all these West African sub-region. Do you know even just Sanusi policy finish those banks? Some of the Africa sub-regional banks that we have. I have like two friends who were MD. One of my friends was MD in Gambia. The other one was MD in Sierra Leone or something. That policy finished, then they came back home now. So the first thing is, let's even feed our people. Let's even give them food to eat. We can now gain cooperation. Look at what Buhari is trying to do with train to Niger. Look at the level of opposition he faced. To be able to seek to dominate these people, you also have to be able to invest in them, lure them with your money. Look at buying car or truck or military vehicle for Niger. Look at the level of opposition he faced. How can he be buying Land Cruiser for Niger? We are hungry here. We are not there. Feed your people, get them well taken care of, become less independent.
Give them good education.
Exactly.
On healthcare,
that's what China did now.
Capital development.
China became less dependent on the rest of the world to an extent. So they closed their economy.
Yeah. No, we cannot close the economy.
They became reliant. They closed the country for about 20-something years.
We cannot close our economy.
By the time they opened there, they have gone far.
No, you're wrong.
We can.
Wait.
No, we are not going to close completely, Baba T. We can achieve that if, for example, 70% wise, we are self-reliant. We can then start looking for allies in the area of maybe the other 30%. By doing that, we are doing what? We have not closed completely, but we are limiting our trade. We are limiting our trade to few people who we can trust.
But you must remember that China uses authoritarian as a communist.
No, Remy, you are right. But Remy, you are right. No, Remy, you know the difference is that when we say China closed the economy, it wasn't as if China was completely closed to the world now. China was still doing business with North Korea. They were still doing things with Russia. They just did what? Became self-reliant.
They are doing business with Nigeria too.
I mean, that time
they were doing business with us back then.
Business with the rest of the world. And
exactly.
Our national stadium, Nancy Rulere, is a Chinese company that built that national stadium.
Exactly.
1970,
so we are saying that
1970.
close self-reliant 70%. The remaining 30%, make sure you are dealing with selected people that will protect your interest, and they'll do that for like 20 years. And then open up. By the time you have opened up, you have gone far.
You have gone far. All right. Let Babati come in.
Okay. there are internal issues that you need to resolve. Nobody is disputing that. But like one man was saying, there are countries that you can easily, even as you are fixing your own issue, you can easily induce with, you can easily take over. I won't use the word take over necessarily. You know what? Effort, dominate. Let me stick with my domination thing today. Yes, the West African, if you remember, there was an article because we used to have some manufacturing companies. My family used to have manufacturing companies. So I'll go back in the late 80s. And they used to partner with some German companies, and there was this article back in the days. Songota was supposed to be the next, like this huge manufacturing town exporting goods to West Africa. And I remember when we used to go to those plants in the weekends, you would see all these trucks and stuff from Gambia, from Mali, come load up from Congo back in the days, and they pretty much were dependent on those. It was like coming to Home Depot, because that was like a Home Depot version, the part of that song that we had back in the days, and that involved construction, painting, wood finishing was Songo back then, and those West African countries had to come every weekend to get those goods, but we never leveraged on it. Was my point. Like, you can do something that we've always done before and do in that space, but now they are shipping from China, they're shipping from other countries. Let's bring that back. It was once there, we can do it again, and they will be willing to work with us. So when I say domination, we can start from the sub-region, then expand. So that would be my own take on that. Roman, it's over to you.
And Babati, in addition, when you remember during the 90s or even early 80s, you will see a lot of produce from Nigeria lining up hundreds of trucks in semi-border.
The demand for
different parts of West Africa.
The demand for the Naira was huge. The demand for
Liver brothers, all of them were producing in Nigeria, and from Nigeria they took them to all West African countries. But where are they now?
Right,
we have a lot of work to do, really.
Michelin,
all of them. Michelin, Dunlop, they're all in Nigeria producing in Nigeria. The Odutola tire something.
I remember when Eligasa was very big
manufacturing plant lying low in Ibadan doing nothing. Oluwa glass, I remember. So we can produce that. We used to produce glass in Nigeria.
Yeah, we used to produce Oluwa glass. I remember that well on that Ring Road area. Where was that?
Yes, it's true. And now we are bringing glass from the rest of the world. All of these things have been produced in Nigeria before. Where are all these?
You see, we shifted from producing sometimes in the 80s.
Consumption alone.
We took just consumption, and it's now just people that import junk from China.
So Peter Obi was right after all. So we have to go back from consumption to production, just like Peter Obi.
One man for me
that groceries.
Is it doing production? It's also importing now. It's even worse.
Don't mind the hypocrite. But one man for me that grew up in that environment, and I saw, because my own father used to have all this German. It was mostly all these German companies that were really like Nigeria's the next thing. I'm telling you, and they would have all these meetings, and I would be there just watching them discuss, and they had all these plans about that whole area, port. It was beautiful I wish I could find those documents. It was beautiful to watch.
My father
too was like, oh my God, we're going to be the next thing in the state. I don't know what it just felt about.
My father worked with CFAO, a French company, and during that time, Pojo was produced in Nigeria. During that time, I've never seen my father drive a used car. Everything is new at that time. Pojo 504, Pojo 505, everything is new. And then later it was like, then there was a time that Korean product and Japanese product like a Mazda trying to come into Nigeria. And all the auto parts and everything, even after sales service, they were all done in Nigeria. Where are all these companies now? We don't even know.
I think it's those military interventions that we have that were just especially
bad
Babangida
policy after bad policy.
Yes, bad policy.
Bad policy, and after bad policy, kill all the industries.
It was that structural adjustment that destroyed Nigeria.
That one was the one that killed. You see, when the social adjustment came in and our currency started to lose value, that was what destroy everything, because a majority of our raw material are sourced from abroad, and then we have to use what do you call it? The dollar exchange to our currency. Since our currency was losing value, so it scared investors or industrialists.
Yeah,
it scared them away.
Ajale Koko, what happened in hindsight was anytime there was an oil price shock, I mean, we could not defend the naira because what we were using to defend naira is crude, and so whenever crude goes down, it really impacted us, and there was an energy crisis. Sometimes in the late 70s, spilled over into the 80s. So Buhari was the one that ruined everything the most because he came in.
Buhari again.
Is this same Buhari? It's not another one. No. When he came in, he cancelled a lot of stuff. A lot of investors were discouraged. They left the country under Buhari. It almost was like an Idi Amin when he came in. So that plus, of course, then Babangida tried on hindsight. Some of his adjustments really helped us. If you look at it from an economic perspective.
No, look, it was Babangida that even destroyed a lot of things.
Manufacturing, bro. No.
Manufacturer had to die at the time he died. If you understand what was going on then. We did not know now. We were young, we were living through it.
We went into a recession during the time of Buhari that time. But actually, if we go and check our record well, under Buhari, Nigerian recorded we recorded a better GDP than what we recorded during the civilian administration, Shagari administration.
Let me check. I have the GDP numbers. Let me check.
We were a negative when Buhari took over government. We are in like minus 10.
Minus 10K.
Yes.
GDP.
I'm going to check.
Yes.
I have
Buhari brought it to 5.something%. So within that short period of time, you are able to record 15%
of GDP growth.
Yes, of GDP growth. Wow. So because they were disciplined, they were not corrupt, and the industries were well on track. But at the time, the industry started to produce more when they came in. Because they were disciplined, they managed the resources well, and they were reporting.
You are talking about the first time of Buhari.
Every month to the country. The progress, our economic progress that we are making, they were reporting it to us every month. So it was when Babangida came in.
Yes.
With his earning and Kama and it started
divide and
rule. And then it started with his
when did Buhari leave?
Buhari spent
he left in 84. 95. I think he left in 84.
95.
85.
No, it's 84, right? He entered in 83.
85.
He went in 83 and left in 85.
He came in 83, he left 85, yes.
Okay, so, he turned the GDP picture because in 83, it was minus 10.92%, 84, it was minus 1%, and 85, it was 5.91%.
5 points, so about 15.
But wait now. You guys are complaining about Babangida.
That was good memory on your part, by the way. I didn't let go about.
Yeah.
That's excellent memory. Babangida too had double digit. Babangida had 11.78 in 1990. He had 7.33 in 1988. It was Babangida had a lot of positive GDP growth. It was actually under Babangida. It was only his first year, that was 0.06. Then it grew to 3.2 to 7.33, then slowed down to 1.92, then ballooned up to 11.78, then 0. So it wasn't, the GDP growth of Babangida was not bad.
It ballooned to 11.7 and then went back to 0. Something.
Then went back to 0.36.
Oh my
so
God! From 11 not to the, oh God.
We've had double digits growth, like we've had double digits,
and then fell to 0 again.
Then fell to 0, and then went back to 4.36. But under Abacha,
it's not consistent. So
our GDP has always been kind of like it's not until Obasanjo that our GDP started becoming consistent.
Huge.
So, Remy, do you think that under a Tinubu government we can get a double digit?
Can you speak louder a little bit?
Can we get a double digit under Tinubu? Is there a hope that we can get a double?
For me personally, I'm not expecting a double GDP for now, but I'm expecting a growth to about 5% GDP in the next 4 years. Not going to be.
That would be bad.
If he can do 8 years, maybe. And if it continues to grow, maybe. But the 4 years, no, I doubt the very first 4 years.
How high do you think it can go? How high?
We can't say no, it's hard.
About it's always 6% alone. Target.
How much?
6%. I think it says it's targeting.
It said it's targeting nothing less than 6% or so.
But give and take, maybe 5% will be fine to me. Because
even about make it 4 on average. Within 4 years, that will be
but hear me quick when you talk Obasanjo, because Obasanjo blew the numbers.
Yeah, but Obasanjo,
by 2002, Obasanjo did 15%.
Wow.
By 2002.
Obasanjo did very well.
What did Buhari do in his second?
Man, Buhari 8 years. On the average, Buhari 8 years. The average is 1.1%.
Buhari was piss poor. His full first year minus 1.62, then 0.81, then 1.92, then 2.21, then minus 1.79, then 2021 3.65.
On average.
On average was 1 point something.
For the last 3 quarters of this year, are we also at 3 point something or below 3?
That's what World Bank or something that will make maybe 3% or something. Some people have 3, some people have 2.5.
I think Tinubu just have to find a way to push a lot of people into production, and also because so many people in Nigeria are doing nothing. I think there must be, a carrot and stick approach to Nigeria.
But that is wrong, to say that. What do you mean by that? Are you mean they're jobless? Is that what
yes, a lot of people are not productive. Nothing to do.
You have too many millionaires without business. Too many billionaires without business.
Too many without any business. And even if they have the money, what do they use the money for? They just use the money for material, not for production purpose. You say a young Nigeria, maybe they make their money like Yahoo or whatever. Where are they putting the money to? You see them buying expensive vehicles, buying clothes or something
you
like that.
See, the funny thing about our GDP picture, when we were fighting civil war, do you know the GDP we were getting? 1969, 24.2%. 1970, 25%. We were in the middle of civil war. 1971, 14.2.
Because the production never stopped, we still continue to produce.
Double digits, 3 years consecutively.
That was Awolowo's.
That sounds dubious to me.
No,
why do you say that?
Because if you're in a war situation, then you are not in a productive.
Economic
one man.
The whole nation is not in war now. Only the southeast.
One man. Yeah, it was only in southeast that that war. I mean, they concentrated that war on.
Yeah, but even your resources are hemorrhaging towards the war, no matter where they are.
Yeah, can I ask
we had that was when we recorded.
How can you have growth during
that
war?
That was when we recorded.
Double-digit growth
Hold
during
on,
war.
one man.
Those are dubious figures.
No, hold on, one man. Hold on, one man. That was when we recorded. That was when we recorded industrial growth.
It was explosive.
That was when we recorded industrial growth.
If your GDP is that high during war,
after the war, we recorded a very rapid.
What year did the war stop? No.
So 1970.
It was
70.
Nigeria.
69, I think it was started from 1967 to 1970, I guess.
Okay, so in 67, the year it started, we had a negative growth by 15%, 15.74 negative growth. But by the third year, 1969, that's when it shot up to 24%.
Because the war is already
because the war was wrapping down.
Yeah. And after the war, we started a very rapid industrial growth. And you see the government, the Gowon government was well committed, was well focused, and they pursuing that industrial goal, decisively. They were not corrupt.
Yes, they were not.
They were not corrupt. You see, for a country to develop,
their vision is also not good. How can they not say they have a lot of money? Do you know what to do again?
Well, that was Gowon that was making such nonsensical statement. But
let's not lie. If Tinubu doesn't come in 8 years, if he doesn't come close with us, because I'm looking at the years that we had economic expansion, and you could actually feel it in the economy. Because between Obasanjo time to Jonathan time, there was only one double digit, but it was getting to 8%, close to 7%, high 6%. But you could feel it.
To be honest with you, that OBG that I knew many people that went from renting to buying houses and buying cars. I mean, that OBG economy, that first 4 years really changed people's lives. I'm not kidding. That was good.
Look,
so let's not lie. If Tinubu doesn't make good GDP growth, I mean, unemployment will be the best number, but we don't have reliable unemployment numbers. But if it doesn't get very good GDP growth, no matter all this policy, that, they will look at him as an unsuccessful president.
Yes, of course.
Look, that time of Obasanjo, oh man, the economy was good. We were even making money.
The market was happy.
The economy was on fire under Obasanjo.
It was very nice. Everybody was making money. We here shipping things home. We are making money, and everybody, and you can easily get your money remitted to you easily without no problem or anything. And it was during the Jonathan regime that problem started, particularly with us.
Why would you impose Yaradua or not? If you're not impose Yaradua, we'll not be this problem.
We won't be where we are if you did not impose Yaradua.
Yeah, it was during this time that problem, started creeping in, because he allowed corruption to penetrate into his the way he governed the state. So he didn't fight corruption in any way. And now they started increasing tariff on imported goods and stuff. When goods that you cannot produce in your country, products you cannot produce in your country, you are putting what do you call it? You are putting heavy tariff on it. So those of us that are doing business between here and there, we started having rethink that, okay, what is the point of continue with doing this business when you cannot really make good profit? So people start retracting, and when Buhari came, he for everything, he just destroyed everything. So I hope Tinubu is trying to open up. You see, he has opened the border. A lot of product will start flowing in from there.
It will become cheaper.
But activities with that, you need transportation, and I have said that really.
Yes. So
Ajaliko, good evening. Yeah.
Thomas, are breaking up. What?
What happened?
I think it dropped. His connection dropped. Yeah.
Oh. Is it the one ringing or who?
It's like a UK phone ring.
Anyway.
So Obasanjo start. I mean, Tinubu have started with the way you open up that border now. You will see activities between us and our neighboring country. You know, we will start seeing some activity.
Ajale Coco, can you give me 1 second, please? Good evening, everyone. I'm about to go inside I'm going back to work. Happy Sunday to you all. Yeah, Kolata, and Ajale Coco, what can we do to grow our GDP? You guys are good in economics, and my own is plier and screwdriver. So what can we do, or what can Tinubu do to grow our GDP? Yeah, thank you. I'll see you guys later. Yeah.
Is Isheni is his business productivity, money flowing in and out. I mean, if people can get back to the farm, people can get jobs, businesses come in, people get richer. We're more. I mean, basically, more productivity will grow our GDP at this point.
Yeah, I have an idea. I have an idea, but the idea might look archaic. But I think this will really help us in production base, because we have a lot of graduates. I think when they are going for youth service, I want them to push it to 2 years. Stay in the camp.
2 years.
Just hear me out. Stay in that camp and let these people farm for us, and they will pay them more than minimum wage. So they have to provide accommodation and three square meals for them.
Remy, did you do NYSC?
Yeah, I did. I did it in Enugu now.
If they told you to go to farm, would you go?
I will go. Because let's be frank, that country needs food.
So what sort of farming are you saying that there should be labor? Is it labor or
it can be a sort of
like going to mow the
farming and hunting.
No.
2 years, 2 years farming and hunting.
And this kind of farming belong to the states.
Remy, where
there's some country you go and serve in the army for 1 year. They train you how to handle guns. They train you out and a lot of exercises, and they kept them as a reserve.
I think I agree with you. I'm just joking, but I agree with you.
Well, look at this now. No. We have a lot of them. You jump them into the labor market. No job, nothing.
Look, my own is I have said it on this platform before. I have recommended that, look, if we really want to have a better future for the coming generation in Nigeria, we must start to have compulsory military training for all our children. Whether you're in public school or private school, there must be military training immediately they enter secondary school. They must have particular period of the year where they must be in military camp. It doesn't matter whether your child is a billionaire. I mean, where you are a child of billionaire, millionaire, or this thing.
But those countries
is that sort of like the Israel model?
Yes. You see, when we do that,
those countries that do it because they don't have enough manpower. Like Israel will say you must, but we have 200 million people, so we have the pool for it to be optional. I don't think
so. What are the incentives you have to give to these young people to go back to the farm? They don't want to do this hard job.
Yeah, you can't tell them to come and no, that's not the kind of.
No, they don't want to do agbe. Everybody wants there's no more white collar job there. Everybody
a lot of them are actually going back to the farm. So I know a lot of young graduates they've not even bothered with the labor market. They've just gone to the
that is
farm.
their area of interest. Some people might have different interests in fashion or movie. You can't.
So how many percentage? Why the rest are just you don't know what is. If you ask some young people in Nigeria, if you know what they are doing, it's so nice begging online. Doing a lot of stupid hookup or something.
We have to reorientate these children.
So force them to
the only way we can reorientate them and make them and let them see themselves as one family for that country, have that sense of patriotism, is when you let them come together at a particular point in time for military training. Let them interact. Let them have the same mindset. We want them to have the same mindset that country belongs to us, because in military.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to take the conversation offline. Thomas is not available, as you can see, work commitments. So we'll say goodbye to our listeners. But then, of course, this is why I always encourage you to join us. So if you had come on screen now, you'll still be part of the conversation. The conversation still carries on, but now it's like a private party. So we'll see you later in the day. So we come off the